Unity Clash, Unity European Cup, sponsored by, of course, Nouns Esports. Hello, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening from wherever in the world you might be watching right now. My name is Zero In on Alex, and with me, my casting partner, Mad Magical. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good. It's bright and early over here in California, but I am ready for some European Cup. I'm ready to see how these teams are going to stack up because we are at the end of our stage 3 and teams are about to get eliminated.
Teams are going to get eliminated. Teams are going to be fighting for seeding. This is stage 3, the finals. So we have a lot of high-paced action today. We have a lot of teams actually playing today on the schedule. So if you want to take a look, we have a lot of action going to be going on here today. But today, right now, the most important match that is going to be happening in this very moment is going to be Portugal versus Italy, and I could not be more excited to kind of introduce some of these teams to you. We do have some graphics so we can show off a little bit of the teams, but that being said, let's get right into introducing some of these teams, showing off what this is all about, and overall just being really excited for these teams. That being said, let's take a look really quick at Team Italy, which will be having Zervis on support. They're gonna have Potato as their top laner. Klaus is gonna be their jungler. Kryn again as their tank. Natalo is gonna be their sub, and Saul is gonna be their attacker. And they don't really need a big team intro. Team Italy, as they say, is full of inters, but God is with them, and they will be charging and representing their country here at the Unity European Cup, sponsored by Nouns Esports.
And this is a really fun squad to watch because I feel like this is one of the squads we have going into this. They are playing for seeding in this matchup against Portugal, but they have dropped their game ones in the past, like Sweden or I'm trying to think of to Netherlands as well. That was a big upset, but then they bounce right back into it, take the series so that they can still be vying for a spot. But this is also a team that really has changed up a lot from the past for Team Italy. Klaus, I think, is the only player that remains from when they won back in 2022. So every other player is a new face that has been brought in. They have their captain Zervis that helps lead the charge a lot for them. And I think that's what makes this team really exciting to watch because Italy has won in the past, but it's with almost brand new faces.
And that's honestly what changes the team, right? Maybe it didn't work. I know Potato has been jumped around. Zervis, another big name. You know, these are players that could really make a difference. While Klaus has kind of kept the heart and soul of Team Italy alive, they have picked up some amazing, great pieces, and they are just going to be clutching up to move on forward, represent their country. They are here to play the game. And like you said, they're just such a fun, exciting team to watch. They bring out new strategies that you might not know what to expect. But as they, again, we want to remind people that they are fighting for seeding today.
Yeah, and they're fighting for seeding up against Team Portugal, which I think has been the strongest team that we have going into stage 4. This is the only team I believe that has yet to drop even a single game. Not just a series, but a single game. They have been absolutely dominating. And this is a team that, when you look at their future and how they're going to go about things, I think that this is the team that we'll start seeing a lot more of these players. I mean, we already see like Kokami playing in a lot of competitive matches. They're just going through everybody. We have Dark playing for them, Fast. I'm gonna just say Ba for that one.
Yeah.
Gekko and Bogal Ho also playing with Kokami.
Right, exactly, you know, and not only have they not lost a game yet in this UEC, like while Italy lost one game versus Sweden and one game versus Netherlands, like Portugal is one of the strongest teams here, and Gekko Kami has cemented themselves here at the European Cup. They have just made amazing plays, and honestly, I can't wait to get some of these matches started because, of course, these teams are just loading up, and I don't know about you. I mean, I know you said this in the beginning, but I too and from California, so it is bright and early today, but that does not stop the exciting thrill that we are about to witness right now. These teams are ready to rock and roll. They're loading up right now, but as we're kind of turning the page and these teams are loading up, is there anything, especially with the recent patch that just came out, that you're potentially excited to see some changes, you know? But really quick, we did want to go, before we get into that, just kind of the schedule of the day. We will be casting the first 3 sets, Magical and I, which will be Italy versus Portugal, Switzerland versus Turkey, and France versus the UK, which then we will be passing the baton onto some other great, amazing casters for the rest of today's broadcast.
Yeah, and those matches are going to be Belgium versus Unity Country, Belgium then versus Germany. It's okay. We'll move. That'll be all later, and then we'll end the day with Switzerland and Greece. So those are going to be our final games that will be casted later, I believe, by Draku and Spartan Tano. That will be taking over. So we'll hopefully have some really good matchups later on in the day. And let's look at what we've already had played in the past. What games we've already had that have taken place, because this has been quite the tournament that has led up to this point. And we have our stage 3 match results.
Yes, as we can see that the Unity team went 2-0 against Germany. France was able to not take a 2-0 clean sweep, but Italy was able to take a 2-1 lead. Again, this is a big tournament representing, and Greece was able to take 2 games away, but Turkey was able to hold on with 1 game. And again, every set matters, every game matters. You don't want to get that 2-0 sweep. Teams are already just kind of throwing things out. And of course, we also have Portugal not taking a 2-0 clean and the UK taking a 2-0 clean against Austria. What an absolute amazing setup that we have so far. That being said, kind of wanted to touch base onto that question I was asking about as we're leading into Portugal and Italy this morning. What is something that you're excited to see? Maybe something unprecedented? Do you think much will change with the recent patch notes to Pokemon Unite?
It's Cramorant. That's all I ever want is Cramorant. It doesn't matter if it's meta. I just want Cramorant.
Cramorant's the only.
And I want Cramorant.
I mean, the Gatling Gulp missile is still, I think, a great Unite move that does a lot for a team, especially depending on positioning. That being said, I mean, I've seen some competitive play already. Mamoswine, while getting some nerfs to Earthquake and Icicle Crash, while it did kind of be like a nerf kind of out of nowhere, the thing is that Mamoswine became powerful because of the meta that's surrounding it. But I still think being able to reposition yourself with Earthquake and going in with Ice Fang is still going to be a powerful set. As these teams are getting ready, it is time for us to get down to business. Portugal being one of the strongest teams here at the UEC against Italy, who again is just fighting for a seeding spot because the next stage is going to be a doozy. And it looks like Portugal already going to ban out a very pivotal piece, that being the Hoopa, which allows the team to kind of transport around the map.
And then Umbreon being another staple we've had in a lot of our competitive matches. But the big thing that I'm really seeing, as much as I want to see Cramorant, I'm kind of excited to see that well, Charizard, it was nice having Charizard in the meta for a bit. Doubtful we'll see that anymore. Getting some pretty heavy nerfs to the bug fixes as well that have brought him back in line. But this Miraidon, that is something I'm not too surprised to see banned. This is something that we have been seeing, the poke that it gets for teams that allows them to stay at such long ranges and then play for late game. It's very expected ban. And then the Blissey, probably Mamoswine, is going to be traded for that.
Absolutely. And Mamoswine and Zacian being picked up immediately. Still, again, these former EX monsters, they have removed the title of EX, are still some of the most powerful in their role. Yes, some of these Pokemon might not be as easy to play as because when it comes to Zacian, you really have to manage your Eos energy to be able to use its powerful moves and its combos. But Mamoswine, again, still a very powerful pickup. And for the side of Portugal, they're still going to rely on the little mouse that could Pikachu, one of the best attackers in the game, along with a tree known as Trevenant.
Yeah, and Armarouge is the other one that I was kind of looking at as the possibility. Ceruledge having made it through. I know there were a couple of nerfs that have done a little bit, but I don't think enough to take either of them out of the meta, which is why we're seeing that. However, the bigger thing for me is the fact that we are seeing that with the Hoopa and Eldegoss banned, you have to go for some deeper pocket picks out of Italy. They go back to this Clefable that we've seen as kind of like pocket pick for a few of our support players.
Absolutely. I mean, especially when it comes to, again, Clefable rises at its best when the team can stick together. And already looking at their team composition, Mamo, Zacian, and Ceruledge are going to be sticking together quite a bit. I mean, Ceruledge can kind of go on and doing its own thing for a little while. But something that I'm surprised that hasn't been picked up is Mimikyu, as they are locking in one of the best secures in the game, known as Blaziken and a Venusaur, which is going to allow them to have more poke damage range, which kind of begs the question. Italy's going to pick up an attacker like Mew. Armor Rouge is still available, but you do get a lot more range with Mew and Solar Beam because, again, right now, if you just stick with the team that they have, it's going to be very difficult to try to get to this Venusaur because it's just going to be shooting Solar Beam after Solar Beam. So you got to imagine that, Sol taking up this Mew is going to allow kind of to mediate things a little bit for their squad.
And honestly, like, I know you're calling out the Mimikyu, and I was looking for that, but I think that both teams have pretty good reads on what the other wants to do. Having something that can scale into the game like Blaziken is really going to help out, like you talked about, the secures that you get once you get to that big old kick from the Fire Chicken is going to be really nice. But I'm looking at how do you kind of get to that late game as Portugal, and they have made sure that they are going to scale really well against Italy. So even if they're just even or slightly behind against Italy, they will still be able to outscale what Italy brings to the table, because a lot of their bonds are going to be much more of these early to mid-game focused champions.
Yeah, on top of all of that, if you were able to notice that the Pikachu and the Blissey are both going to be the Pokemon that are going to be carrying the EXP share, this Trevenant is going to be more of like an all-arounder pick because it's going to be double stacking along with a Focus Band. So they're just going to, that's kind of their all-arounder pick, right? That's kind of what Trevenant has been able to kind of fall into place. And you're right, being able to scale with Blaziken right into the late game, having those clutch moments. On top of that, I mean, when you look at the composition as a whole, not only do you have Overheat, but you also have Solar Beam. So Venusaur and Blaziken are both going to be amazing at confirming, but the only thing I can confirm right now is that we are getting into game one, Portugal versus Italy here at the European Unity Cup.
And one team is going to take that first seed, and the other one will move forward. They both have made sure with how they've played thus far that they will continue their journey in the UEC. But right now, we're getting a couple of these early dunks, a bit of trade back and forth. That's him trying to get the Buttle Beast. Does actually secure that against the Phantom. While it is a dunk of a few points, might end up trading a knockout. Continuing this hunt, Zacian really wanted it, was able to get a lot out of Portugal, making them go all the way back to the pad and kind of rethink how they're going to get control of this top path.
I mean, Phantom is a little stump that could, and honestly, getting those stacks is going to be important for this Trevenant because, as we said, it does not have the EXP share. It's not the traditional one that we have seen a lot in NA. It's kind of playing a little bit of an all-rounder here, but Ceruledge going to try to dunk on in, try to get onto this Torchic, and this Pikachu gets a score off. No knockouts as of late, but the Mew is still putting pressure.
And a lot of damage onto the Pikachu, despite eating a couple of those berries. It's still below 25. And you just see how much this Mew can do early into the game. This is kind of what we were talking about. These early Pokemon with the Zacian, with the Mew, and even having that level 5, now level 6 Ceruledge that can visit these lanes and do a wallop of damage to any of these mons that kind of need to scale up into the game. You even see that there is an invade. Getting a lot there with the eject button, but maybe a little bit too far. It is going to be a trade of 1-for-1, while Ceruledge just find the second one. Make sure that's going to be 2-for-1 instead.
Italy just playing so aggressively with the Ceruledge, and it's kind of paying in dividends. They already have their ways to just go around the map, knockout after knockout, and very early on, Italy is looking a lot stronger today as they're already using their Phantom Force Bitter Blade combo, getting their stacks up, and you gotta imagine right now, sitting at level 8, Italy is looking pretty confident.
And that's kind of fun to watch with Italy, because when we've looked in the past when they have dropped games, it's usually in game one when they just maybe aren't as prepared for a couple of these pocket picks. But then in every other series, they've just taken, once they take that first game, they go for the 2-0 and are able to cleanly wipe the floor with any of these teams. And with this massive lead they've gotten for themselves, look at the XP difference. You have a level 9 Ceruledge already at your Unite move.
Which is absolutely insane. This is before the first objectives have even gotten up to do anything yet. So this rule edge score wise and everything is just looking absolutely powerful. Zacian going to be able to kind of clean up a little bit, and there might be a little bit of a convergence here. Portugal trying to get this Clefable out to try to save it, but no, Clefable's going to be able to get out of there without too much as they hop over, and they're just heading back to the Zacian. But it does look like Portugal might be trying to focus onto this Regieleki as they have fallen behind in scorers. That being said, Italy just trying to converge onto the bottom. Regieleki and Ceruledge is going on a solo mission once again, invading.
Looking for the Pikachu as well, who's now found out that the Regieleki restarted and realized I shouldn't have been there that entire time. Oh, wait a minute! Regieleki was stolen the top path as well by Italy. Oh, this is devastating for Portugal.
This is not only devastating because they lost the bottom Reggie, but this goes to show how deep the Zacian's gonna go in. Gonna take a little bit of damage here, and they might try to score. Again, they leave this at 1, which isn't necessarily the worst thing. Not only can you prevent, or you can kind of practice a big overcap, but more so, you can also delay the time that Portugal gets these early game indeedies. That being said, though, Italy right now is just crushing it. We're 4 minutes into the game, and they are leading 250 by 11. I'm not a great mathematician, but if you ask me, that's more than about, well, a little bit over 244 points in difference.
Yeah, just a little bit of a difference, but they might have stayed a little bit too long. The Hornleech had locked down Zacian, looking for the Revenant Rend onto 4 members. Italy cleaning a house in that one. One more Hornleech, but this Ceruledge is unstoppable. Bitterblade cutting down the tree.
This is one Ceruledge you don't want to mess with. Level 12, and they are just so confident with the amount of damage. They are level 12, and we're not even halfway through the game, Magical.
And this is a composition we were talking about with Portugal that they scale. That is great. But you have to survive this mid-game that is being brought to you by Italy. They're dominating right now. And there doesn't look like there's any hope for poor Portugal to get back into this match unless miracles start happening. And it might start with getting a pick on the Clefable inside your own jungle.
Oh my goodness, just an absolute tear right now, and this is not looking good at all for things right now. Portugal, you want to see them try to succeed, but the moment they try to find a wedge, it absolutely stops them. And just like that, the tier 2 bottom is gone. I know we talked about Portugal being one of the strongest teams here at the UEC, but right now, Team Italy is just slowing them down. And look at this aggressive push they have with Mew and Ceruledge X attack. Klaus is very quickly approaching level 14. Level 15 isn't anything but inbound.
Klaus wants the title back. Having not gotten it last year, definitely wants to bring back the title for Italy and looking real good on it right now. I just don't know what Portugal can do, how they can get back into this game, because when you're getting soloed out as an Mamoswine, when you are the Blaziken, things aren't looking good as another Revenant Rend onto Venusaur. Blaziken trying to chase down the Mew, but really, it's all about Klaus. This game is all about the Ceruledge cleaning up, looking for more knockouts onto the tree again. Blaziken couldn't confirm the knockout onto Mew that entire time, while another pad has been deleted by Italy. And speaking of deletion, deleting the backline, even if they had lost out on their Mew, they were able to clean up so much more.
Wow, talk about cleaning things up. Pika was able to get 2 big KOs, and Klaus already, with a minute and a half before even Rayquaza has landed on the Thea Sky Runes, is looking at level 15. Granted, Portugal is kind of getting a couple of KOs and knockouts here and there to kind of get back into this game. But again, score-wise, you are talking about a gargantuan mountain to climb right now. Right. Italy is absolutely stomping on to Portugal. This game, Italy is in the driver's seat, and just to boot, they add a Registeel on top of it all.
Now, granted, with Pokemon Unite, one of the crazy things that can always happen is a crazy Rayquaza play. That I've seen so many games where a team looks like they're comfortably in the lead, and then everything goes wrong as the game scaled up to the Rayquaza. But when you look at how Portugal can play, it's going to be so difficult, because this Ceruledge is not really an all-rounder. It is a speedster. It is looking for Venusaur and Pikachu.
It is looking, but my oh my, are they not finding it? And here we go. We might see an early little bit of engagement, but the Zacian gonna rip them out. Big solar beam does land on a couple of Pokemon, but is not enough. Good poke. Good poke, good positioning here by Portugal, but Italy right now, they are a walking unit right now and sticking together. This is where things get scary because now this Regieleki becomes a win condition. You can give up the Rayquaza, pour the points on in, and now the pressure is on for Portugal to make a little bit of a move.
With only seconds remaining, Rayquaza now onto the Thea Sky Runes. They have been able to poke out at Italy, which could give them an angle back in. While they wait for the Regieleki to be taken by Blaziken, this is when Italy need to strike. They realize they have the man advantage. Ice Fang drags in the Venusaur. The shield not providing enough. Revenant ran into the back line, and Pikachu's gone. They have the solar beams out of this Venusaur connecting onto so many members, but the Cerulege is chasing it away. Double knockout for the Sword Doggo, even if they're able to get the knockout onto Cerulege. It is Rayquaza that is in the focus of Italy.
Italy has just been focusing on, and just this week we kind of talked about it before. This Blaziken might try to make something a little bit cheeky as the leg does go up, and they are able to secure it, but to what avail? They did do it. They didn't even need to eject through. They were able to get it with the overheat. As we know, overheat does get you into an unstoppable position. They do have some pockets full of AOs, but is it enough? I don't think enough members were up to even have a 50 full pocket of AOs, and right now Italy is making it pour onto them, destroying shields left and right as Blissey was the only one, and it gets taken away.
And they're still looking for the fight afterwards, because that is the only hope for Portugal, is getting these knockouts now. But now that Cerulege is here, they realize they bit off more than they could chew. So that's a nice Hornly try to delay the fight the longest it can with a Volt Tackle, not taking out the Sword Doggo. They're the ones being taken out by Italy. 3 knockouts confirmed. Looking for a 4th as Blaziken has been chased away and cannot join in this battle. Nobody can. Italy will take game 1.
Oh man, what a wallop by Italy. I mean, ever since that first flank that we saw with this Cerulege going in, it was just kind of just this overwhelming amount of power. And even with the Ray, because of the points being just so gargantuanly far, so many members are already down. And I think I saw a Revenant Ren trying to go into the base, trying to target somebody, just kind of asserting their dominance. Italy is absolutely feeling good. It felt like Portugal was trying to use those bans to kind of keep Italy at bay, but Italy was able to just triumph over. And Klaus, my oh my, Klaus was able to do so much. I mean, look at that, 14 KOs, 11 assists. That is a scary amount of knockouts. And the rest of the squad was there too. Potato, who again, we've seen them play a lot. They have played into the UCS season. They have just been absolutely dominant here with the Zacian, and just it really felt that even though they had these late scaling mons, it was all over from that first flank. I mean, we talked about it even in the match, right? We had Cerulege at level 9 before any objective was even up. A solid 23 seconds before any objective was up. And double 100k damage for the side of Italy. Meanwhile, Dark was kind of left alone there as the Venusaur. Just, they could not get in the way of Klaus.
No one could even go near. If you were on the same screen as Klaus, you were getting run down. That was a Cerulege going for every battle possible, and that's why we tend to see so much focus on Cerulege in the ban phase, because how strong this mon can be. It's labeled as an all-rounder, but every time I play it, or every time I watch it, every time I play against it, it feels way more like a speedster.
Especially the way it's zooming around with Phantom Force and just kind of getting onto you, Revenant Rend, all these amazing tools that it has available to it. But it also has the survivability, a little bit of an all-arounder, being able to go in, especially the set that they went Bitterblade. I know Bitterblade has kind of fallen out of favor, but I mean, Klaus is showing off how good it still really is with the Phantom Force. Don't give up on it yet. And again, it had 6 stacks within that first flank. They never really needed to worry about stacks. They were ready to rock and roll from that moment, and they put so much pressure onto Pikachu and Torchic, which allowed Blaziken to come on a little bit later than anticipated. But by then, Klaus and the rest of Team Italy was just going on, and Zervis, Look at how much healing, and that's kind of what I
Yeah.
talked about. They were going to be sticking together for a majority of the time. So that is big heals for the side of Italy. And right now, they're looking really good.
I mean, we saw it briefly. There were 14 knockouts by Klaus, 11 assists by the Sorul Edge.
Mhm.
So much attention just looking at how the jungle pathing was for the team. And this is where we have to look at Portugal and say, this is the team that is their first loss here in the UEC. How do they bounce back from these kind of losses? Because that was quite the devastating one. They even had a steal onto their Rayquaza, but you have to imagine if they were even in a slightly better position, they could
Mhm.
have actually dragged this game back and taken game one. But when you fall so far behind, the meta really has become playing towards these early games. Don't really try to scale as we've seen it in the past for many of the teams. Go for more of a world's meta and just play aggressively. Go, go, go all the time.
Yeah, I mean, we saw with Fennel, right? They were aggressive from beginning to end, and they were able to show that off. Yes, we have had metas in the back, especially when Tyranitar was really popular, that these late scaling mons kind of do pay in dividends. But due to the fact that a lot right now kind of goes to these all-arounders, and they can kind of scale really early, or they're already fully evolved, and stuff like that, it just allows your team to get ahead of the game. I mean, we've seen this type of thing happen before, especially when the evolutions were new, right? Just early game, very powerful, and we're kind of seeing the resurgence of that, not in the evolutions in the sense, not to say that they're bad, but these all-arounders. And we're also kind of entering this phase in Pokemon Unite where a lot of Pokemon kind of play more than one role. You kind of mentioned it before that Ceruledge kind of feels more like a speedster, even though it's an all-arounder. Mimikyu kind of also falls into that kind of role. Same thing with Armarouge. Armarouge can be technically an all-arounder with its fire spin, but it could also be an attacker. Even though its attacker is its role, you kind of forget, and you're kind of in this mishmash, hodgepodge kind of position, which I think in particular is kind of healthy for the game. Really shakes things up for a meta.
And we'll have to see how this is going to shake things up going into game two for Portugal. You have to really kind of go back to the drawing board. You picked the Blissey first. You were purple. You could have gone for Ceruledge, but you opted not to. Now, do you want to ban that or just remain with the supporters?
Right. Again, do they go with the similar bans? And it does look like already Portugal just does not want to give up Hoopa, which I can totally understand, right? Hoopa has been one of those Pokemon that has just kind of shaped the meta ever since it landed all the way back on Remote Stadium. Being able to move Pokemon around is not something you want to do. And once again, they're going to just stick to similar bans. They feel comfortable with this. They might want to pick different Pokemon, maybe potentially take away some of these things. But it does look like they want to take the Trevenant already. But no, they're going to be looking around. They're going to stick with what they did before with the Blissey.
That's the one thing that I'm questioning. But keep in mind, previously, it was Mamoswine and Zacian that were picked in the first stages. It wasn't the Ceruledge. Maybe they're banking on Italy going back to that. Hey, just take that EX Pokemon. But no, Italy actually taking Pikachu over going for the Sword Doggo. They'd still get their Mamoswine, but now Portugal. How do you answer this? The one thing that could possibly do better in the mid game does scale well into the late game. That was something that you kind of relied on in game one.
Very interesting indeed. And now this allows Portugal to kind of take the sword out of the stone, and they might be taking very interesting. I did see earlier, because you have to also realize Potato was in that slot and switched with Som there. And it does feel like they were maybe going to go. Can we see the resurgence of Zacian Comfy meta? Well, we might, because they pick up Zacian Comfy.
And I kind of like that, as opposed to going for the Clefable that would struggle a little bit and something that is going to play as that pseudo speedster in the Ceruledge. They're just going for, hey, let's dive into the back line. What is Portugal going to bring? Are they going to go for that range in the Venusaur? Or are they going to try to go back to something a little bit different? They grab Espeon here. Well, it could be an Urshifu for Portugal.
Wow, wow. And last but not least, Klaus is going to be picking up the Zoroark, which we did see some recent buffs in the recent patch to its feint attack. So I don't think it's out of the ordinary, but wow, these team compositions could not be more different. It started off similarly, but now Portugal's team looks really good because you have the Urshifu, and Surging Strike's Urshifu is still very powerful, but you still can go with the single strike Urshifu, being able to have the Wicked Blow for a confirmation. But again, having the Ceruledge and the Urshifu while using your ranged attacker to be a Espeon. I like this a lot. I like what Portugal is doing, and it feels a lot more early game scaling, and they can get a lot because by level 5 all of these Pokemon are rip roaring ready to go. Meanwhile, Italy's gonna need to put in some work to get this Mamoswine up to level 9 of where they need it to be to become a fully viable and ready to go Pokemon.
Let's see, I'm looking at the Zoroark, and I know how weak Cubfu is early. If you're able to get the Zoroark into a Zoroark really early, you are going to absolutely terrorize this Sky Ruins. And that is something we tend to see with a lot of speedsters. You get these early leads, you snowball out of control and become an avalanche that is unstoppable for a team. And that is what happened in game 1. Italy became that avalanche and trampled over Portugal. And if that happens again here, if Klaus is able to get another lead, but on an actual speedster this time, could be devastating for Portugal.
Devastating indeed, but I do like, at least on paper, Portugal is looking a lot better this time around, and they kind of realized, yeah, we cannot allow this early game scaling. But you're right, I'm excited to see where this Zoroark is going to land, because it is a speedster. It's very much going to get in there, do a lot of damage, and leave. And we're going to see, can this Zacian Comfy meta that terrorized Sky Ruins when it first landed, can we at least see a brief moment in history? Are we going to open that history page and see a little bit of something similar that we once saw?
Right there were the attempted fights over the bundle piece, giving a lot of control back to Italy. It looks like most of their lanes are doing fairly decent. The only one struggling a bit there was that Swinub, taking a lot of the damage from Portugal. But I'm still looking at that Cubfu, and I'm looking at the Zoroark now because they already got the evolution there. But this Cubfu is going to be the bigger one. You need to get to Urshifu before you feel really impactful in any of these ganks.
Yeah, again, and they haven't fully evolved because they're waiting. We've seen this tech kind of used before, where they wait right before so they could charge things up, kind of a little bit of a surprise of what they wanted to do. Unable to do so there as they had to pick a move. But yeah, it's a weird little tech that a lot of people don't know about, that you can kind of prolong it, because again, this Cubfu will not evolve till you pick a move. And while the Zacian Comfy and Zoroark are gonna go in, they were able to hold the fort down, and this tree might be chopped down, but luckily a little bit of a wicked blow was able to kind of save them. But the Zoroark able to go in, clutch it up.
And this is the problem that I foresaw for poor Portugal. Italy rotating around, Klaus getting a great gank off in the top lane and getting a massive lead now for them. It might not have really broken any of these paths or gotten them past the halfway point, but you are getting now the Zoroark Comfey comp. They are running together. They are going to terrorize the central path and are looking for the knockouts. Urshifu had to use the Wicked Blow just to get away, but dragged back in by an Ice Fang, and another knockout given over to Pikachu.
Wow, literally on, this Zoroark is putting on a clinic, and look at these feint attacks. They have no fear. We're seeing this again. Klaus was able to scale early, and now they're scaling early again. They are putting on a show, and they are not afraid of anything. And with this Zacian combo as well, this tree might be trying to get away. Curse Burst gets it out of there, but the Combi, we've seen this type of meta before. The slow beam, and just wow, the slow smoke. And this Urshifu could not catch the heat. They got the smoke, and Klaus right now is looking so good with Potato, as these two are just kind of duking it out on Sky Ruins against anything that comes through their way.
And they are still looking for more in this top path, but now that Urshifu has sprinted back into it with low health bars, looking for the fight, taking out the Sword Doggo, which means Comfey had to jump on the back of the Zoroark. The Zoroark ain't done with this one. Look at that. One knockout turned into two, and the triple is going to be easily confirmed. Klaus terrorizing the top path.
Klaus right now, I mean, I talked about it before. They were kind of that person, right? They were the big difference. And so far, Portugal has not seen the success that they wanted to with Rule Edge. While it is a good level, it is already up and running. Klaus has made the opposition central area their home. That is their new place of stay. And already the Reggie is up. And again, we're seeing something similar to game 1 right now, Magical, where Italy is just scoring very high, very early, early. Big thunderstorm catching some enemies here, and Klaus not even caring. I don't think I've seen Registeel ever go that far, but it was so excited to see some of the action. It had to get a little closer look, and my goodness, the CC stun onto this poor Urshifu.
And look at this. They are just constantly battling. They're feeding the Zoroark. Level 11. The Registeel is going to be theirs, and they're diving for further ones, even if Trevor isn't able to take out the Pikachu, the Horn Leech, and using the Unite to try to drag him back in. I'm looking at Klaus finally getting knocked out. They were able to lock him down with the Solaire, chasing away the Piloswine and the Comfey, but dragging him back in with the Horn Leech to get a little bit of damage while they're underneath this pad. Healing back up the best they can, getting towards the berries, but another Horn Leech drags them away from the zone and make sure they can pick up the knockout.
All of a sudden, now finally Portugal was able to find some life, especially with that Psychic Solaire kind of finally putting, you sometimes Zoroark just loves to live on land, sliding all around. Sometimes you got to pick it up with a little Psychic Solaire, but now the Fox wants some revenge. Fox on Fox, and they're going to go for the triple again. Klaus said, yes, sir, I'll have another, because they were not afraid to come back and just like that, trying to erase any advantage that Portugal was able to build up.
Any advantage or any comeback gold and comeback farm that they were able to find now been gifted back over to Italy, taking this lead and still playing aggressively. They should get themselves that Regieleki in the top path. Zacian has been on that the entire time, but as you were talking about, maybe staying a little bit too far, the Comfey and Zoroark, but they are diving now. 5 members are in this bot path for Portugal, and Zoroark does not care. Still looks for the fight, but has lost out on the damage as they got knocked out. But here's Pikachu, thunderstorming away with all the low health bars. They might be able to take down the tree. They're diving back, dragging back in Espeon. Triple knockout for Pikachu. This time around, it is them with fast getting fed.
Wow, just an absolute clinic by Pikachu. The Thunderstorm along with the Volt Tackle just to kind of keep the team alive, and they were able to do an amazing defense all while the rest of the members of Team Italy was able to capture the Regieleki, and now it's making its way downtown walking fast as it's trying to look into a tier 2, but just the defense alone. And it's such an interesting set too, right? We saw Volt Tackle and we also saw Thunder. They are focusing on CC, stunning. That is what this Pikachu's mission is. It's not necessarily to be a big damage dealer, even though it is getting massive amounts of damage. And here comes Klaus to put on another show for us.
Yep, just watch him dash around all over the map, getting these knockouts left, right, and center, and then chasing away the sole survivors. Say, you cannot join. I will go for more. Yes, please, continue to feed me.
Wow, Klaus is eating it up, and we're kind of seeing this again. We talked about how in game 1 that Ceruledge is kind of that speedster type. Well, Klaus is just living in the vortex of speedsters as they are continuing to score, getting points off, and we see already with 1 minute remaining, they're already level 14, level 15. I guess I talk too soon. Psychic Solaire trying to slow it down, but the Zoroark gonna be able to escape. Mammo's just gonna be kind of the sole survivor here to say, go on, Zoroark, live without me. And because they needed somebody to go down, and they do not want to give up that catch-up EXP that Klaus would be giving up if they were to be knocked out right now.
But it looks like they're not done. They're gonna take out that bottom pad, getting more points and more position around this map. All the while, they're just letting the Zacian kind of farm these neutral objectives. The Regis have just been taken purely by the Sword Doggo as they have their Fox looking for a double knockout. Make it a triple. Why not? Never done with these fights.
It just feels like Klaus is just getting triple after triple after triple after triple. I mean, Magical, do you want to take a gander at how many knockouts? That one doesn't count. I'm going to say a solid over or under 15, because right now it's feeling like over 15.
I feel like now I think we're at 15. I think that's where we are
that's
at.
Fair.
Because, like, looking at how this is going, and keep in mind, again, this has all just been Zoroark chasing away, making sure the team could easily collapse onto the Rayquaza, and now take victory for themselves. This is the victory tour, their triumph, as they chase down more knockouts. Maybe I'd even look for the quad, but no. They're going to steal that away. The Comfey denying that one. While the pads are going to be broken from everywhere but the base. Italy dunking these points.
I'm sorry, was there even a raid fight? No, there wasn't, because one legendary Pokemon in Zacian was able to cut down the dragon with its mighty sword in Zervis, and Cloud's still pouring on. The old saying goes, when it rains, it pours. Well, it is pouring cloudy skies here, and Klaus just put on a show, and they're gonna do a little jig as they go around, but the Shadow Claw stun up. What an absolute menace. And the Revenant Ren trying to cut somebody down. Psychic Solaire trying to stop this Fox, but the Unite move coming out of Klaus with another triple. My oh my, do not stop Klaus. I don't know what was in their bowl of like breakfast cereal, but my oh my, 896 to 158. The dominance of a clean 0-2-0 sweep by Italy has been outstanding.
Klaus, you're just showing off at this point. You got to stop it. Come on. This is just getting ridiculous with how clean those moves were. The mechanics on Dora are to pick up these knockouts and even get one while they were in their home base, trying to stay defensive because 20 seconds remaining, 900 points almost there, passing the 900 mark. This is all going to be the victory for Italy, even if you get these knockouts, but you can't fully secure on the Zora because Klaus is way too good at this Pokemon. Looking for another triple. Could even look for the Quadra onto the Trevenant. While they did lose out on Pikachu, not going to be able to get the quad. Just another triple kill. That is triple, triple, triple. So many for Klaus.
I think you missed out on a couple triples. I don't know.
Probably.
I could be wrong, honestly. That just felt like there were so many triples. But I'm excited. It's a trick question. There's so many triples here. But 932 to 206, Italy. Oh, when I said...
Wow.
When I said the over or under, when I said the over and under on 15, this is not what I had in mind. Okay, now before we even go there, how much damage? 150. I gotta say 150. No, maybe more. I don't know. That was just.
I'm actually gonna go with 200 on this one.
It might be. It might be.
I want to see this because this was insane. Yeah, 200. 44% of the team's damage was done by Klaus. Almost half was done by one person.
I mean, wow. And I mean, hey, I don't want to knock on this too much, but hey, Pikachu did 100K of its own. Hey, that's pretty nice there. But Zervis working
literally half as much.
Yeah,
as the Zora.
Wow. Klaus put on a cinema for us, and oh, it was just a Hollywood pleasure. And right now we're seeing it. I mean, Seko picked up the Cerule Edge, nowhere near what Klaus was able to do. And just for the side of Italy, I mean, I know we talked about game one just being absolutely destructive in one way, where the points were just so gargantuan early on that Portugal never had a chance to breathe. This time, Italy was just so oppressive that Portugal didn't even have a moment to blink, because the moment they blinked, in that half a second, Klaus would have already eliminated them off of the map. Just wow. Here at the UEC, this is just absolutely insane for Italy.
It really is. They just looked so good in how they played in this. And Italy, I was wondering how they were going to kind of go about this one, because they had dropped some previous game ones in the past. But I said that once they get that game one, they usually are able to keep that momentum going through the series. And they did so against Portugal. Portugal, unfortunately, it just feels like having dropped down in that game one was kind of already the death knell for them, because they just didn't know how to bounce back.
Yeah, I mean, wow. That was just an absolute cinema by Italy. Before we take a quick little break, though, why don't we give you a break here and check out some of the merch here. The Unity Clash, the European Cup merch. Very much appreciated, and it does support. And May, you know, again, Magical and I are over here in the West Coast of California. It is early. Maybe we need a cup of coffee or some tea. Why not get it on some fancy schmancy mugs with the Nouns Esports logo on it? You love to see it. Again, very great colors, very great scheme, out of this world. That being said, we're going to take a little break of ourselves, and we will be right back with some more action here at the Unity European Cup, sponsored by Nouns Esports.
Hello, and welcome back into Unity European Cup 2024. I'm Mad Magical, joined in by Zero and Alex. Oh, Zero and on Alex. Come on.
Close enough.
Going
Close enough.
Yeah, close enough. But Alex, we had an exciting, dominating performance from Italy in our first series of the day. But that is not the only one we have. We have tons of Unite action going on, and we gotta move on to this one because this one is super important. There is an elimination on the line. They could get eliminated if they don't take this series up against Switzerland.
Again, that's a lot of pressure for a team. You know, Turkey does not want to get eliminated here. This is not where they want to be able to go down, but Switzerland is not necessarily easily the pushover. I know Switzerland has been pretty good and pretty dominant sometimes, but again, facing elimination could be something that a team needs to kind of awaken them in before. I mean, again, we did just turn the page on one team, but we've seen it before where a team can just suddenly wake up. Portugal had not dropped a game, and all of a sudden, they are just sent to the pound. And it really goes to show you that sometimes a team just needs one spark, one moment to not get eliminated. And sometimes that spark could be potentially facing elimination.
Yeah, and that's what we need to see here from Turkey on how they can perform and if they can take down Switzerland, a really strong team for themselves. But let's look at those teams themselves so we can kind of break it down a little bit more for everybody. We start off with Team Turkey, and this is a team that definitely are looking like the underdogs of it all. They have a lot of players that are returning for, well, they have two players that are returning for themselves. Neuro Baskin is one of them that has played in the past for Team Turkey, but they also have Omnipede as another returning player, but everyone else are newer faces. So Blaver, Loxi, Beamer, and Cat are all players that we are just seeing now for the first time in this tournament.
Yeah, just overall, Turkey is going to be a team that they are the underdogs, but you know who's not an underdog team? Well, that would be Team Switzerland, because Switzerland is going to be the team that is going to be very scary to beat. That being Volto is going to be their top, Yuno is going to be their support, Snow is going to be their jungler, along with Dragonveil being a tank, and Skull is going to be their bot lane. And here's the thing about Team Switzerland, okay? They want to reach to the top of this year with their two new players on the roster. This is the third year Switzerland is actually participating in the UEC, and they have made it twice to second place. Okay, so that just already goes to show you if they've made it to second place 2 times, it shows you how powerful this team is. A few people on the roster already played 1 or 2 players, but it's the first time they are all kind of finally meshing together. They have some experience on the competitive side of things, and others of these players have also topped in the UCS. So again, Switzerland is not going to be an easy team to knock out or even go up easily against, because again, they have played in the UEC before. They've placed in the top 2 twice. So Switzerland here, they're changed up the roster a little bit, and they are here to win it all this time.
Like, you might recognize some names like Snow, having played in the regional qualifiers up against Nouns Esports in the just in this last year. Unfortunately, not able to make it with his squad because they just lacked the champion points to do so. But the fact that you have returning players in Volto and Dragonval that can help kind of lead the charge for Switzerland, then bring in that star-studded talent like Snow to really try to take the tournament. Switzerland as a team, you know, in the past have gotten runner-up for 2022 and 2023. Unfortunately, and always the bridesmaid, never the bride for how the UEC has been. This could be their time with this newer squad.
They could be. This could be their time that they come together. Again, top 2 in the UEC 23 and the top 2 UEC in 22. So again, this team, Switzerland, is not an underdog. So the question is it the story of David and Goliath? Like you said, always a bridesmaid, never a bride. Turkey needs to be able to find a way. But again, Switzerland with the new talent might just be what they needed to put themselves over the hump into this matchup. That being said, again, what are these Pokemon that are going to bring to the table? Do they go into a similar style of an early game comp. That does seem to be where the meta is shifting, but that is not necessarily the end all be all, kind of stamp of approval that you need to be able to win. But early on into the ban phase, that we are ready to rock and roll. This is going to be the draft phase for game number 1 in set number 2, and Clefable, no Pikachu, is going to be the first ban. And honestly, Magical, I think it's a very good one.
I do too. I was kind of looking at that one. The Clefable is more like if someone has that pocket Clefable pick that they can bring out, because we are seeing much more of like the Blissies, the Hoopas, Eldegoss. Those are the top tier supporters we have. Clefable kind of falls to the wayside on that. Really, it's the Pikachu, something that can slot into pretty much any of these teams that you want to take away, as well as taking away Charizard, which to me is a little surprising just with the recent changes at the nerfs that Charizard did receive. I thought that would completely fall off the table and nobody would even touch that ban or pick, which means that with banning the Charizard, the Rule Edge, Armor Rouge, Thatchian, Mammoth Run, all these picks are open for either team.
This is actually, I really like the early pick of the Armor Rouge because, yeah, if you try to counter it, you can now see what is the enemy going to try to take. You can kind of decide where you want to go in. Even though Armor Cannon did receive a 10% nerf to the damage that it's going to be outputting, it is still a very powerful move. But I will say that the Fire Spin is still very viable. But now we're seeing something very common in NA, in the double defender. But you are going to be able to play this Trevenant once again as an all-arounder if you choose so.
That's what I was thinking. I was kind of looking at that. You take the Trevenant to deny them having one of the top tier defenders, since you already banned away Ho-Oh and Umbreon, which means they have to go to something like Blastoise. But you can also play more of a damage type Trevenant. You can go as more of that all-rounder build we were talking about. Go for things like Curse or Pain Split if you want to be more damage focused. And it will really depend on how they want to play this one, because now they get Miraidon, which that is the bigger surprise, that has gotten this far in the pick bans to only now be taken.
I mean, they really want to prioritize this Armor Rouge, but you're right. And here's the thing. Don't forget, Blastoise did get some nifty buffs, but just based off of the set that they have, I can't imagine that it's going to be the Rapid Spin combo. The fact that it has an EXP share tells me that it's going to be the Surf, Hydro Pump, CCing Defender Blastoise that we've come to know, especially if it can get up to level 13. Getting those shields with Surf is going to be massive. But yeah, this composition by Turkey, I mean, we talked about it, that they are the underdog a little bit here, but they have some very powerful picks going up against Switzerland.
Switzerland are looking at that level 5 PowerPoint, and they are looking to be very aggressive. I'm going to keep my eyes on the top path when the Altaria camps are spawning and what Switzerland are deciding to do, because this composition is wanting to fight early.
They are going to want to fight early, and you got to imagine this Zoroark is, because it's not stacking, it's going to be in the central area, and that first flank is going to be absolutely dominant. For the side of Turkey, it's not out of the realm to try to put a Blaziken in the central area, especially because you don't want to spend too much time. I could see Miraidon in there too. It's just that I feel like Miraidon has such a powerful presence in lane. I'm going to be surprised to see it if they try to put that in the central area. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility, but just it being a, Pokemon that goes into the central area, it's not something I fully expect at all.
I'm expecting it to be that Torchic trying to go for farm. Probably will have an invade by Hoopa out of Switzerland. Try to delay that evolution as far long as possible. Have the Miraidon go into the bot path. That's why I don't expect any crazy action here from Team Turkey. I'm expecting it from Switzerland. I'm expecting them to look for these early plays. The Hoopa just to be a menace early on. And then once they hit 5, that is the go trigger. That is when they all will pull the trigger and try to take those fights early.
That is going to be the plan, and it does look like you already called it, as already proxy X speed as they're leaving the flux zone. They are going to try to make a play onto this Torchic, and yeah, we were right. Miraidon is such a powerful Pokemon very early on that you don't want to put it into the central area. You'd be giving up way too much value, and this Hoopa already going to be putting in some work, as the red buff and on this Pokemon is going to be going to the Hoopa as they're trying to, a little pressure here, and they're able to get a first knockout. Very great job by Turkey early on, as Torchic is able to get the red buff away from Hoopa.
And then the knockout on to the Charkit in the bot path too for Maridon. Then it feels like Switzerland were just playing with fire in that bot path. They thought they had the advantage. Go into the top path and see the Zoroark looking for already these early KOs. But Swinub saves the day and makes sure they deny anything gained from Switzerland.
This is very surprising from Turkey. Just a lot of things to break down there. Not only did the Swinub just kind of pivot, and they said, hey, Maridon, we got you some KOs. We got you some EXP. I'm going to go help the top lane to keep the momentum going. On top of all that, that was a night slashing Zoroark, which again is not something you see too often, but it tends to be a little bit more of a comfort pick, you got to imagine, because Feint Attack right now is the premier move for Zoroark, and they're already going in, though. They're going to try to take something away, and once again, the little Roomba Swinub able to just kind of smack the blue buff and able to secure it for themselves. This Swinub is getting so much value.
I mean, this Swinub right now is carrying, which is surprising. Usually it's the later into the game that you start seeing him once you get the Mammoth Spine. Go back on the top path, and Fable's going to get knocked out on the pad. They try to utilize the Pain Split in the curse to stay alive as best as possible. Another Night Slash does not connect onto the tree. And now with Blaziken, yeah, up in the top path because they already got the evolution, they get a nice double knockout.
Double knockout indeed. Again, Switzerland is a powerhouse, so I do not want to count them out at all. They are getting their levels already. Again, they do have what a lot of people are calling Mega Man and Proto Man and Armarouge and Ceruledge. A lot of powerful Pokemon are still going to be available for Switzerland. They just need to wait a little bit, but Turkey does have an early game advantage, and they already have a level 8 Blaziken, which is very much kind of the goal of Blaziken. Get to level 8, being able to switch between moves, pivot around, big KO onto the Armarouge, and right now, Turkey has taken a gargantuan lead and advantage.
Absolutely massive for their side. I mean, look at the XP differences. You're getting these Unite moves online for them, as you were talking about. While that Zoroark, the Ceruledge, they're falling behind. They need this knockout onto Trevenant to work. Otherwise, they're going to continue to have their own slippery slope. They thought they were the team that was going to be the avalanche that gets out of control, but it's actually the opposite. As Trevenant, Horn Leeches away, tried to get to the berry, barely did not. And it's going to be Switzerland looking for the top pad, and then Regieleki.
Oh my goodness, just wow, the way this is going, Magical. I don't know about you, but a lot of unexpected things are happening here. And right now, they are just trying to find any advantage that they can. Switzerland does have the Regieleki captured. They do not have the Revenant Rengen. They also don't have the Psycho Boom. But Snow trying to move on in. Doesn't want to get caught out. Night Slash gonna land, but the gravity also comes out. And luckily, the Armarouge is there in tow. But now the Regieleki did find its home. So Switzerland needs to take advantage, and they are taking advantage of it right here with Snow. Finally being able to wake up and get things moving.
And they even take out the top pad there too. And going for more KOs. Triple knockout. That should be the quadra there for Snow. And that is that momentum Switzerland needed.
That really felt like the pendulum was finally swinging in the way of Switzerland. That Regieleki opened up so many more possibilities, because now, if they were to capture the Regieleki again, it is an absolute threat, as now their home base is going to be in a big danger. And just like that, Switzerland is putting on, they have turned on the faucet, and it is flowing with Eos and a victory. All of a sudden, Turkey, it feels like they kind of lost their balance a little bit, and Switzerland taking back the crown that is rightfully theirs as a Unite move, unable to save it, and Clefable gets the credit.
But keep in mind, they're not out. Turkey still have this fight right in the central path, looking for Ceruledge. And with the fact that they are the scaling team and they haven't fallen that far behind here at 5 minutes in, this is still playable. You still have easy moments. Like if you get this dive to work on the Ceruledge, then take the pad. Turkey are going to be able to gain a lot. That was a good interrupt by Blastoise, but you might have put your life on the line. They're trying to take out the pad, utilize the Horn Leech, but they are diving deep into this one, looking for the rings unbound, finding the knockouts for Switzerland. The tree now realizing this is not the spot I need to be in, as the hunt continues by Switzerland right on in the top path to try to help out the Blaziken. The armor cannons are connecting, but enough damage was done by Maridon to make sure to dissuade the further chase.
And when you want to talk about damage, the damage was the defense done by Switzerland. The way that the blasters just kind of surfed in as the defense was really the pivotal moment. And the Maridon using its Unite move to clutch it up last minute. And again, we've seen that the Blaziken is going to be the key factor here. The Regieleki is going to find its home here. They're trying to score in, and it doesn't get the big scores that they needed, but they did kind of even up the score a little bit. I say that as the Ceruledge kind of breaks it up. Again, we are talking about a 60-point difference as the overheat catches the Hoopa before it can portal back. This Blaziken is quite literally on fire.
And the fight ain't done now. They're trying to get the dive away. They already got the triple knockout, having to use the eject button away to make sure that they have him out. But the Zoroark says, no way. Snow on a rampage here, looking for another knockout. The Revenant ran to use to make the Mammoth go extinct. Well, they already found the triple Uncle Fable for Snow.
Wow, Snow was able to kind of capitalize on the moment that was given to them, and now they're going into the central area of Turkey, trying to take away any advantage. But I will say that right now, both of these teams, I know one seems to be swinging, but they're both evenly matched, not only in points and KOs. Level-wise, you have a little bit advantage on Snow, but I say that as the Blaziken also takes into 14. So this is still anyone's game. It did feel like Switzerland did gain a little bit of control, but I wouldn't say that they are now the favorite to win it all in this very moment, as Blaziken's going to use a Blaze Kick and an Overheat to knock out that Blastoise early. And again, this Blaziken has been putting in so much work for the side of Turkey.
And this is the composition we were talking about. They scale. Blaziken, excellent late into the game. Level 14 with that Overheat kick. That is going to provide so much secure onto these neutral objectives. And we see now the 4-man squad for both teams starting to peel towards the top side. But out, there we go. Now we have the fight going as they go for the dive, and they actually get the knockout initially on to Blaziken, and then they try to see if they can turn it around. So it's going to be 2 picked up. Blaziken is out of there, so no longer having that damage dealer. That means Ceruledge going to have a field day as they try to chase down the Blissey, the Clefable, but Trevenant, make sure that there's no way that you're going to get that too easily.
This is just working out really well. And now there they go. Trevenant's going to try to stall it. No, unable to do so. That would have been massive because now, again, Switzerland has control of the game state. The field is their oyster right now. Snow is level 15. Blaziken is only level 14. They need to make a play, though. It looks like they're going to leave Maridon in the back to try to deal with it. Don't know how viable that is, but they do have Mamo. They do have Trevenant. They pick up the Ceruledge. Ceruledge does get picked up. The overheat eject into it, and now all of a sudden, Unite moves are going off.
And they got the fight as they're looking for this one. Switzerland winning it out, but they have the reinforcements from Turkey to try to back up. Mammoth one got a lot of distance, but they got this Hoopa no longer unbound. Using the Unite, the big tree helps pick up the knockout onto Hoopa, while Maridon stops the Blastoise from chasing further. Even if the tree has been chopped down by the bitter blade, they have yet to take themselves the dragon.
They have not been able to do so. Their Pokemon are being spawned back. There we see Dragon just going to go back to try to heal themselves again. This is going to be a little bit of a refight here. Nobody's taking the Dragon. The thing is, the teams are going to receive a notification of who is in the lead. Dragon Ball just kind of scoping around. Does not have that level 13, so they're not going to have that shield. But Blaziken is up at level 15 with 52 seconds remaining. One of these teams needs to make a play.
And there it is. Turkey are the ones on Rayquaza. They started off as they try to see if they can dissuade the interruption, but Zoroark finds the angle. Lots of damage. Horn Leech, though, nearly dragging it back. But look at that surf out of Blastoise. Double knockout for Ceruledge. Low health bars, getting chased down, and with a Night Slash ripping him apart, that is Switzerland taking this game.
What an absolute ginormous wave of Surf capturing everybody, then using the Hydro Pump to push them all in. Rayquaza was a paid actor as they just kind of watched everything in a movie. And like you said, Switzerland able to be the dominant force in the end. The refight was all Switzerland, but my oh my, just a great positioning by Switzerland to be able to catch that Surf, and just wow, they rode that wave straight into victory. And from there on out, Snow was able to shred them up. And Dragon Ball, while they didn't get the MVP crown, they get the MVP crown from me.
Oh, me too. Honestly, I think a lot of the members of Switzerland played well, but it looked like Turkey were gonna win that fight. That was a great Horn Leech from Omnipede that had 3 members locked down that I thought they were gonna be able to capitalize on top of, had it not been for Blastoise. Had it not been for Blastoise, making sure that that great Horn Leech was completely wasted because nobody could follow it up since they were locked down for so long.
Right. And I mean, we even saw on the graph for a moment there that, like, for the most part, these teams were kind of toe to toe. They were very parallel to just scaling, to levels, to everything. It really felt like at that, like, 4 to 5, right before the 6 minute mark, that's when really things started going for the side of Switzerland when they had that red Gielecki go into tier two and they were able to break it with the amount of points that they had up available to them. But just even just looking at the damage across the board, Loxy was doing so much on that Blaziken for the side of Turkey. And again, right now, this is where things get really scary. As we talked about before, they are facing elimination, but it did feel like there was a spark in them that they did not want to go down. But Switzerland, just being the dominant force that we've seen them be here at the UEC, was able to clutch it out on top.
Yeah, they were able to have these great fights later into the game, into composition that scales really well too, and that's the big thing to me. It just shows the proficiency that a lot of these players on Switzerland bring to the table. And so for our underdogs in Turkey, it's how do you bounce back from that kind of game when you were so close? You had the scaling. There's that final fight that you fell short of. And you even had mid-game fights that you were doing well into a mid-game comp. So it almost seemed like Turkey had a lot of these points that they should have won, but didn't. So what do you change going into game two here, Alex?
Right, it's hard, right? It's hard to say, right? I mean, something that you could argue wouldn't have been the worst idea is that in that first engagement, they did leave Maridon in the back to try to deal with the Regieleki versus having them there. Could have been a little bit more pressure. I think overall, team composition wise, I don't think it was a bad composition at all. The Like you said, the Trevenant was doing a lot, Loxy did a lot. Everybody just felt like in their place. It just felt that like you they had to maybe play a little bit more defensively because again the pendulum really swung in favor of Switzerland once they were able to break tier 2 on the top path, because that now left kind of like a wound open for the side of Turkey, because now not only do you have to worry about the Regieleki, but if you do worry too much about the Regieleki, Switzerland can take advantage of that and go for a push on the bottom path, which we did see, which allowed them to be in score in front, which allowed them to hold positioning. That being said, I also don't think you should allow a team to have both Armarouge and Cerulege ever in a team.
True. Very, very, very true. I think that those two together are disgusting. One of them, which is one piece, is already bad enough, right? But both on the same
Mhm.
team, shouldn't be
Hmm.
allowed with how strong they are. So I'm kind of looking at this one, and I do think that we are having a swapping of sides. The Switzerland will be orange side, and I actually personally like orange side because there's a lot of shenanigans you can do with the draft. There's only 2 bans
Hmm.
that each team get, and that means only 1 pick for purple, which means you will have 2 of these really strong mons. It's just which ones you get isn't always decided until you find out what the other team takes first.
Right, absolutely. I mean, I couldn't agree more, especially because if you're on that side, you can kind of see, scope things out. And that's the thing, right? You want to be able to counterplay, but not only do you want to counterplay, you also want to make sure you're bringing a composition that actually looks good together, that can work together. And I think that's something that Turkey really had in that game one. It just did not come to full fruition. Everything seemed to be going well, but in the end, it did not go their way. So this could be an elimination game for Turkey as they are looking to ban out the Umbreon as their first ban.
Interesting that we're seeing that ban on purple. They have the option to draft it first, but they decide they don't want it. They want something else. I'm looking towards that Mamoswine as possibly going to be their pickup. It definitely had ways to play in the previous game, and especially if you're going to have a little bit of tankier a team this time around with the Armories being banned. Ho-Oh, still available. Oh, they're going to ban it purple.
Oh, no, still once again not available. And Switzerland, knowing that they've switched sides, they want to ban out the Armarouge so nobody can have it. And they're going to ban out the Mamoswine. This is 3 premier defenders that are not going to be taken. So Trevenant is still up there. And I know it hasn't been picked much in the UEC, but Slowbro is still a very viable Pokemon, not only because of what it's able to do in CC, but again, still, I will always defend the bro because of its Unite move being Slow Beam.
And we have, sorry, looking at what's been drafted here, because Pikachu made its way through the bans this time around, and it is traded for Zacian called Trevenant. The other defender that we've seen at the top here with Nameswine, Ho-Oh, and Umbreon has been banned. So it seems that now that they have taken the defender, Turkey are going to feel like they need to go for something. Blastoise could be the option. Blissey is still available. Looking at Hoopa, Eldegoss, things that they can easily grab for themselves too.
Yeah, I think you're kind of forced to take Blastoise here, right? Because so many defenders are already banned out, and Trevenant still being one of the better ones because it can be a defender, but it also can be a little bit more of an all-arounder. But it does feel like for the side of Switzerland, they're going to be using this Trevenant as a traditional defender because it does have the XP share. And the Blaziken going to be a steal pick away from Turkey. They don't want Loxy to have this because they know how good that Blaziken was. I mean, that's something that they can't deny, that if anything was ever in the thorn of their side, it was Loxy on this Blaziken. But it does look like Loxy might be picking up another fist fighting Mon in the Urshifu.
But no attackers were hovered there initially. I was kind of looking at what range they'd have against a Pikachu, and there it is. Chandelure going to be taken, which means Cerulean Edge, Mimikyu. These are big picks that can get on top of that Chandelure and make them really struggle even to find a good positioning to use that Unite move.
Yeah, I think Revenant Rend on the Cerulean is just you have to go here. I know that there are some other tempting things, especially like I know they were hovering over the Aegislash because you can get some great CC out of it because it's just great to be able to cut things down. It plays really well against Chandelure, but I think just having that Revenant Rend to just cut through and just kind of ignore anything and everything is going to be the pivotal play that they want to make here. Because again, yeah, Urshifu and them might be in the way, but if you have the target locked on to the Chandelure, you'll still cut them down. You'll do heavy amounts of damage, and easily a Revenant Rend can knock out the Chandelure.
And looking at how you can kind of defend the Chandelure instead for Turkey, it is all about how you want to position both the Blastoise and Blissey, because you know Urshifu and Zacian are going to be diving and trying to scrap, trying to brawl through every one of them. It's really going to be on how you set your team up to defend your Locat and make sure that the Chandelure gets that damage off in the team fights.
Absolutely. Again, this, as a reminder to everybody, is an elimination game, not even just a set as a whole now, because Switzerland did take game one. So if Turkey cannot clutch up a win and force a game three, they will be packing up their bags and they might be done. And again, as a reminder to everybody, Switzerland has topped the UEC 2 years in a row in 2021, 2022. So this is not a team that is going to go down easy. Again, we talked about the players. Snow going to be a big pivotal person to watch as they get into game two here at the UEC, Turkey versus Switzerland.
Switzerland have a lot they want to prove too, that they are going to be the top dogs, because we saw our other top dogs in Portugal lose in a pretty clean 0-2 fashion to Italy, where Italy was absolutely dominant in that one. But this series has already been pretty close. Game one was to the wire up until that fight at Rayquaza, where we saw Switzerland finally take it. Now, having this Hoopa try to steal away some of these camps from the Ghatlue, go for when it's the weakest, and there we go. It was taken, but not by the Hoopa. It was taken by Chansey instead.
Again, Switzerland tried to go for a little bit of a steal again, but they allowed this Blissey to go in because, again, you see the Urshifu, you almost guaranteed need to try, at least attempt to try to slow it down, because Ghatlue is relatively useless in the early game. If you're able to knock it out or take away some EXP from it, it does not become an Urshifu, and we're kind of seeing it a little bit here as they're going to just try to get a little bit of EXP there. They are level 5, and once again, we see the tech, but no, they are going to just opt to go in, and they are going single strike Urshifu with a wicked blow.
Okay, going right away, trying to make sure they get it for themselves. As it is going to be the dive in, looking for the knockouts. 2 of them picked up by Switzerland, and they're dunking these points. That poor Chansey, only level 3, can't really stop all these points getting dunked on top of that pad.
This is where things get really scary because you already have Combuskin up. We've seen what Cerulean can do in other games, and they're going to go toe-to-toe against this Urshifu. Urshifu going to try to go 1v1, misses a little bit of the wicked blow there, but going to go back. Chansey going to try to save its mate here, but they eject away, and Zacian is making their way downtown too. Urshifu going to have to walk away, but the Chandelure is also here with the flamethrower. I don't know if I like the flamethrower pick because that does remove the capability of being able to move around like you normally would with overheat. And now they're going into the flux zone and just gonna zoom away.
Yeah, just trying to dodge away from any of the vision and get away from the chase that was there. And that really is big here for Switzerland. The fact that they didn't have that knockout that was gifted over to Turkey. And then they go and have an eject button with a wood amber like that. My goodness, what a knockout from Switzerland. Really putting on a clinic here in this bot path and delaying so much time and allowing more points to be dunked in.
More points, more scores, more stacks are going to Cerulege, and just a great tactic to stall things out. And this Pikachu going to be going out with Thunderbolt. They're going to have a lot of range for themselves to do damage, and this Wartortle going to be taken out. And right now, this Cerulege is gaining in power. 7 minutes to go. First objectives are going to be up, and the Blaziken also level 8, which means it is ready to rock and roll. It can stay in the top path, and already top path is gone. 0 to 115. That is a big old goose egg right now looking for Turkey.
But look at this. All 5 members. Oh, no. They take the Zacian up into the top path. Urshifu stole away the Registeel, and Switzerland trying to chase them away, but they get nothing for that. A great theft of the bot path here for Turkey.
I mean, that eject button, we saw the Urshifu just charging up that wicked blow, and they said that is a wicked, amazing Registeel. I will happily take that as the ejected button into it. But again, Switzerland, even with that steal for Turkey, Switzerland has their defense up, and again, no points have been scored for the side of Turkey.
And the thing that's kind of sad there is they were able to take away both Reggie. Regieleki also was stolen away by Zacian, but this is the fight that Switzerland were looking for in the bot path. A lot of eject buttons, but that Horn Leech dragging him right back, saying, where you going, buddy? Stay in this battle. Surf taking away the Trevenant, but it's only their own doom because this bad bot pad is still being attacked all the while. Blaziken 1v2 in the top path trying to get away as it is another Surf with the Phantom Force out of there. The Cerulege not going to get tagged.
Cerulege doing a great job. Meanwhile, on the top path, you have Zacian and Urshifu. But right now, the members of Switzerland are here. They can make a little bit of a push. The one thing to note is that once Chandelure becomes level 11 and it gets the Flamethrower Plus, that is going to be massive amounts of damage and could potentially become a move that helps secure things. But until then, I don't know if I necessarily agree with it because, again, there's a lot of movement. There's a lot of dive. Overheat would have been the better move here, and we're seeing kind of in dividends what happens. And there we go. The Cerulege is gaining the advantage. Switzerland has their members here, and they're going to try to converge onto this tier 1.
Careful, though. There's going to be the knockout. The first one for Urshifu getting a nice punch there. And guess who's here? Doggo finally showing up to the fight. Double knockout for Urshifu as they continue the hunt. An eject button away, but the overheat kick finds the return, the kick kill as they get swept away by Surf. But it's still the damage for Blaziken.
Blaziken is just putting on a show the way they've used these overheats, but now the Chandelure is going to try to get a big KO, but again, Trevenant with the Horn Leech going to be able to push them back. Scores are trying to go in. They are trying to make a little bit of a push, but you got to admit, Turkey is putting on a defense of their own. They have points on the board, and once again, now Turkey's trying to make a little bit of a play of their own.
Turkey trying to defend the spot pad, but the rings have been unbound, and Cerulege has taken Regieleki. 3v2 in the bot path, make it 4 because everybody's showing up into the fight. They already got one knockout, chasing away to make sure Urshifu's gone too, with the bot pad to boot.
The boot is being put on as 206 to 76. Switzerland has not let go of the gas pedal yet. They still feel like they can just clutch this up, win it all for themselves. The Reggie Ice is going to look very nice, and this Regieleki is just not going to find a home, but they tried as much as they can. Volto's going to go diving in with Fire Punch. Don't know why, as they were going up against 2, and now that the Chandelure is level 11, we're going to be able to see how much chunk damage this Flamethrower can do. Again, it's a move that just does so much damage, especially if they're all grouped together and you hit the apex of that. Not only do you get cooldown resets, you also get massive amounts of damage and burn tick as well.
There's a lot that you can do here for this Chandelure to lock down these fights, especially when you have things like a Blastoise that can help keep the CC going and then have the die from Urshifu and Zacian. They have gotten some nice scaling for themselves. They aren't out of this fight just yet. That's going to be the Horn Leech trying to drag in a couple members. but Switzerland still having control. Surf away, didn't tag anybody, and now the Blastoise finds himself in the bad spot. Wasn't able to predict where they were going to go with the Woodhammer, walking in the front line, making sure Urshifu did nothing. Neither did the Sword Doggo, but that's Thunder crashing down on Turkey with a nice Revenant run, looking for the supports and Chandelure gun. It is a Quadra, but it's Pikachu who got it.
Wow, just the thunderstorm combo. There's so much EXP, and that could have been a big blow to the sails and that is the win in Turkey sails, because wow, they were just knocked out. That is a gut punch you do not want to face there. That was a clean sweep wipe, but it was to the details of Pikachu doing just an amazing movement there. Just wow, just so much going on there, so much offense, and now Pikachu's actually the highest level, and once again Switzerland has put Turkey in an uncomfortable position as this Regieleki not only is doing damage but is also win condition, and without their defender Blastoise, you gotta imagine that Turkey might be going for a little bit of a flip magical.
They're going for the Hail Mary here, hoping they can get Rayquaza. It's secured by Urshifu. Turkey, they got to go dunk these points, though. They got to survive. They're able to look for one knockout, chasing down under the tree, but it's going to be the Hoopa helping pick up the kill on to Urshifu. Even if they did chop down one tree, you got a lot of points to make up here.
Not only that, the Regieleki did find home base, so the rest of the members are going to try to make it happen. Blastoise is able to get a good KO onto the Ceruledge, but points are still going in 240 to 427. Zacian still has a shield, and this could be dangerous because that is a 3 KOs. This is where things get scary, Magical, because points are available. They have a shield. Turkey needs to make a play.
I thought they got the ports out there. I thought they were safe, but they're not. Blaziken helping to defend. That's a big overcap that can get going over for Turkey here as they got that 46 points. That's going to be capped in, and they are starting to make up the points, but they're not in the game just yet. They're trying to get back towards the pads. There's a minute remaining. Overheat kick, trying to get the knockouts, but you sacrifice yourself while the rest of the team is getting back on their feet.
I mean, we still see that the Zacian still has a shield. They're going to need a full ducat to try to make something happen here, but the rest of the members are up. Blaziken's the only one down. Here comes Blastoise, going to try to put a little bit of a push here. There's a big Hydro Typhoon catches some members, but the Revenant Ren might be able to cut them down, to slow them down. Now Turkey does not have their shield anymore. Switzerland just holding on. They need to hold on for 30 more seconds.
30 more seconds. You got to do this, Switzerland. You can win the game, and you can knock out Turkey at the same time. A Horn Leech locks down Blastoise and finds the knock. 15 seconds remaining. There is no more hope here for Turkey. Switzerland will take this game. They will eliminate Turkey from the tournament, from the UEC.
Oh, brother, bummer. It really felt like Turkey had a moment there, right? It felt like they had the moment within their grasp. They lost their Zacian shield because Zacian was scoring all of those major points near the end, and it really felt like Turkey might have made a play there. We saw that they went for the Hail Mary. They were able to secure. They were able to get good knockouts, but in the end, Turkey is going to have to pack their bags. They put up a good fight, but in the end, the match did go to Switzerland. A clean 2-0 sweep for Switzerland, as they might have had a little bit of a scare there, but they knock out Turkey and they're moving on. Good for Switzerland still, even in the face of, big issues and taking away the Rayquaza by Turkey. Switzerland able to hold the fort down just enough to clutch up a dub.
My heart goes out to Turkey on this one. That was so close. They got this. They went for the Hail Mary. They flipped the Rayquaza and they got it. They had the points almost there, but they couldn't retain the shields to make sure they can get those additional dunks. And that is ultimately what ended the game for them. They just didn't have enough points to overcome the deficit they had already had against Switzerland. And so you got to feel for this team. 2 well-fought games. It might be a 2-0 that Switzerland win by, but that was well fought by Turkey.
Yeah, I never looked back at the score and say, oh, that was a 2-0. It must have been a stomp, might have been easy. No, not at all. Both great games. And yeah, my heart goes out to Turkey too, because they put up such a good fight. They went for everything. They put everything on the line to go for the flip. They risked it all. They went all in and they almost had it. But again, Switzerland was ready, cut down some of the shields. Zacian put in a good amount of points, but it was just not enough to force a game 3, unfortunately for them. But great job by Switzerland. Pikachu, that was that moment where it got the quadra and Snow was able to kind of follow up with a good KO. And just like that, Switzerland just putting on a show and why they are a powerhouse to not be meddled with.
Yeah, not one bit. They are definitely going to be a team to keep our eyes on, especially as we get close to the bracket stage. We are still in stage 3 for this day, and we will be moving into stage 4, I believe, in next weekend. We will be moving into that. So there will be a lot of awesome action with that. But for now, we are going to get ready for a break. But before we do, kind of want to show everyone the awesome merch once more that we have here for Nouns Esports, because this is brought to you by Nouns Esports. And you can see all the cool things you can get. There's some sweatshirts that you have here. Those ones, I actually really like the purple ones. And I kind of want to get one of those. Not for me, but for my wife, because she loves like anything purple. And the fact that it's got that galaxy vibe to it really kind of screams to me as something that I need to get.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, please, again, this is the UEC sponsored by Nouns Esports. Look at all this great merch, you know, and you can get for 10% off with code word UNITE. I mean, how do you lose in this? You get great merch, you get a discount, you can get a mug, a shirt, or a sweatshirt. Stay warm. The winter weather here is coming soon. And granted, California doesn't get that cold, but still, like a nice hoodie would be nice.
Exactly. And for now, we are going to toss it to a break as we get ready for our third series of the day. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Dota.
Peter Pan Dam.
I'm Sasquatch, one of the founders of Nouns Esports.
My name is Brennan. That's the big goal, is just to be very, very different as a sponsorship.
Once people realize that it's just a small group of hardcore esports fans, then they get it.
I was watching Dota. I was like, yeah, we should just build a team and like we should just crush the entire Dota scene. And then Sasquatch sends me a friend request.
He immediately replied and was like, let's effing go.
We were looking for a sponsor at the time. Brax was the one who kind of brought it to us.
Dota in the North American scene has been so underrepresented by sponsors.
That went smooth, and it was kind of like, okay, we're good to go.
Once we funded Dota, the floodgates were open. Everyone was like, WTF Nouns.
You want to play? Let's play.
We signed a CSGO team, a Pokemon Unite team, a Valorant team,
and a Super Smash Bros. Player named Ghatlue.
I just gave him a hug, but then he picked me up and he passed me to another person. This has never happened to me before. Playing for yourself, it's different than when you're playing with someone on your back. You're representing someone, and it's not just about you. Without Nouns, I would not be able to go to maybe more than half the events I've been going to.
That could be it!
It was pretty huge overall when Nouns like stepped in and offered.
I was able to quit other jobs so I can focus on gaming.
Your family and friends are actually like, just to stop doing that and got the sponsorship, they're supporting.
Let's go now, Esports!
Hector's been really fun to play with.
I really want to go to TI with these guys.
Triple kill and Nouns are going to TI.
I'm Mexican, so I should know Spanish, but I don't, so he keeps like trying to speak some Spanish to me, and then he's like, you don't understand.
He need to speak Spanish.
In addition to sponsoring teams and players, we also sponsor content creators and streamers.
Nouns gave me this opportunity to keep working with what I love, that was Valorant, in another way, as a content creator.
Clip stay!
Hey! What a goal!
So we also started doing smaller sponsorships for specific players.
Foi a primeira vez que eu fui para um campeonato LAN internacional, né? E também foi a primeira vez que eu fui para os Estados Unidos.
今回お話をいただいたのは、エボのストリートファイター6部門に、参加するための、スポンサーシップでした。
We also support an initiative in Brazil that makes gaming more welcoming for women and non-binary people.
The Hub Inclusivo is like the perfect place for you to have fun, to increase your gameplay level.
Let's go. World's not saving itself.
We are very player and coach first.
Providing like the perfect runway to our players is super nounish. We just want to give them the proper opportunity. We don't want to half-ass it.
We've had boot camps.
Well, boot camps are really important. Going to Europe, you get the best practice possible. You learn a lot from that.
Device Marcus here win in ladder rather. Ooh, they know now. But he still got it all off the ladder. The movement tech is beautiful.
I think being able to work with Edward was really nice, which we probably wouldn't have been able to do without Nouns.
We support them through mental health, nutrition, individual and team exercise, not just physical movement, but team support as well.
How we talk to each other, how we handle our emotions. It's definitely an experience that I will continue to use for the rest of my life.
Unstoppable. Most orgs are very contract conscious.
In the traditional esports world, there's these contracts that are signed between the org and the player. Nobody gets to see them in the community. Players are often signing something for the very first time in their life.
Maybe you're 16 years old and you're the breakout star of the year. You know, you have no idea how to judge your worth.
So many cases of players just like stuck with these orgs that don't care about them. We want their input as well.
And that's another thing, the proposal that we made with Nouns, which is basically like my contract, I made it with them in a call, which is not usually the way things are done.
Since I've started at Nouns, I've been contacted by other business owners in esports who say, we're actually looking at Nouns as a model.
Nouns only really trying to do positive stuff, right? We get 100% of prize money, we get 100% of sticker money.
Playing Nouns actually cares. That's like the big difference. They worry about you.
We're trying to be more equal, right?
If you're a fan of esports, you've definitely heard about Nouns through that particular lens. But
Nouns esports is a small part of Nouns.
The org is more than just esports teams.
I typically say that Nouns is kind of like a super brand.
Every day, an NFT is sold that represents one voting share in the DAO.
And 100% of the proceeds go directly into the treasury.
And so all this money gets pulled together.
And if you have one of those tokens, you get to vote in any of the projects that people propose.
They have a treasury, and basically they allot money based on votes to projects they think are cool that will promote their brand.
Just a community of people who want to see cool things get done.
We're gonna have Nouns at the Rose Bowl parade. Like, that's cool.
I'm thirsty for some Nouns coffee though. We're still waiting. Nouns coffee?
They gave away like 300 skateboards. When I was a kid, I was a skater, and I could never afford a good skateboard, so I'd have been thrilled.
Oh my gosh, you know, so there's an illustrated book that's already coming out.
Like animated film.
Name a new species of frog in South America. I thought that was like wild.
Like the streetwear brand.
Toys are making the figures. Mucho love, and they've done so many different things like in the barber shop. I mean, honestly, I like everything. I'm kind of just a Nouns fanboy.
And it's really cool because Nouns gets its transparency from the blockchain, and then we take that Nouns culture and then bring it to esports. It immediately just feels like a better fit for the dynamic of being a community member.
It really reminds me of the early days of when I started getting into video games where things are based off mods, communities coming together, building things out.
And welcome back to the Unity European Cup. What a morning or afternoon or evening we have had, depending on where you are at the world. Once again, I am one of your casters that say Zero in on Alex, so please just call me Zero or Alex. Either or is your pick. And with me, my co-caster here is going to be the Mad Magical. My goodness. 2 sets we have already gone through, and just high riveting stakes, just amazing plays by both of these teams. And we were kind of expected to see this the further we got into these stages, wouldn't you say?
Oh yeah, for sure. As we continue forward and get players that we see in competitive teams already, and how they're able to bring that experience here to the UEC, we are starting to see how the competition is getting tighter and a lot closer. Even in that last one, where it was an elimination match in Turkey, we're so close in both those games to taking it back. Sadly, if they fall, they get eliminated, but it just shows you the quality of teams and players you're starting to get as we continue to go further and further into the tournament.
Absolutely. And this is going to be a matchup like no other, because this is going to be a high stakes, high intense one, as this is going to be the 3rd set of the day, with France going up against the UK. And I guess let's try to introduce the team. Starting off, I do believe with Team France is going to be the first team we are going to introduce to you all. And this is going to be a stacked team here. In the top lane, you're going to have Nachos. You're going to have your Sazero as your support. Yutao, who has a lot of experience, not only in the UCS season, but also here at the UEC. You're going to have Rezu on attacker and Megu as a tank. Again, all these players have just done really well in their own thing, and they're gonna have Lunder as another separate attacker. And their only little quote statement is, and I'm gonna mispronounce this, the Mon Petit Cracra, which means my little scamp in French, because they are gonna be putting on a scrap. But again, a lot of these players have a lot of UCS experience along with just overall experience here at the UEC, and they are going to put on a show up against what Magical will introduce to you, known as Team UK.
I mean, I'm really interested to see how our reigning champions in France go about taking on the United Kingdom here, especially when we look at a lot of their players that have qualified for Worlds as well. But let's go through the list, shall we? We have Toon here, Toon Slim, playing for the UK. We have Jellyman, we have Ripper, we have Bruv HD, Internal, and Toppy. And kind of looking at these teams, we have 4 players here that are also returning players, which is really funny. Only Jellyman and Toppy or Top Gun are the new additions to the team. So you have 4 of these players that have not only played with each other before, just looking at last year, but you have 3 of them that have gone to Worlds and competed on the international stage there too. So these 2 teams, honestly, you look at these and you feel bad for Austria, who is put into this group, because they've already been eliminated. It's already been France and the UK. They're moving. They're just looking for seeding at this point. And these 2 teams are ones that you almost expect to see either in the semifinals or in the finals themselves with the type of star-studded talent they bring to the table.
Agreed. I mean, I couldn't agree more there on that, right? Because UK, they want to bring it home. They are a different team. They've picked up members like Toon Slim and Bruv onto this. Again, Internal and Toppy. This is a completely UK team that they want to bring the crown home. But again, the champion of France is no like slacker at all. So again, to be put in this group stage is the NA equivalent of like taking year 1 and 2 of Luminosity and also putting up against like Amaterasu or something, where these were like the top teams in year 1 and 2. And it goes to show you that over here in the UEC, we see these top contenders, and this is going to be a absolute brawl between both of these teams. And honestly, I feel bad because Spartano is a big, totally not showed at all favoritism last time on the broadcast that he was rooting for Team UK, as we did post it up on the Unity Clash Twitter, so please go follow that. But yeah, we are excited to see both of these teams kind of duke it out, because both of these teams are just heavyweight contenders, and I feel pity for any team that has to go up against them, which again, you talked about, I think it was Austria being put into this group stage. You had to be sweating bullets.
Yeah, I mean, the moment you see that you got drawn into that one, you're like, oh, this is not where I want to be. I don't want to be in this group at all. And Austria learned that lesson. But I think it's important to note that for Team France, we've only actually seen them play once this year for the UEC, and that was up against Austria, because they are the reigning champions and they did get the boost into the stage 3 based off of that. And now I want to see how they are going to continue to perform, because there's not as much information on the current meta or the recent metas for these teams. Obviously, we have players that have played in Worlds, so you have information that way. You know they're going to bring a lot of that competitive knowledge here to the field. But for the United Kingdom, they have played a lot more games that can be studied, that can be looked over and poured over by France.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. And because they're reigning champions, they were given the bye into Group 3. So this is the first time that we're actually going to see them. The question remains, will they be still a dominant force? You got to imagine, looking at the roster, they're still going to be very, very dominant. But the UK has also been surprising a lot of people with how dominant in the late game. And that could be a little bit of that Nouns magic that they have here, right? Again, this is the UEC sponsored by Nouns Esports. And you guys saw the little video there. But having Toon Slim and Bruv, they are no stranger to being that Nouns, hey, we start off slow but finish strong, and we've seen it before where they've been able to score into the late game. They know how to push, they know how to strategize. And again, both of these are massive titans. France, very offensive, very dominant, but you know, again, Nouns and the Toon Slim and Bruv are no stranger at all. But Utah, that is a player to watch because they are a absolute force to mess with.
I honestly think that all these players are going to be absolute titans in their roles, just looking at how they've played. And I am really excited to get into this game one of our best of three between the two. Kind of a look at what could possibly be the future for either semifinals or finals. But we have to get into this game so we can see how the draft is going to go for both teams and whether or not we're going to see a lot of that meta focus that we've been seeing, especially looking at these defenders. It feels like that's really the pool that gets pinched the most. Not the all-rounders, not the attackers, defenders primarily.
Yeah, defenders gotta get either picked out first or they get pinched out, they get banned. It's one of those things where defenders are still going to be so important for any meta. They allow these all-arounders to go in because they know how powerful they are, and the only thing really slowing them down is these defenders. So it feels like everybody's just kind of aware of like, let's remove some of these walls, and they just want to be able to duke it out because they want to pick up these very strong Pokemon. The Armor Rouges of the world, the Cerulege being a big key piece into this tournament play. Defenders like Umbreon, Mamoswine, even Ho-Oh with its, you know, Rekindle Revive, the Flames being able to revive a whole team can completely sway a team in one direction or the other. So we'll see kind of how this works out. Blaziken, Urshifu, two other Pokemon that have just played pivotal roles into this meta.
Yeah. So we can look at why don't we take a look at the groups and see how things have gone so far. Sorry, we have a little bit of delay, but we can kind of get an idea. We have our top two teams from each of these groups that are moving forward. Our group A is the one we are currently looking at, France, UK. Both of them will be moving forward. We already know that. Group B, we just saw that it was sadly Turkey that fell to Switzerland. So they will not be moving forward. It's Switzerland and Greece that move forward in Group B, while Group C and D, they are playing, Group C is playing later. And I believe we already saw at Group D that the Netherlands has been eliminated too.
Yeah, we've seen that we've seen a lot of these teams just kind of pull out. So again, we still have another broadcast, another half of the broadcast, which if we have the schedule up, we want to remind you to not stick around, or to stick around, not stick around, to not leave, because we still have a whole other broadcast, other half ready to go. But it seems like the teams are loading up, they are getting ready. So we are going to just hop right over to the draft phase of France versus UK. And I can see already in the chat, teams are already representing. This is a very hype match, as Ho-Oh is the first one to not be allowed into the set.
Expected ban right there. Zacian is actually going to be the answer by the UK, taking that off of the board. I was expecting to continue to see these defenders be whittled down like Umbreon. We have had permanent bans on Umbreon and Ho-Oh thus far in the day, while Hoopa makes their way back to the bench.
They are making their way back to the bench because it provides way too much value. This leaves a lot of defenders available for the taking, which means, you know, you can pick up so many defenders. Trevin is still available. Blastoise is still available. You have so many good things. And Sazero gonna decide to take the Blissey as the first pick, even though there's so many defenders and all-arounders and just so many things still available. But they decide to opt, and Toon Slim taking the Jungle Bungle Leafeon. They have become very comfortable on this Pokemon.
That's not what I expected this early into the draft. We have seen that Leafeon, who used to be a terror in a lot of competitive games, had kind of fallen away with the Solar Blade not being as pivotal of a move as it had once been. But seeing that locked in so early by the UK really is kind of a sentiment that they have in this one, that they are going to be the team that is going to snowball out of control. And they even have a Miraidon to make sure they have one lane that is going to be fairly safe.
They are just opting to go in full offense. Toon has become very comfortable on this Pokemon. Being able to zoom all around and do, especially with that Unite move, Emerald 2-step is still very powerful and can do a lot of damage. Blunder and Legume picking up both of the Snorlax and the Pikachu for their side. Going to try to provide a little bit of CC, and we already see the double defender going for the side, as Bruv's going to be picking up the Crustle Hustle Bustle and the Trevenant. Crustle, a underrated pick in my opinion, because of the all-around all-arounders not being able to move as much allows those rock tombs to become that much more powerful.
But where is the Mammo? That's my big question here. No team going for that. Instead, getting the Snorlax and then Urshifu Metagross for France with an Eldegoss final pick. We have a composition that is built around defending the Smaridon, while Toon Slim on Leafeon is going to wreak havoc in the backline and constantly look for Lunder. That is pretty much the only target they have in mind. Take the Pikachu out of every fight.
Which I think that's Toon's MO. If they can do one thing in this match, is take out the Pikachu. Anything extra that Toon's able to do is just going to be called extra points, brownie points, if you will. Ripper's going to be able to be kind of that all-arounder Trevenant that we've seen. We've seen both variations where they're just a traditional defender or an all-arounder, especially with the double stacking focus ban. That Trevenant is going to be hard to take down. And Bruv, never underestimate Bruv on the Crustle. Again, because the team doesn't have a lot of movement, a big Rock Tomb combined with an X-Scissor can do a lot for them while allowing still this tree to kind of be that front line. And like you said, protect this Miraidon. You can charge these charge beams, get them off, and do a massive amounts of chip damage. And honestly, in theory, Toon can actually help whittle them away for Miraidon as well.
But looking at how France want to play this one, they have that Urshifu and they have Metagross. Both of them want to brawl. Both of them want to keep the fights going as long as possible. And as you scale up into this game, you get past this Beldum phase, the Batong phase, and get to that Metagross. This could be where France are going to feel the most powerful and look for those later plays up against the UK in Game 1.
Especially this Metagross, if it decides to go to Gyro Ball, getting those massive amounts of shields is going to be absolutely pivotal because they're going to be able to stay in fights that much longer. Along with the Blissey, it's going to be very hard to take down that Metagross. And already we see that Toppy over here going to be heading to the other side. Again, we see it time and time again. It's the tale old as time, as Urshifu does not actually take the Blissey with them, which means Toppy's going to be able to take this for free.
Oh. Taking away some of the camps from poor Cub Fu, say, you're not allowed to farm up, you're not allowed to get anything, we're not going to get you to level 5 too easily. As top path, nice knockout there for this lane Leafeon, already putting a statement into the top path and gaining control against France.
Great job by UK there. The way they were able to set themselves up, get some good damage, get an early KO, get a stack in for yourself. But this Urshifu, again, does need a little bit. So they're going to be sending a Pikachu up here. This is going to be a 4-man push as Urshifu has already gone up. Wicked Blow leaves do come out, and UK going to need to play a little more defensively.
France really wanted to make sure they got that Urshifu. They wanted to get that power spike so that they don't have to deal with Cubfu any longer. Though Beldum is still a weak phase for themselves too. They had to be a little bit more cautious since everyone had retreated for France, which is allowing a bit of freedom for these points to be dunked in. Revenant might get chopped down here, but the fact that you had to use the eject button away because Leafeon showed up is not going to be so good for France, who get more control gifted over to UK.
And look who's lurking, though. They have a Miraidon also lurking around here. This Trevenant stayed alive a lot longer and unfortunately does give up enough experience to allow this Beldum to become a Matang, as the Bluebirds are going to be in the middle. Toon's going to try to take advantage and try to get an early KO onto this Urshifu. Meanwhile, Miraidon going to be able to charge him and lives with the sliver and gets away.
And now with the fight over the Altiers in Central Path, Leafeon even dashing a bit forward with the Electric Ball and the Electro Web, doing a lot to this Leafeon. Not quite at that stage where you're going to assassinate the Pikachu before they can do anything to you.
Both teams have not been able to be as aggressive as they probably have wanted to because they know what they're up against. These are two titans. I cannot begin to scale how big both of these teams are and how they want to make sure they are not giving up any extra EXP that they don't have to, as this Matang might be catching itself, trying to stay alive with the Gyro Ball.
Yeah, just staying alive though, not getting knocked out is going to be big for the side of France, because they need to scale up and get past the Matang phase. It's not as weak as the Beldum phase, has a little bit more power it brings, but you need that Metagross, the compute and crush that you can bring to these fights and make sure that you're constantly scrapping and not having to worry about that burst of damage that Leafeon's going to do is going to be imperative for France's success.
France needs to find the success as they do put a little bit of pressure. But again, this Miraidon using these charge beams is going to allow him. And we see already the X's are coming out of Bruv. That's going to provide some good CC and some good kind of narrative here. But now we finally see the team trying to converge here. France trying to make a little bit of a play here. Now they have remained very diligent as a Thunder and Electro Ball. And the Urshifu able to secure that Reggie Rock.
Yeah, I think the UK, though, right now are getting themselves in these bad spots. They were trying to see if they can have the Reggie Lecky and the Lecky and bot path 2 at the same time, get the Regirock. But by splitting up that way, 4 members of France went to the bot, and then it's stolen! No, that is tragedy for the UK. France stealing away another Reggie. Then the fight afterwards, because Urshifu has the flank angle onto Eldergrowth and picks up an easy knockout that way. Then the other tree too. France are dominating now on the Sky Ruin.
This is what you didn't want to see happen. The way the Metang just waltzed in there and used the gyro ball to take away all the hard work. Big overcap there. Allows friends to remain this tight. And again, though, that's not to say that UK hasn't been scoring of their own. And we see the Rock Tomb forcing the Pikachu to use the eject button. Again, you're going to be able to get value. But right now, UK still kind of going toe-to-toe. There's only a 10-point difference between these two teams.
But it was a really good eject button there from Pikachu, because you lose out on that Pikachu, you lose out on any control you have in the bot path. Now you have Metagross with the flank angle onto Leafeon. Compute and Crush, the chase down, and the Thunder Boom is in the back line, but you don't want to be there either, even if your team's able to get a couple of dunks. Trying to find the knockout. It is going to be a trade of 1-for-1 at the moment now that they have this Revenant on the other side. No latch on with the Horn Leech, so instead they're turning their attention, chasing away the Pikachu. He got really good distance away.
Great defense by UK, though. Not a lot of big points difference, and they're still throwing out these charge beams already. The basement Reggie is already ready to go. We're already halfway over this match. Both of these teams, it feels like it's punch for punch, blow for blow, left hook, right hook, down, under, uppercut. These teams are just going at it. They find a way to counter each other as the Snorlax is going to try to engage, as this basement Reggie, being a Reggie Rock, has already hit the stage.
A lot of damage, though, using that charge beam to get that onto Snorlax. But they have the engage into the back line, and this is what we're talking about. The Miraidon can't do anything to the Metagross. Nobody is defending them. Even if they get the knockout onto Snorlax, the chase down is there. Leafeon did not have safety on that pad. This is France dominating in these fights. They've got the scaling for themselves. They're looking for another Reggie. It is not stolen away that time around. Even if they lose out on Pikachu, they secure control of the objective. X-Scissors punting them back a little bit, but they have got the damage, and Snorlax back in the fight. Need one more auto attack to confirm it.
This is why France have been the champions as much as they have, as the Compute and Crush is unable to finally catch Bruv. They're Bruv able to escape with just in the nick of time, but these yawns putting people to sleep. But I'll tell you something here, Magical. This match could not put anyone to sleep with how much high-paced action, as the Snorlax able to defend Utah there on the Urshifu, being able to escape from near danger, and they're going to be able to go in to try to make a little bit of a convergence play, as Bruv unable to score, but the X-Scissor does land on some of these mons.
Rubble Rouser is popped 2 to get a nice shield, but here is Metagross again with the team. Knockout onto Urshifu. They've got Toon Slim doing good work for the team, but now that Snorlax is here and you're taking a lot of damage onto your tanks, both of them having to split away from the Miraidon, which means you have to split from the fight and sacrifice one of them.
Just great defense by France. Great job. They never allowed the rest of the UK to try to score there, but Toon going to be lurking around. This Metagross is becoming very dangerous to kind of put up with, as it's all very fastly and quickly approaching level 13. Again, the more targets it's able to hit with the gyro ball, the better, but it looks like the UK might be trying to make a little bit of a convergence again.
50 points, though, should be dunked in the top path and take out a lot of that chunk, while the rest of the team is fighting in the bot path. Low health bars, and it's Urshifu chasing him down to pick up 2, but he gets knocked out as well. Eldegott's going to be the next target. Oh, he's still in it. I thought that Urshifu got knocked out, but he survived and then rejoins the fight, looking for the tree, but nobody wants to confirm that one. Not with Miraidon's charge beam, doing a lot of damage to Blissey.
just heavy amounts of damage going in. Great job by these teams, and 10 seconds remain. This could be the bout here, and this could really cement the momentum for one of these teams right now. Team France does have the advantage, and they might have caught this. Metagross coming from the back line, though. They were trying to make a little bit of a sneaky play. Great job by Metagross, but Metagross can't be taking down these gyro balls. They're trying to throw everything that they can, but Metagross staying alive.
They're doing so much work. It was the Assassin Metagross. The meteors have been crashing down, but the Assassin Meteor is not doing anything. It's Metagross that is massive in these fights for Team France. And with a Rebel Rouser trying to keep them locked in so the team cannot get on to Rayquaza, but it's burned down in time. France have got control of the game. They've wrestled it back. It was brutal, but it was off the back of great plays from their all-rounders from Metagross that let them take this game 1.
Talk about off the back of great plays where this Metagross just was a menace, never went down. It is at full HP. It just felt like it was just an impenetrable wall. And just like that, UK is going to be dropping game 1. There is a 400-point gap, but with the fact that all of the members of France are up and just dominating, this Metagross played so much as a key component for the victory that was France, because the way they just kind of blindsided the UK coming from the upper right-hand side of their own central area, completely disembalanced UK. They were not prepared for what this Compute and Crashmon was going to be able to do.
But you look at a lot of these points, you know, the point totals they have in games, and you go, oh, this was a one-sided game, right? This was close for the UK for a long time. The big problem they had was they had a decent amount of poke damage, and their Leafeon could not assassinate the backline before Metagross would do the same to their backline, taking out Miraidon in so many of these fights. We saw a lot of charge beams that were pretty much used solely to try to get damage on a Metagross who just shrugged it off with the gyro balls and said, okay, cool, whatever.
Yeah. They did not mind one bit, and just a great stellar performance by the champions here of the UEC. And we see why they are the champs, right? They were just so surprising, so dominant. They did not care about the early game. They said, we are going to scale late and we are going to do it with a plum here, as Lunder was able to do great. Sazero, and again, you got it. I mean, the MVP rightfully so to Nacho's Lebo there, because Nachos, we talked about how powerful they were going to be in the top lane. And at first we were a little confused with the Metagross, but Metagross ended up being the key component there, as Crowdy was able to do so much with the Urshifu. But man, that Metagross just completely blindsided to the UK. UK is going to need to go back to the drawing board and see, how do we want to do this? But the Utah Megu resurgence is back in France.
And see, this is where I do kind of have to ask, like with the draft that came in from the UK, they went for the double defenders. We've seen that a couple times today, but not with Mamoswine that was open. I get that Bruv likes that Crustle, but I feel like Mamoswine is so important with how much lockdown, especially on a single target, such as Nachos on that Metagross, how much that could have helped out Jellyman's poke and making sure that you don't have to worry about your Miraidon getting taken out of the fights.
I mean, think about it. Just not even that, just being able to take down an Urshifu, any single target, because we saw at the end, it felt like, I was going to say all of Nouns, but all of Team UK, it felt like they were throwing everything that they had onto this Metagross, but it just kept moving. It just kept staying alive. And then the Bliss Assistance, it was just all over. I mean, we see the damage, 111k damage drop by Nacho, and we're able to see that, like, you're right, Mamo is such a premier, you know, I'm gonna put on my little Ghatlue hat right now. It is one of the S tier defenders. To not pick it up is very confusing and perplexing. They did decide to go double defender, which I don't think was a bad idea. I know it's very popular right now in NA, but to not take a premier defender in Mamoswine to single target a Pokemon, any of them, any one of them, to be able to just kind of take them out, it does seem like that was a lot of, like, they say never leave money on a table. Well, I say don't leave a Mamo on the table, because you might regret it.
Yeah, seriously. It was one of those question marks that we kind of looked at the draft. I mean, we could also say the same for France, that they didn't have the Mamo. They went for Snorlax, but it didn't really end up mattering much because it was all about how Bliss was able to play around Metagross, give huge heals. I mean, we saw it was 76% of the heals were done by Bliss. Kind of expected, but it was 120k worth of heals.
Yeah, they were able to do so much healing for the Metagross, for the team as a whole. And honestly, it goes to show you how valuable Blissey still can be. I know a lot of people have switched to Hoopa or Eldegoss, but right now Blissey is still a premier level supporter who's able to keep the team alive. And those Bliss assists were just on target. And I'm excited to see, can UK bounce back? Do they decide to pick up the Mamoswine? Do they switch up their formula a little bit? Because Leafeon, while its main focus was able to take down Pikachu, it wasn't able to do much more than that. It doesn't play well into Urshifu. It definitely does not play well into Metagross. It's just one of those things where maybe Leafeon was not the central area Pokemon of choice.
Well, and that's the next question is we look at that Leafeon. That was a first pick Leafeon for Team UK when they were on Orange. They went for it right off the bat, which made it so that France could draft around it. You know, how they needed to move things around, what they needed to pick up that would do well against Toon's Leafeon. That way they never had to worry about the assassination possibility. And now they are going to be on purple. So UK, I wonder how much they will change. We saw earlier in the day when we had the swapping of sides that the teams kept the exact same bands. They didn't go for anything different. But I feel like the UK is really going to have to change things up.
They do. They definitely do. Without a question, Magical. I mean, they need to pick different Pokemon. Leafeon, while it's still a tremendous Pokemon, is only a Pokemon you have to save for the later part of the draft. If you can see that the opposing team has a lot more, less heavy, less or more squishy type Pokemon, you want to be able to take down those frail Pokemon. But again, we'll see what they're able to go, and we won't have to wait long as we're already getting into the draft phase. They have switched positions though, because UK is going to be on the purple side while France is going to be on the orange side. So we'll see what's going to be banned out, and it does look like Zacian's going to be the first ban for the side of Team UK.
Looks like same band so far for both teams, despite swapping of sides. That's kind of what I was wondering. If we'd see adaptations from the draft when on different sides, or if it was purely going to be from the picks themselves. I'm looking at still I was looking at the Hoopa, but actually Darkrai is globally banned, by the way. That's essentially a non-ban by UK.
Yeah, I don't know if they were aware of that. That's definitely a head scratcher there. I feel like they did not know that it was globally banned.
That or it's just a non-ban. That or they're just saying, all right, we don't want to ban anything, so we're gonna ban something that's essentially a non-ban. That way you take 2 picks here. We got them right on. You get Hoopa, maybe Mamoswine, maybe Pikachu, and then we can get other things such as Blissey. We can get a different tank for ourselves too.
Definitely an interesting pick, but again, Mew being an early pick, a little confusing, but again, it's definitely an interesting phase that they're in, but they just want to counteract everything that the UK brings, and Bruv gonna go with something very familiar, very powerful, that I do imagine they're gonna switch up their build a little bit, because that right now is built to be a Flail Axe, and I don't really see Bruv taking that all the way to the end.
Yeah, we'll have to see if that's going to be the case or not. But going for the Snorlax, take that away here from France. And then Azura Aura locked in for Nachos. Both teams are having a little bit of fun with this.
Very interesting, just the way they decided to go with the Zero. This feels wrong, Magical. This feels all types of level of wrong in the way this is working.
I mean, right now, there's not one Pokemon that was played by France from game 1 to game 2. Everything is different for them. They've gone completely different styles, while UK are nearly at that same point too. I think they had the Eldegoss and they had Rhydon, but the other 3 are brand new Buzzball and Mimikyu.
I mean, I've talked about Mimikyu before, right? And how powerful it is, and it kind of plays as like a pseudo speedster, especially with those Shadow Snakes. But just overall, this draft feels so funky all around. And once again, we talked about it in going from game 1 into game 2, that we see already that this is just looking odd, that once again, Mamoswine not picked up. They do have the Buzzwole, but again, not picking up Mamoswine, very much a head scratcher for me.
Like I said, it feels like both teams were trying to really change things up. We were asking for that adaptation. We were asking for that change. But I don't think we were asking for this much to change. Only one Pokemon is the same from France from game 1 to game 2. And Nachos onto the Zera Aura up against a Mimikyu and a Buzzwole. I do worry for France if they cannot make this work right away.
No Cerule Edge, no Armor They're not banned. Listen, we asked for change. This is not what I meant for change. I didn't say throw everything out the window and hope things just work out for the best, because this draft phase was just very perplexing. From the Darkrai ban to just so many things that just make me question everything I knew about Pokemon Unite. But I do think Mimikyu can play a lot better. I think Toon's gonna have a much better time. Still kind of in that pseudo speedster role now, like they had with earlier with Leafeon, but this time it'll play a lot better because it can go in, catch somebody off guard, and the Play With Me Unite move can just kind of shut down a Pokemon if it gets too rowdy for themselves.
And for UK, it is important for them to take this game too, because they are down 1-0 up against France. And if they lose this one, they will lose out on taking that first seed going into our bracket stage of the tournament. And also a lot of pride for themselves. They want to make sure that they and prove to everyone that they're going to take it home. They're going to make people like Tano happy. Nowlands would be happy to see the UK do well as we load up on to the Sky Ruins for Game 2.
Are you saying a caster might have a preference? We've never seen that here at the UEC. Well, yeah, that's definitely what's going on here, isn't it?
I only have bias towards one thing and one thing only. That is Cramorant. Any team that picks Cramorant, automatically they have to win.
I agree. I mean, that little bird, I mean, he's got a chef's hat. All I say is just let that bird cook, as already Zeraora is going to be in its lane phase. Nobody going after the Kubfu. They did not take a Pokemon like Eldegoss to try to go prevent that from happening. So this is going to be a very clean, very simple and clean type of sweep over there for Urshifu, for the side of France.
I'm looking at the level 5s. I'm looking at where they're going to try to gank early. Especially because you have this Buzzwole and Top Path. I'm expecting to see Urshifu go into Top Path. Didn't go for the tech that you're talking about, holding on to evolving, and decided to go for that pretty early. Now we'll get into this Top Path and look for a little bit of control around the Altaria camp.
Yeah, and looks like Toon, this is a separation of central area of Pokemon where one's going to go one and the other. They're going to try to take a big advantage, and this poor little Squirtle might have been caught out a little too early. That boosted auto coming out from Snorlax, and it looks like Toon is just going to take advantage of this and go in for the stacks. They have been massively pushed in the top lane, though. France has opted to let bot lane go, and they are winning top lane for themselves. But now they're going to try to head into the central area, try to slow things down a little bit for the side of the Team UK. France very good at pivoting at their plan A and going into plan Z. That's how far down they go.
Yeah, but it's still working out. This game is very even, and when we look at how each team wants to play, it is really going to be around these Unite moves and around some big spikes. I'm looking towards Nachos on the Zeraora, who's still level 6 and doing a pretty good job, but you need to start getting this momentum for your team. You need to start finding these plays where you can get into the back line. Well, France, I guess they do find one right there on a Snorlax.
Snorlax was just kind of caught off guard there, and now Toon might also be caught off a little bit off guard. They were trying to go in a little bit, and here this Urshifu looking for more. That is a 3 streak. They might be looking for 4,
no.
But the Hoopa is the one who is able to confirm the KO, and all of a sudden, France with a massive wallop is just trying to get right back into the game. EXP wise, this Urshifu has already reached level 8 and very closely going to be approaching level 9.
All right, Alex, forget the Zeraora. I'm changing my stocks to put them all in Urshifu. Let the Urshifu cook here, because that is what France have a great momentum going for. Is this bear who's starting to come out of hibernation and is looking mighty powerful, but UK are still playing aggressively. They've taken out the bot pad, and they are looking to see if they can get these knockouts, but unfortunately it was Mimikyu who got caught out by the strong bear.
The strong bear was actually caught out, used its Unite move to make sure that Toon was not going to be part of this. Now, Bruv trying to give the team a little bit of vision. They're trying to provide anything that they can. This Regirock is already up. And again, because it is the single strike Urshifu, it is going to be erased from the map. And it's going to allow Team France to still keep momentum. And Bruv is going to be caught out with a block.
Oh, and they're pulling back in. They were able to get the knockout onto the strong bear. And then a nice play with me with a play rough. That is a beautiful double knockout for Toon Slim to go for this play towards the second pad and bot path. It was interrupted by Snorlax and Hoopa. Then Zora Aura on the other side. They didn't get the knockout confirmed on the Snorlax because they wanted to get Eldegoss instead. Then Miraidon. Now it's the Zora Aura time to strike, taking the mantle from the strong bear and saying it's my time to shine.
I think you're gonna need to switch those socks and maybe have one sock on the, you know, those mismatched socks, because right now both of these are kind of going in right here. And again, this Urshifu cannot be stopped. It is already level 10 with its teammate Zera Aura. Both of these Pokemon are gonna provide so much value for the side of Team France, and they are just gonna go ahead and rip this up. This Regieleki is all but not, and it gets confirmed, and it's gonna try to find its way into a tier 2 pad.
As UK, we're hoping to find a pick in the central path, but unfortunately, they came up shy, not able to find anything, and then chased away by the bear. They're going for the plays, though, as they got the lockdown and the burst as they punt them back in. Double gone. Then Buzzwole missing. It was a double kill for Hoopa, turning it around with the Hoops Unbound. Might have gotten a triple there. Mew took it away, and then making sure that Miraidon's gone too, with more confirmed. Waiting for the Regieleki to crash in, but as they respawn, the UK just keep fighting. They're trying so hard to stay in this game, but France have made this top path theirs. They're constantly controlling it. Buzzwole, you're only delaying the inevitable, and that was Regieleki taking out the top path.
Yeah, see, that's not a play you want to be able to do. I understand not wanting to give that up and give it to the other side, but you gave up more than just the pad in the end. You gave up EXP. It just felt like you were going in and just being taken down, which has allowed this Zeraora to be level 12 and this Urshifu to be level 11. Block gonna try to slow things down, Toon, but there we go. The block and the fist of Snorlax. Snorlax is flail, actually. I didn't even realize that they are. They are going in with the block flail moveset. Definitely something different coming out of Bruv.
It was the auto attack, just the one slap that took away the Registeel. UK are gonna feel pretty happy about that one. Bruv's probably like, how did I get away with that? It was like the longest auto attack too. We all saw it mid-air as it slapped and got the knockout onto Registeel. While UK now having a little bit more resistances are trying to take out the top path that they had lost themselves, getting the knockout onto Urshifu and then onto Zeraora. Nice play with me. Confirms that, as even if you try here, you wanted to delay, but with 4 members there, you got the knockout onto Eldegoss, and then you become invulnerable. They can easily hunt you down. You had to dash away to make sure that wasn't going to be the case.
This is honestly the Titan matchup that I was expecting, Magical. We saw it kind of before in the push that France did with the Regieleki, and now UK is trying to regain a little bit of ground. They captured the Regieleki, and France was trying to defend as much as they could into the tier 1 path, and they were just unable to do so. This also does prevent from potentially another Regieleki from being here, so now UK does not have to worry about some shenanigans happening to them if another Regieleki were to spawn and try to be used as a push and apply pressure. So good play by UK, not only to force the hands of the France to try to defend it, which they couldn't, but also this allows them to not worry about another Regieleki approaching them.
The UK have gotten themselves in a better spot than they were before. Both teams relatively even. It's just a slight lead here for France, as we only have 50 seconds until Rayquaza will spawn. There's one more Reggie in the spot path that is going to be contested. But it's going to be UK that have a bit of an advantage since they had put a lot of their stocks to the bot path, have already taken out the pad of France. So with the engage attempted there, getting into the back line, they already got the knockout onto Eldegoss, and that allows Zeraora to clean up the back line. Give him the Snorlax flail. Snorlax couldn't do anything to stop that. France take out that fight and then are going to look for the Reggie, even if it was a play with me, a play rough, but almost was able to turn it back onto Blastoise. It is France taking themselves another neutral objective.
Not only are they taking neutral objective, this Zeraora is level 14. The amount of damage this Plasma Gale is going to land on somebody is going to be absolutely atrocious. And the fight me starting a little bit earlier than anticipated, as they're going to need to be able to reset. And now all of France repositioning themselves. Good early jump, but UK might need to be looking at this Rayquaza as we might need to go for a little bit of a flip here, but they might not have the chance. Eldegoss gets taken down.
Just gets deleted right there, and that's where UK kind of realized they don't have this position They haven't set anything up. Another portal is going to be taken back by France, keeping them well topped off in health. Even if there's an attempted fight with the Surf that almost dragged him in, they've lost Mimikyu. One of their engaged tools is gone. Eldegoss might be back up, but now there's going to be the fight. That is the Flail Snorlax running in, hoping to steal it away, but it's Urshifu securing it for France. The fight afterwards is all the icing on the cake at this point. France taking themselves this 2-0 victory off the UK as they run to the base to get these massive dunks.
They have all their members up, and most, if not all, members of the UK were taken down. And Bruv's trying to make his cheeky little play here. They're trying to potentially try to make an attempt of a push. But even if, theoretically, Magical, even if theoretically all 5 members of the UK were up with 50 points, that's only 500 points. They would be at 679. This match is over. You would need, it's just impossible. The mountain is way too high, and even then the probability of all the members of France just allowing them, but France theoretically could just sit back and base, you know, to open up a cold one and just relax.
That's boring though. France are like, why not pad the stats and get more KOs? That's what we'd much rather do. We'd much rather see how large we can make this lead look like it was, because they are dunking in all these points, nearly at 900 for themselves, as they take this series against the UK, and they will claim the #1 spot for their group going towards stage 4.
I mean, they were the #1. That's why they got the championship. They are the #1. That is why they were given a bye into stage 3. And you know who else is #1 who is going to be joining us on the desk now? That would be Ghatlue, a expert analyst in his own right, watching former team members just kind of crumble against the champions here at the UEC of Team France. Ghatlue, good to see you, brother.
Great to be back. I'm a bit sad that UK lost this game, because obviously 2 of my teammates are in the team, so I'm a little bit biased with that. But I think that game in general was very fun to watch, because it was a 2-0 at the end, but it was a really back and forth. So UK was fighting for their spot and just trying to get the win, but unfortunately Team France just got the secure as well and played a better team fight overall. So I would like to analyze what happened in this game, the second game. Like tell you guys a little bit about the story of this game, like kinda. So if we can go to the draft mode, there was a probably miscommunication because we banned Darkrai, right? So Zacian and Darkrai got banned. They banned out the Umbreon and the Ho. Umbreon is a very great, great character. You don't really want to play against it in the first pick. And I think what Team France wanted to do is, when I look at their comp, I feel like it's just a comp that they play in ladder a lot. I played against them personally myself, so they have been practicing these type of compositions. And sometimes you say, we don't really care too much about the draft, we just care about the characters we want to get. And this is what they focused on, get the characters that they want to get, not really specifically looking for a counter pick, etc. Just comfort-wise. We know how this comp works, and then we're just going to execute it well. For the left side, I think their strategy was to shut down them in the early game. And if left side composition like UK plays ahead from the early game, I think it's very hard for Team France to get a comeback, because we know that Mimikyu's play with me, etc. is very, very powerful.
That actually answers one of the questions I was going to ask you, because I'm like, why would you go Snorlax over going Mammothspine? But you answered it by saying they're going for the early game.
Right.
Like, that was kind of something that me and Alex were talking about, like, wondering what was going on with a lot of these drafts. And it felt like, especially looking at game 2, that this Mammothspine pick that has been so powerful just kind of has been ignored by both of these teams. Is this truly because of the shift of the meta from Worlds into now, where more teams are playing for these early games?
It's probably one of the reasons, but also that teams tend to pick Snorlax now over Mammothspine because of the recent nerfs. I know it's only 2 seconds on the Earthquake if you still want to play Earthquake Ice Fang, but the 2 seconds allowed you to do so many more aggressive plays. And now you have to play a bit more safe. Mammothspine is still very powerful, but as you said, Snorlax is just very good in the early game. But you can argue as well that Mammothspine is a very aggressive early game. So for the 850 Swablos, sometimes you see stuff like this where people play around vision, vision control is so important in this game because unlike other MOBA games, you don't have a ward to have vision
Right.
control. So like
That's true.
you're the only vision control, right? Your character is the vision.
You're
And
your
it
own
was-
ward, essentially.
So they abused that fact, and basically how I would describe this game is like the game is about stacking. Who gets more stacks than the other team? BBQ is very powerful with stacking. Ushifo is very good with stacking as well. So the teams were just constantly stacking against each other. Here we're looking for an invade. It's a very common strategy, right? If you play on the top lane side ahead, you wanna gank from the top lane side to the jungle. And it's a bit hard for the bot lane side to protect the jungle. Because if they protect the jungle, they will essentially lose a lot of farm. What happened here, for example, that was very sad because the Mimikyu hit the red buff with the Shadow Sneak, but the red buff died before he could take it back, so he couldn't really one-shot the Zeraora. So something that happened in the early game is, I think they played a very well Hooper game. So the Hooper was playing with the invade, he was playing with counter the invade, he was playing very well overall throughout the game. So basically, now, again, they're just stacking. So what I'm looking at is who gets more stacks. Possible needs stacks, Mimikyu needs stacks. And now they are wiping UK on team on top lane side, and they're getting a lot of stacks. And you mentioned as well in the cast that the Ushifo is already level 8, which is very, very scary. Because when you get Ushifo level 9, it's a very hard chance for you to get the bot lane objective. And compared to the Mimikyu, who is only level 7, it's going to be pretty rough for the beginning. So what happened if we can skip to 7 minutes? This is, again, like just a common thing with competition. You are winning, you're getting excited, so pay close attention, guys, and the viewers that are watching. If you are getting our objective, please think ahead about what do you want to do. Because you got the objective, and then you overextend, and then you get like, essentially just give a big shutdown. And this big shutdown leads to the enemy team coming back from the game, and you're not controlling the game anymore. So if you will let it play, you can see that the Ushifo will secure the bottle objective, and then he will try to overextend because he's getting excited. You have to be like you have to separate excitement and what is the next play, because you don't know, like vision control again. You don't know where the Mimikyu is. This is what Toon is abusing the entire time. You don't know where Mimikyu
They
is.
split up right here. Look at that. The Blastoise goes all the way south, so they're already split up.
Yeah, and the Mimikyu is left side, so he can just all the way to the right Shadow Sneak and gets a great kill. But also was a great block by Brav, just pushing them. And that's one of the reasons why you see the flail block playstyle, because block is so much faster now. So when you use flail and block, you can actually, you don't even need X speed anymore. So here Team UK tried to push. If they didn't react towards it, it would have been a great push. But again, if you play Hooper, your main objective is to protect go zones and have map control. And this is what the Hooper knows. Okay, my teammate just died bot lane, so I need to go bot lane side to protect the go zone. So if we can skip to 550, this is very interesting because we killed them on top lane side, and I think that Team France knows that they are stronger than them because, as you can see, Levi 11, Zeraora. We have Hooper Unite move to bring everyone together. We have Blasters Unite move. They have so many strong Unite moves to bring everyone together. See, even if they essentially lose the fight, they can just bring the people together. And if you reset, you guys may have noticed that when you die and you take the Hooper portal back when you respawn, you're invincible for like 2 seconds. So the enemies can't attack you. So this is like very, very OP feature in this game.
I think Hoopa's just so
It's
strong.
so good. It's
like,
so
coming
good.
from other MOBAs personally, when I first saw Hoopa, I'm like, this thing is too powerful. This thing is so good because of the map mobility alone.
Yeah. And yeah, this is like, I feel like this game is just controlled by the Hooper throughout the early game to the mid game. And then there was the hero play from Rough HD at 445. He blocked him away because he failed to secure. And then he got off an auto attack. Not a flail auto attack, just auto attack. This is just
right here.
This is just Rough HD. So he's using X speed, going in. He's always looking for the secure, and it survives with 1 HP.
It's the slowest auto too. Like, look at this. Just
right there.
Right?
And Zera turns around and boom.
And the Wicked Blow actually hit, but the Wicked Blow does more damage if it hits the center, right? But normally you will not expect the way he pushed around. So Ito didn't expect it, and then he didn't hit the center of the wicket blow, so he didn't get the secure on the kill.
Right.
Then at 240, UK gets caught, and this is where I feel like the game just shifted towards Team France. Because even though it was a back and forth, it was very fun to watch, like the pushes. The main thing that happened was at 240, where they got the objective. So if you can skip to that. Because right now it's just farming, totaling around, getting the XP. But here's the most important aspect of the game. The bottom objective is spawning. You can decide, do you want to play for it? Do you want to try to fight? Or do you just want to reset the objective and not play for it at all? Refuse to play them. Just think about the compositions. So they have a lot of CC. They have Hooper portals, and they the Mew just, again, it's an Expedia attacker who does so much damage with his Electro Ball and auto attack. The Mew player knows perfectly the damage ratio, etc. And you guys pointed it out as well. After this fight, the Zeraora went towards level 14. So not only did they get the objective, they essentially just team wiped the enemies. Which was here it was pretty sad, because if the Blastoise dies, he gets the Shadow Sneak reset, and he can actually wipe the team. But
Yeah.
Blastoise is so much
I didn't
tankier
see
now.
that. The Blasters was so low.
And that's why Focus Band is such a nice item. If you don't have Curse Essence or Anti-Heal, and the Focus Band drops, you can survive because of it. So we got the Reggie Ice, and this is the reason you play this Zeraora build. He showcased this very perfectly. You want to charge your auto attack, and then you want to essentially just fish around. Fishing means like this, where you just use the booster auto attack to mark the enemies, use the Void Switch and the discharge, activate the Void Switch when the discharge ends, perfectly timed, so you can pull the enemies as well. And this is the beginning where the fight really started to just be very painful. Because the Eldegoss was essentially forced to use Ultimate, so they don't have the supportive tool of the team fight. And Team France knows that, so they cannot really reposition it doing a team fight with full HP again, because Eldegoss just doesn't have the tool. And then throughout the team fight, Eldegoss got one-shotted because the Eldegoss was staying low HP, and as you can see, it gets hit by the Rayquaza, it gets hit by the auto attack, and it overextends in the middle. So there was so many factors where the Eldegoss just started getting dizzy, because people get dizzy when out of nowhere the Zeraora is spawning you, because it's very scary. So afterwards, the Mimikyu was essentially really low. Utao saw it and then used eject button wicked blow.
And
then
throat
chop. Sorry.
Yeah.
And then the game was kind of over, because if you are confident in your secure and the odds of securing are very low for the enemies, you will probably almost get it every time.
Gotcha. Yeah, that was actually very clever to use the eject to throat chop it and to just kind of converge onto it, because you do eliminate the biggest threat, which could have been Toon in that scenario. Wow.
But yeah, this is one of the reasons why Europe is such a strong region, in my opinion. They have very great Hoopa players. Europeans really like to play Hoopas. The Asia side knows that, so most of the time it's banned against Europe. So quick shout out, try to practice a bit more Blizzy if you want to play internationally, because your Hoopa is going to get banned.
Hoopa, like I said, I think Hoopa is absolutely disgusting, especially in the hands of someone who knows how to play them. Just how much mobility alone. You could literally make it so it does no damage. I still think it would be viable.
Yeah, just the movement itself. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it has so many tools. It has good kiting tools, etc. But I think we're gonna head to a break very shortly, and yeah, we can show the merchandise that we have in the non-shop. It's very cool stuff. So we have jerseys, we have a hoodie, and we have a mug.
Love it. Love every bit of it. I mean, again, we talked about it before. Wear a nice Nouns jersey, maybe take a sip of coffee in the morning or tea or whatever drink you want. And the hoodie looks absolutely comfortable. And I think Magical talked about it a little bit. The purple one is just looking so fly with that galaxy theme going and everything. It just looks so good. But this is also a reminder that this has been the first half of the UEC here at the Unity European Cup, sponsored once again by Noun Esports. It is going to be a bow out for Magical and myself, but don't go anywhere, as we do have casters Kelosaurus and Dracusan on the way. Going to be continuing the cast with 3 more sets of their own. So sit tight, buy some merch, and continue watching here, the Unity European Cup.
less of a target. But now we have these targets in the top path, looking for the Eldegoss, who is able to get back towards the goal and get these shields.
That slow on the Gyarados was so important. They weren't able to lock in that KO. And yet again, look at all that. What an engage from the Zash, and Big Doggo getting revenge alongside the Big Fish. That is a triple KO in the top lane. 2 to the Dragon, 2 to, well, Quadra, even magical. Let's go, Zashin.
Yeah, and I want to even, my true hero in that was OTB Boo on the Armoroots. That side shock to get the triple CC, allowing the Zacian to then dive in and get the quad, that was what set it all up. It was so well played there by Belgium. They get themselves full control of the top path. The fact that now, even with the Reggie bot path, they don't even care. They down into the bot path to try to make sure they can even out the playing field.
Left the all-rounders in the top lane to juice it out up there. The Regice is getting some damage put onto it from Grease, but of course Slowbro is here. There is a fantastic zone in Mon, but look at Umbreon doing an absolute treat. Gardevoir popping down the Unite move to lock that one in. Umbreon and the Bliss assistance dropping a lot of damage onto the Doggo. Can they take it down? Thunderstorm locking it in. Eldegoss has to use their Unite move. There's the Psycho Boom, but it doesn't do enough damage onto the Umbreon. Such a tanky defender, but they lock it in with the Armor Cannon in return.
That's how you get the damage onto the defender. One big old cannon on the arm. And so suddenly a fight that looked good initially for Greece completely turns back towards Belgium.
Good idea, I guess. You don't really want to handle it. You want your team to back you up, but this is just aggression from Belgium. Look at the pushing in Eldegoss, and there's the bounce. Goodbye, Gardevoir. Goodbye, Umbreon. Back to the Pokemon Center for you.
Goodbye, Greece, at this point, because this is Belgium's game and how they played that. And I called out before that OTB Boo on the Armoroots is great. I gotta call out our Slowbro there. That was insane.
There is Singularity with the Seismic Slam, and you can wipe out a team, but they're just not deciding what to do with the engage yet. They know they're losing. Belgium don't need to do anything. Look at the Armor Cannon coming in. Goodbye, Eldegoss, though. Good lock in from the Gardevoir there. They are currently, there's a Seismic Slam, buddy. They're going to drop that damage. The Slow Beam on the Charizard to answer, though. Nice 2 KO coming in from the Gardevoir. Hits the spot. Then the system. They're going to take down the Doggo. A Quadra, not a Quadra, a Penta.
Penta there for Greece, for Gardevoir, and that was the fight we're talking about. How they could manage it, could they get the damage from Gardevoir, and they did it beautifully. Greece, it looked dicey. They didn't look as confident throughout most of this game as they had previously, but when push comes to shove, they showed up and they have taken control of game 1.
Change on the map for them to be able to get the win here. It is quite a bit of a difference, but 3-3, 4-5, 4-7. This has been a really well contested game. Nice defense coming in from Greece, so I think they're going to take this one away for the first game.
Yeah, with only 10 seconds now on the clock, Greece. What a beautiful team fight they had right when they needed it most. They show up, and that's why the surrender vote comes out. They've got to look for a fight against Belgium because there's a telehunt. They're about to get Blaziken. So if they don't make a fight happen here at the ulterior path and the top path, they're not really winning out when they're strongest.
Yeah, rightly so. I mean, Combustion's there. They need to really capitalize on getting the KO on it. There we go. Just as I say it, it's almost as if I can speak the future. They take that down and they push onto this T1 pad. Hooper putting the hot portal down to bring people up, but they take the 2 KO from the Glaceon. There's the Unite move in return, and we've got Charizard pushing on though, but look at the rip that can come from the Glaceon. Nice pick up by the Combustion on the Gyarados is going to give them the Blaziken.
Now, getting these knockouts crucial for Belgium, especially because Regieleki is up, but Glacium is still here. Todoroki would have looked for something, but back there's 4 Pokemon there. Rightly decides to get out of there.
So close considering the fact that we're at the 3.5 mark. We do have an engage onto this Eldegoss, but a Slowbro and an Eldegoss are just going to be so difficult to rip down. And the Gyarados comes in the background. There's the Unite move from the Inteleon. We see the dive onto it, but that's going to be too much for them to handle. Charizard does go down though. Are they able to lock in the KOs here? I don't know. They've got some good zoning coming in from the Slowbro. Eldegoss is going with 1 HP and a Dream. Umbreon Umbreon saying that's a nightmare now, but it is a lock-in on that Registeel, I believe, by the Pikachu. Yes, it is. The mascot takes into it, and we still have Unite moves over on the side of Greece. We do have some decent ones on Belgium as well. Well, we have the Hooper, of course, Blaziken constantly has theirs up anyway, but they know they just need to put the defense on here. They are winning. We're going to have a bit of a rip, but look at these snipe shots doing just that again. You can't heal that much against them. 50% on the Big Queen Dragon. There's the dive onto the Blaziken, bouncing around with some damage there, but there comes the seismic slam in return, buddy, but the slow beam to answer instantly, taking down that Charizard. Rings Unbound have been released, and here we go. Greece taking down the pinnacle Mons on the side of Belgium, but the CC that comes in from that Hooper is so important. Blaziken locking in onto the Glaze Gun. I think that's going to be it to them. They go down, Focus Blast picking it up. They've got a double KO there, baby. The slow bro being the only thing up, but that is an ace. Belgium come back to answer. This is a Hundo Burger. Triple KO for the Inteleon. Let's go, Belgium.
They've got to look.
Hello everyone, we are back for the Unity European Cup, and this time we have Draco and Kilosaurus. Hello Kilo and Draco. How are you doing tonight, Draco?
I'm doing pretty good. I would say good morning, but I think that only applies to one of us. I think it's pretty early in the morning for Kello. It's about noon here in California, so it is a good morning, at least for me, Ghatlue. I'm doing pretty good. It's been some time since I've seen you, more like 12 hours or so. We were hanging out in the Caster Cup at the Unite Mike's channel for the charity event, but I'm doing pretty good, Ghatlue. Thanks.
Yeah, that was very fun. How are you doing tonight, Kilosaurus?
Oh, look, it is almost about 6 a.m. here in the morning. So, hey, look, we're here. I'm never beating these EU allegations. I guess EU, just change the vowel around and we're good. But we're here and I'm really excited to see these matches.
I'm very excited about the match because it's gonna be Unity Country versus Belgium, and they are also in our group, which we're gonna play later tonight, like Germany versus Team Belgium. So I'm really very excited to see how Unity Country is from last weekend, because they did 2-0 Team Germany, and they played very, very well. So very excited. And if we can check the player cards, then we can also introduce the teams. So for the Unity Country, we have 9 Apple, Sunnylove, Salute, Mugi, Pepsa, and a Shadow. And the player that I think you should look out for is Salute and Apple. They are both very strong players, very strong carry players. So definitely players to look out for. Also because this is the type of team that plays the meta as well. And then for Team Belgium, we're gonna have TB and Globe that I think you're gonna look out for, because I think the TB, the leader of the team that chooses the players to play with, are very, very strong. I think Globe is a very good attacker in Europe, and John is a very good ADC as well as a support. Very excited for this one. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I'm super excited as well. I mean, Ghatlue, unfortunately, your team, Team Germany, did go down 0-2 to Unity Country. Don't know how much familiarity you have with Belgium, but at least between these two teams, who are you hoping to win? I mean, based on the outlook of moving on to the playoffs, which start on Friday, who would you like to win this set for that would be in favor of yourself?
I would probably look forward to see if Unity Country could win, because we have to play against Team Belgium. So basically, if Unity Country loses against Belgium, it would be a bad outcome for us. So rooting for Unity Country, but again, I think Belgium is a very good team. They, I think, won every set as well in their group stage. So I'm looking forward to see how Belgium is going to perform against such a strong team that is potentially one of the favorites in this tournament.
Yeah, it's really... Go ahead, Kello.
I was gonna say, in their description, they describe themselves as the underdogs. So, you know, I don't know if they're the underdogs or not, if they've already defeated them, and they've made it this far. So we'll definitely have to see how far they come, especially if they are a fan favorite. And pretty much in their description, they say that they're just gonna do their best. So don't underestimate them, because they're going down fighting. They want to be able to represent their team before they get banned, as they say. So. Hey, one last hurrah for them, right?
So now I have a question for you guys. What do you guys think? Do you think that the meta shifted a little bit because of this patch note? Or do you think it's still like kind of the same meta? I mean, we will see it in the draft mode as well, but I think that the meta doesn't really change too much. But for example, characters like A9 look very good right now because of the buffs.
Yeah, I agree as well. I think Alola Ninetales was somewhat in a good position already. I think it does really well when the meta is in a very bulky meta where there's a lot of Pokemon that hang out in the front line. Those are the all-rounders and defenders, and we kind of know the ban slots are, and the first pick slots are all represented right now with a lot of all-rounders and a lot of defenders, and so Alola Ninetales just does a little bit better. Kello, I think, do you have a bit of experience playing Alola Ninetales? I know you play a ton of attackers. Any experience with Alola Ninetales specifically with you?
in comparison to other ones, no. I have played a little bit, although I know it's just super annoying to go into. Just the amount of crowd control that it provides with its freeze. But then I also know in terms of its passive, snow warning, I know that can either be a hit or miss for you. Sometimes giving away your positioning while you're lurking in the tall grass. So definitely have to be wary of that one.
Yeah, I definitely think that Ana is just a very strong character. Yesterday, I was playing in ladder, and the passive from Ana actually got the Rayquaza. So it's
No way.
yeah. I lost
That's-
I lost it because of the passive. It's actually crazy. And like just like these timers, right? 5.5 seconds or 4.5 seconds. It's not too much time, but if it keeps landing on the team fight, it can be very crucial because every time you stack your ice, like you can freeze the enemy, and on top of that, I think it can be very great with Mamoswine because Mamoswine technically stuns you for 4.5 seconds.
I guess
Yeah,
that's probably why they needed to nerf Mamoswine to balance out Alola and Ninetales, right? Because when you said both of them in lane, good luck.
Yeah, I think that's the pairing that we all know, Ice Lane, right? And there are other Ice type Pokemon, but that one specifically has been such a strong early game presence. Even though Mamoswine is a level 9 Pokemon, I think some would agree that Mamoswine's best part of the game might be its early game. It's really strong auto attack presence, freezes on those boosted autos. Even Ice Shard does really well with tackle, and that lane is just a pain to go against, especially if you're putting that maybe in the top lane where it's going for an anti-stack strategy. But yeah, I think right now there are a couple of interesting changes to defenders, and I say interesting in more of a negative connotation. I think Mamoswine getting some nerfs is a little bit interesting. I'm pretty sure the competitive metagame right now doesn't use a whole lot of Icicle Crash and Earthquake, maybe Earthquake more so, but I definitely think the meta is more towards Ice Fang as being the more dominant ability. So curious to know why that change occurred for Mamoswine specifically.
Yeah, one of my friends was very sad that the Icicle Crash did get nerfed because he was a huge fan of the Icicle Crash. It technically did do a lot of damage, so maybe they just said, I'm not sure, like maybe it's just solo queue because Outwitch also got nerfed, which didn't really make sense in my eyes as well. So we're gonna see what they're up to. I always think that when a patch note comes out, they are taking the information from the Asia side of Pokemon Unite. Based on that, they will nerf characters. This is at least how I think it is because it is very popular to play these kind of builds in Asia.
Yeah, the Dragonite change was also kind of a head scratcher for me. It was such a micromanaging change, in my opinion, right? They reduced the amount of crowd control off of Outrage, and if I recall this correctly, we were making fun of this on one of my broadcasts, but they also changed the amount of stun from the electric type auto attack from Dragonite. I think they reduced the amount of crowd control with that, so again, just some odd changes, in my opinion. Another dragon type Pokemon that also got a nerf was Dragapult. Of course, it doesn't have a whole lot of presence in competitive Unite, but I believe the amount of attack bonus you get for each KO of Phantom Force has been reduced. So most likely not going to be seeing that character at all, even more so.
So now we're gonna have a look at the groups. In Group A, we had France, UK, and Austria. In Group B, we had Czech, Greeceland, and Turkey. Group C, Team Germany, Unity Country, and Belgium. Unity Country versus Belgium is going to happen very soon. And we have in Group D, Team Italy, Portugal, and Netherlands. And for the Group A, France and UK are qualified to the next stage, to Stage 4, and Austria is out of the tournament. And this is, to note, the first time that UK made it kinda out of the group, but there's gonna be another. So very excited to see how UK is gonna perform throughout the tournament.
Yeah, Of course, you got your teammate on that one. Toon is on that team, so congratulations to him and moving on to the playoffs. And once again, if you're new to the European Cup series, this was hosted last year by Pump, so big shout outs to him for setting up that foundation, and of course the Shivam taking over the reins, and you as well, Ghatlue. But we do have the playoffs starting on Friday. Of course, we're going to be finishing out our stage 3 today, if I'm not mistaken. And once again, 2 teams from each of these groups, a total of 8 teams, will move on to the playoffs. And remind me, Ghatlue, once again, how much are these teams vying for? A $500 prize pool at the end of this?
They're playing for a $600
$600
at the end of this tournament. So a lot of things to play for, but also to represent your country for the winner of Europe. But I'm gonna give you guys the draft. Very excited to watch Belgium's Unity country and analyze behind the desk.
Thank you so much, Ghatlue. We will talk to you at the end of this set. Kello, I hope you got Zero's energy, because it's quite early for both of us.
We're bringing the energy. More hype, more energy, more footwork, as we
More
would say.
footwork, indeed.
But I mean, Hooper, it has no feet. It has a tail. It's out of the picture. But we do have our bands. So we have Hooper and Seralage knocked out for Belgium, and no Maridon or Blissi. So 2 supporters out of the equation, which means Sunny is going to pick up, I suppose, one of the next best supporters, Eldegoss, for themselves. And despite these nerfs that we were just discussing, they're still going to lock in Mamoswine as well.
Yeah, I was expecting Belgium to pick up at least Umbreon here, but the 2 best healing type Pokemon, I mean, of course, Umbreon isn't really a traditional supporter. It does with that mean look, or with that wish, but very fast draft. I think this might be the fastest draft I've ever seen. There might be a crash or something, but that was like a 20-second draft, Kello.
There is no dilly-dallying here. They know what they want to lock in. They are raring to go. But to summarize, as we get our final preparations underway, we have Zacian, Dodrio, Urshifu, Pikachu, and Trevenant over on the side of Belgium. And for Unity Country, we have Memo, Swine, Eldegoss, Umbreon, Venusaur, and Blaziken. So 2 pretty well-rounded teams here. I mean, I feel like Unity Country have a little bit more bulk to them. So it's going to be interesting to see what they run. I'm guessing this is going to be a Venusaur, wouldn't you say, Draco, considering the front line that they have?
Yeah, I mean, it seems very much like a protected president composition, right? You have 2 defenders or frontliners. You also have that Blaziken as well, and it's definitely going to be somewhat of a cat and mouse game, more like cats and mouse game. That Urshifu had a full heal. There's a Zacian, of course, and the Dodrio. So those 3 specifically are going to be trying to hunt down this Venusaur, which is most likely going to be the biggest source of damage. 2 very different types of team compositions right here. Venusaur, I don't know how well it's going to do. Of course, you're going to have 3 separate targets you have to watch out for, and Venusaur typically does really well when the other team doesn't have a whole lot of mobility to land those solar beams. So curious to see how well it performs here, Kello.
Yeah, it's definitely going to have to be wary of Dodrio trying to get into that back line. Otherwise, we can see on the minimap, Cubfu and Pikachu have gone into that central area because we know how slow Cubfu can be with their clears. We do also have a little bit of a split here. The red buff going over to that Gossifleur, and we know that just helps those slows along earlier in the game to just keep the pressure on.
Yeah, fairly conservative start for both sides. We do have an early evolution from the Umbreon. This, by the way, is going to be a top lane carry Umbreon. Nice foul play, kicking that Zacian over above that tier 1 goal zone. Once again, both teams playing fairly conservative, especially with the Zacian that has a really strong early game presence. It's really good for the Zacian to apply some pressure here, but it's going to be very difficult because Umbreon is not an easy character to take down, Kello.
No, it isn't. It can be quite bulky. It'll be interesting to see. It is running that foul play, whether it's going to end up running that style as well. But a great blaze kick coming from that Combusken to push back those birds. No knockouts just yet, as we do have both teams retreating on back to just complete their wild Pokemon spawns.
Yeah, not a huge fan of the way that Belgium is playing right now, considering their 3 Pokemon really strong in the early game. That Dodrio, Zacian, and Urshifu do really well at that level 5. And I do like this change, though. Going to apply some pressure into the central area. Nice boosted auto. Finds its way onto the Combuskin. And they're going to need some help here in the central area because Combuskin, Ivysaur in the bottom path do not do very well in this early game. So they got to find some experience somewhere else.
Yeah, but this Urshifu is just going to kick their way out of danger, considering 3 of them are there. They do not want to have to deal with that. Instead, they're going to prepare for these Swabblers and Altaria that are spawning, and they're just going to soak those all up. Unity Clash aren't inside. Instead, they're going to focus on getting their stacks, but Umbreon has 30 points in their pocket, so they're not able to actually complete that and get another attack weight stack for their own, as the others have just come up to take down Eldegoss.
Yeah, Eldegoss on the chopping block here. Level 6 on that Combuskin, so at least 1 level away to getting that evolution to level 7. I think more importantly is when they get access to Overheat, one of the best securing tools in the game. But very close game. First 3 minutes of the game. Again, I would like for Belgium to be a little bit more aggressive, especially with this high-scaling team on the side of Unity Country. Once they get that level 7 on the Blaziken, level 7 on that Venusaur, it's going to be very difficult to lock those 2 characters down when everything else starts to scale too.
Yeah, one thing they are able to lock down, though, is going to be that Pikachu. And now they're just trying to take care of the Zacian, but we do have 3 members down bottom. Only the Venusaur and the Piloswine down here. And as we pan on over, Regice is already at half HP because Urshifu is shredding through it. But instead, it looks like they're just trying to continue to zone him on out. Hopefully, they haven't actually leached it enough for it to reset. But no, that is going to be a Regice lockdown for Belgium.
Yeah, especially when it's just these 2 characters, it's going to be difficult to protect that Venusaur from a Dodrio and an Urshifu. On the other side of the map, though, Unity Country is going to try to break this goal zone. They do not have enough points. They have a full pocket with that Umbreon, but with the rest of Belgium coming up here to defend that Tier 1 goal zone, I don't think they're going to be able to do that one, but lots of players rotating to this top path. Again, really good secure on the side of Unity Country. They don't have very good rip, but doesn't even matter if the team slowly starts to take that down. A triple trample from the Dodrio finds 2 KOs. They do get the Regieleki, but they hand a ton of experience to this 3-headed bird.
Yeah, and the Umbreon also ends up going down in its Fist versus Kicks, but it looks like the Kicks are winning as Urshifu has won, and now they're going to go in and dunk in 40 points. Down in the bottom path, we do have the 2 defenders going up against each other. However, we have this Piloswine that hasn't even reached its full evolution, but we've got to say, it's doing quite well on that pad to survive all of that.
Yeah, a fun game that I like to play is an over-under, as in the time of how long it takes for the Piloswine to evolve into a Mamoswine. It's somewhat has that War Turtle syndrome, is what I called before. It's like, remember when War Turtle used to get caught at level 7 or level 8? It's kind of the same thing with Piloswine. Again, really good early game and somewhat of a mediocre middle game. And takes quite a long time for this thing to get to level 9. It's a lot of experience it needs, but huge team fight breaking out here in the bottom path. It's a 4v4. And both teams just staring at each other from either side of the map. As we head into the halfway point of the game, let's go ahead and take a look at the field. Say a very close game. So you can see that notification there. You can also see a 2-point differential between the 2 teams. But real question is, both teams now have started to scale, and scaling is definitely going to be in favor of Unity Country. They have that Unite move from the Venusaur, and Dodrio is going to score behind them.
Yeah, but we have 5 yellow dots, or 4 yellow dots above Belgium, and they're going to go in for the rip, as we do have members being separated, but 4 members of Belgium are up. They're going to shred down this Regirock. Umbreon tries to get it with their Midnight Rant, but unfortunately, the leap was a little too late, and Pikachu gets the secure. Venusaur needing to back on up, actually opts for not getting that berry, even though they were only an inch away. There we go, they've got it.
Yeah, I think maybe with the Eldegoss and the active healing from the Tier 1 goals, I think they felt pretty safe. But I think the big question here is, why did the Eldegoss use that Unite move? I think that was a Unite move, Kello.
Yeah, it was a Unite move. It could have been used, not realizing that the fight was dissipating. But you know what? It's going to continue up in the top path. Umbreon able to make an escape because of the coverage from the backline of the Venusaur. But they're going to dive in with their snarl and foul play. And even after all of this, they're still... Oh, no, never mind. They have just been taken down as Shifu is going to land those hits and kicks on Venusaur. And Eldegoss with the 3 KO streak. Are they going to get the 4th?
I think they do. Yeah, Quadra KO for the Urshifu. So much experience for this player. Level 13 has access to all of those plus abilities, and it's definitely not a good look for Unity Country. They're going to send that Reggie Alecki over to that tier 2 goal zone. They have some interesting options here. They could head into the central area, but it looks like the Zacian and the Urshifu might be trying to apply some pressure here as the rest of the team is going to go for a split push in the bottom path.
Yeah, I guess that is the play. Knowing that Unity Country do have the jump pads there, they're going to need to deal with it. They're going to take away both of those buffs away from Unity Country, so that is going to hinder them a little bit further, but they already have 3 level 12s over on their side, and considering that tier 1 up in top path has been destroyed, they will have somewhat of some comeback experience, but we already have 3 level 13s on the side of Belgium here, Draku.
Yeah, 30 seconds left before the big green dragon in the sky takes to the battlefield. Zacian is going to go for a back half in the tier 2 goals, and you can see the upper left corner of your screen. Reggie Steele, always a very valuable asset going into the final stretch. That global EXP, not as important to the attack and special attack buff you get across your team for the next 90 seconds.
I was going to say I was a little bit concerned for this Zacian, considering it is one of those XEX Pokemon that still uses Eos Energy for its movements. But I'm guessing there was enough gold on the floor, as we can see that it already has picked up 50 additional points going into that final stretch. So just to give it that extra boost in power that it might need. Otherwise, we are going to have a dive in from Trevenant. They are almost going to get quickly shut down, but a great Phantom Forest to give them some additional shielding to prevent them from getting taken down. But once again, they're going to isolate the Mamoswine that is forced to use their eject button back to safety here.
Yeah, poke damage from Unity Country really strong with that Solar Beam. Can also compile that with the Focus Blast from the Blaziken. Really trying to find their way in. Of course, the first move has to be made by Unity Country with that 100 from the Zacian on that tier 2 gold, or that 50 from the Zacian in that tier 2 gold zone. It's going to give them the upper hand. 1 minute left. They can pivot towards one of these gold zones if they decide to. But one thing that I was mentioning before, really good secure on the side of Unity Country, but not the best rip across the 5 members of their team.
No, they need to try and get an isolation somewhere, and this is where the job of the Mamo comes in. However, Pikachu's going to dive on in. Unite moves are going to pop left, right, and center here. 2 members of Belgium have been taken down, but their backline, Venusaur, has also been knocked out. Despite that, Unity Country still seem to be in the lead here of the fight. It's just a matter of whether they even have enough rip, but they still have to deal with other members as Pikachu gets a 2 KO streak, and that is a team wipe, Draku.
Yeah, well, didn't even see where the team members went down. The Dodrio was trying to take a couple of members down. I think they were able to take down the Eldegoss, but can these 2 players take down this Rayquaza? Again, not the best rip between the 2. Zacian is here, has a pocket of 16, jumping in with that Sacred Sword, and the Umbreon is able to get this one here. 5 seconds left, the race is on. Can they make it here? They can only get one on this gold zone. Again, it's a 2-score game, but even with that 100 Kello, I don't think it was enough.
What? Was that last second dunk? Oh, it wasn't enough. 197 to 163. If they only had an extra a second or 2, maybe they would have been able to get that dunk off in the top tier 1 goal zone. But you know what? Some great delaying there coming out from Belgium. And I guess that's a thing. Unity Country just didn't have enough rip, and you know, having the Mamoswine and the Umbreon being the last pair standing to trust them to do that, but definitely just one of those nail biting moments.
Yeah, it was definitely a game of inches on that one. A few more seconds in the way of Unity Country, and they would have gotten that at least the break in the top path as well. They had too much points in their pockets. The 3 members going down in that bottom path, so they're only able to get the 100 from the Umbreon. If it had maybe a little bit more points, they could have gotten the Eldegoss in there, but unfortunately, not. A really close game, but I think, in my opinion, we've somewhat touched on the different team compositions we have here. And I think it's really just the lack of any sort of consistent damage on the side of Unity Country, which is on our left side right now, but on the screen it's our right side team. Any adjustments on the team composition here, Kella? I mean, they have really good secure, but the Rip just somewhat mediocre. I think instead of the Venusaur, I think maybe a Dragonite, if they have that capabilities or a player that has that, would have been a better option because Dragonite has both secure and auto attack Rip. So that's at least with my critique.
Yeah, I suppose having the 2 secures over their side is always their benefit. So probably more going in for win those team fights, and then when they win those team fights, they shred. But they did win the team fight. They ended up getting that team wipe. But I guess it's unexpected to have only the Umbreon and the Mamoswine left standing when ideally you probably do want that Blaziken to still be up, have the secure for 1, which I mean they ended up getting the secure anyway, but it's at least able to provide them with a little bit more horsepower. Even though it isn't actually Mamoswine that is running horsepower, it's Earthquake. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely low velocity on that high horsepower if it did have that one. I mean, high horsepower is the ability that didn't get nerfed, so I mean, you definitely could see that more commonly. But yeah, really close game between the two. Again, I believe this is the first time these two have seen each other, at least in the Unity European Cup. Just going back to some of the sets they've had earlier in Stage 3, Unity Country once again, 2-0 over Germany, who was the number 3 seed from last year's European Cup. So again, Unity Country, really strong team going into this series. Belgium looking really strong as well. You know, I was gonna ask Ghatlue earlier. I'm sure he's listening in the back room, but I was gonna ask him which group he thought was the quote unquote group of death or the group with the highest quality of teams. And I mean, looking at these 3, Germany again, number 3 seed being 0-2'd by Unity Country, and then now Belgium going up 1-0 against Unity Country. This is turning out to be a really high quality group of players and group of teams in Group C.
Yes, I think that's the brilliance of a UAC. Just the variety of players that we are actually coming on through in teams. So I mean, you know what, you're talking about quality and all of this stuff. Considering that last match, they've decided to make some adjustments to their ban. So rather than that was Hooper and Blissey ban last round, I believe, they've decided to ban Eldegoss this time round, and it looks like Zacian was too much of a threat, as that is also off the table alongside Maridon and Ceruledge as repeat offenders here.
Just to reorient you, Unity Country, our left side purple side team, they are now on the first pick side. Belgium, our orange side team on the right side. Again, very conservative start on the side of Unity Country is going to be pulling out their frontliners first, and they have the luxury of their attack damage carries at the back end of this. But I hope they do make some adjustments. Again, Blaziken can come out here. It's actually pretty surprising to see Blaziken this far down on the draft. It hasn't gotten any nerfs specifically, so we'll see here. Pepsa. Salute, again, characters to watch as recommended by Ghatlue. They potentially could pick a Delphox out here. I don't know if attack damage carry Delphox is in the metagame right now. I did know that Mystical Fire got some damage reduction nerfs, and here comes that Venusaur once again. Don't know how impactful it was, in my opinion, but a big change here is the amount of rip on their team is going to be that Absol, Kello.
Whoa, Absol in comparison to a Blaziken. That is definitely an interesting choice. I guess, you know, Blaziken being that all-rounder, it does have a little bit more bulk to it. It also has that trusty secure with overheat. So Salute is definitely going to have to play a more cautious game, being a speedster and being a lot more squishy. So going into the team composition that they're going into, what do you think? I guess, do you think they're going to have much success ripping on through Buzzwole, an Armorage, and a Shifu?
Yeah, it's gonna be very difficult. And not only that, you have two unite moves that are somewhat of a single targeting unite move, right? That Urshifu, and it looks like it's going to be a dark Urshifu with that eject button. Leads me to believe it's gonna be a Wicked Blow Urshifu. If it lands on either of the Venusaur or the Absol, if they do that combo, Wicked Blow, it's a unite move into another Wicked Blow, it's definitely gonna take down both of those attack damage carries in that 4th and 5th pick slot. But it's got to be very careful. I mean, Absol is a character we know to rip very proficiently, especially if they're going to be running that Psycho Cut. I don't know if they have what their battle item was, but Psycho Cut into maybe an X attack if they have that, into a Unite move. Lots of damage into anyone you hit, including wild Pokemon.
Yes, they do have the X attack equipped. And interestingly enough, they're not actually stacking. Unity Country have no stacking items over their side at all. But we do have the Buzzwole and the Urshifu both running attack weight. But we're going to go into our second match here, Draku. Unity Country over on the purple side, Belgium on the orange. And it looks like this time we have a Piloswine that isn't running Experience Share. I think they were running Experience Share last round, weren't they?
I believe they were. This time it was a Umbreon in the top pass. So Unity Country leaning into a strategy that was loved maybe 8 or so months ago, is that top lane carry defender. There are a number of top lane carry defenders that can fill into that slot. Mamoswine could be one of them. Unity Country ran Umbreon before. Blastoise is another character I think we haven't talked about today, is another defender that can flex into that all-rounder role.
I think one of the downsides, though, is you're going into a Hooper and Buzzwole who already have their full evolution. And I guess Absol is aware of that, going and helping the Chansey and the Swinub along. They haven't been knocked out just yet. Buzzwole falling a little bit too short with that dive there. And I guess that's probably one of the downsides with Buzzwole. The maneuverability that it has isn't usually the greatest.
Yeah, they can get a little bit of more speed if they do get a KO or an assist. That is the advantage of having Beast Boost as your ability. There was a Salic Berry there, so they can actually have a more active form of a boost to their movement speed. But Absol's going to come for a second gank in the bottom path. Unfortunately, they are going to get roasted by this Armorage. Not the best look here for Unity Country in the early game.
I have got to say, I am absolutely loving that we get to see a Dark Urshifu this time round. We saw the Water Urshifu last time, both being played by Tibby. So this just goes to show the flexibility that this all-rounder can have depending on the opposite team composition you're going into. So just a little bit more secure over on this side. But Armorage is going to ignore the Swabblers and Altaria that have spawned. Instead, they're going to rush it up to the top path, looking to defend their goal zone, as we do have that Piloswine getting knocked on down.
Yeah, I think the Ivysaur also took all of the Swablues and Altaria in the central area. Unity Country a little slow to take their jungle farm from the map, but with all of that farm going over to the Ivysaur, we do see the Venusaur. You can see that in the left-hand corner of your screen, those icons changing from Ivysaur into Venusaur. Most likely going to be a Solar Beam once again. I believe it was an eject button that we saw. It's going to do really well into the front line and back line that Belgium has. Can outrange that Armorage, take out a ton of damage and HP from the Trevenant, and here comes Unity Country. Going to apply some pressure on this tier 1 goal zone. I think this tree is going to be felled at the roots, falling all alone, and I think it definitely did make a sound there, Kello.
There you go. You just made all of the calls there. It was perfectly demonstrated with just the huge beams coming on out, being able to knock them down. They have decided to actually leave the tier 1, focus all the energy on getting that Registeel, which will help those top laners just a little bit along, as this goal is left onto Shifu. Manages to get in there 2 points, leaving it on 1. But the thing is, are they going to be able to break it before Regieleki crashes? I guess they do.
Oh, they do.
Yeah, that's huge.
That's Gosh, and Absol's gonna come in here with a huge Unite move, unfortunately, as gets KO'd there, but not until they take down 2 characters. He looks at the Urshifu, Trevenant just rejoining the field. Armor Rouge also gonna be going down as well. A KO streak of 3 for this Venusaur. This is definitely a different look for this Kanto star there. Make that a KO streak of 4 for the Venusaur, and now has access to that first plus ability at level 11.
I mean, just being able to pick up all of these KOs gave him so much experience. Yeah, reaching level 11, come not even the halfway mark is a really good position to be in. Over on the opposite side, we do already have the 2 level 10s, but Hooper and Trevenant are still lacking their Unite moves, along with this Pilot Spine. Well, there we go. It's managed to reach level 9 before the 5-minute mark, so Unity Country are looking to be in a much better position this time around.
All right, another fight going on in the top pass. Super Swole Slam finding his way on the Absol. The Absol, living on 1 HP, is able to make it out here, and the rest of Unity Country here to defend their top laner. And here comes the rest of the team. They have some interesting decisions to make. Here comes a Psychic Boom from the tall grass. You don't want to see that one on the other side of that hidden portion of the map. And here comes the rest of Belgium, and they are going to put their pedal to the metal with this Hoopa going into that unbounded state. They got to be very careful, though. Unity Country has that jump pad. As you can see, the Absol jumping on in, and they do look fairly healthy, and the Venusaur is also going to be going down, Kello.
Yeah, it looks like they're still trying to dunk on in, but more members have decided to jump on that jump pad, and Trevenant is going to be the sacrifice for that team, as the rest of them are just trying to soak up those birds. But they do have to retreat, knowing that the rest are closing on in, as Urshifu is just casually getting some dunks down in that bottom path, potentially getting those attack weight stacks that they missed out a little earlier on.
This game is coming to a razor's edge in terms of the score line, as we saw in game number 1. Unity Country going to secure that with the Venusaur in tandem with the Absol. An easy secure with 4 or 5 of your team members. Urshifu is going to get that Reggie Ice in the bottom path and maybe score in that tier 2 goal zone. Unity Country going to do some math here. Going to bring that down to 6. They have a 34 with the Blissey. They're going to close that one out with a 28-point over cap. And the lead has ballooned by just a little bit as we head into the last quarter of the game, 251 to 208. Last time to use that Unite move, and this Absol has locked in maybe 4 or 5 Unite moves with only 3 minutes left in the game still.
But they are going to pay the price by getting knocked out and sent back to the Pokemon Center. Venusaur is also going to throw out their Unite move one last time to take down that Urshifu as well. We have Hooper getting caught on out. They are actually going to pop out their rings unbound once again. Do you think they're going to have enough time to gather that back before the final stretch?
I don't think they are. They might even try to get a KO on themselves. Again, when you get KO'd, you get a flat 10% bonus or increase on your Unite move charge. But with 1 minute remaining, the Hoopa on the right side of the map, it doesn't have the best clear and no one there to help him out. So definitely not going to have, I think, one of the best Unite moves on their side of the field.
I mean, it's 277 to 208, so it's just going to have to be a matter of playing for time here. I guess the benefit is for both sides. They have both of their tier 1s gone, so a lot of experience over on their side to just try and gather up much needed Unite moves with less than 30 seconds left to go until the final stretch, Draku.
Yeah, and that Buzzwole is going to help out that Hoopa. Actually, both all-rounders in the top path, splitting that experience by giving that Unite move charge to the Hoopa. You can see on the right-hand corner of your screen, 2 members, that Trevenant Hoopa, still waiting on their Unite move. Same thing on the other side for Unity Country. Umbreon should be getting that Unite move on lock pretty soon here. Here's that Hoopa Unite move on lock on the right side of the map. You can see the yellow dot on top of the Hoopa's head, and that's going to be the character that I'm going to be watching here, Kella. When that Hoopa goes into that Unite move, but also that Urshifu. We were talking about that Unite move can lock down a single character. They got to find the Venusaur or they got to find that Absol.
Oh, this is an interesting play here, knowing that they do have the rings down available to them. Need they come into the Rayquaza pit in an instant. But Unity Country are aware of this. They're going to dive on in and look for an isolation, but they end up getting isolated themselves with a huge Phantom Force knock-up. Trevenant ends up getting taken down. Absol has received some eggs just to provide it with a little bit more shielding as Buzzwole is going to slam on into that fight.
Oh, Unite move coming in from the Absol, or onto the Absol. Not able to get the KO, though. They were able to land the Unite move on the character that they needed to, and 4 members still on the field for Unity Country. This might be the game, everybody. 294 to 277. 1 minute left. The KO timers, those death timers, are going to be huge. 2 members in the central area for both teams. Solar Beam lands onto the Armor Rouge, and they are going to have to watch as their team has to defend this Rayquaza. Already down to 50%. Really good secure on the side of Unity Country. Again, that Solar Beam. Sludge Bomb off the mark, and the Blissey able to pull this one down, and the race is on to the right side of the field. 3 members down. Make that 4 members down on the side of Belgium, and we are looking at a Game 3 situation, Kello, for this Group C set.
Holy moly. Egg secure. That's what we always love to see. Venusaur is just strutting their way towards the home base, zigzagging backwards and forwards, knowing that they have quite the lead at 819 points already.
Oh my gosh, and we're going to go into a Game 3. And once again, I said this earlier on in this set, these 2 teams quite literally split in skill at a razor's edge. They're so close. That game number 1 was so close. Unity Country, again, almost winning that game if they had just a few more seconds. Blissey, hero play. We love to see it. Getting the secure there on the Rayquaza. And, I mean, the score line doesn't reflect it, how close these teams were, but it was so, so close.
It really was. I am really interested to see what the stats would be like this round. I feel like there was a lot more engagement between these 2 teams as well. I guess that's, having that Absol going in and dive, but you've got to give it to Pepsi. The beams were actually so incredible. They ended up picking themselves up a quadra KO streak. And yeah, you're talking about a close match, Draku. Look at this graph, neck and neck.
Yeah, I mean, it goes to show why team composition is so important in Pokemon Unite, right? We were looking at game number 1. They had a Zacian, a Water Urshifu, and a Dodrio locking down this Venusaur. And when Venusaur, or anything at such extreme range, think Inteleon, Decidueye, Solar Beam, Venusaur, for example, when they don't really have anything diving on top of you, it can be such an impactful character to have in your side of the field. And they have, again, a lot of defense in their front line. Again, they have that carry Mamoswine in the top path, Umbreon in the bottom path, acting as both a front line and a support character if they did have Wish. I don't remember if they had Wish or Mean Look, but still, having those 2 characters in front of you, a Venusaur specifically, you can do so much damage, 101,000 damage, almost doubling some of the members on the side of Belgium.
Sunny side up here, Draku, because those eggs were frying. 111k recovery rate from them. And I guess that goes to show why Blissey was banned in that first match. And I really feel like the Blissey worked out better with this team composition than an Eldegoss, right? Just being there by themselves and allowing to provide those heals to the Venusaur as they needed. That way they could just continue pumping out those solar beams to reach those numbers.
Oh man, I know we can't bring Ghatlue at this moment, but he's going to be coming out at the end of this set. I'm sure he is at the edge of his seat because his future in the finals of the Unity European Cup might depend on this next game. Game 3 between Unity Country and Belgium is going to come to a climax after this break, so do not go anywhere. Unity European Cup, we'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Very, very short break as we get keep that intensity and velocity in this Group C set. Drakusan, Kellosaurus, and Ghatlue, welcome back. I mean, we'll have a longer discussion at the end of this set, but any thoughts so far? I mean, you're in the group with both Belgium and Unity Country as that third team. Any thoughts on this set so far?
Okay, so you asked earlier if this group was the group of death, like the teams with the most competitive games. And I would say for sure that Unity Country versus Belgium was insane to watch. So like the team like Unity Country itself is just very cool to watch. But the way they stay focused, they don't panic. A lot of teams can't do that. They saw Oshifu died, so everyone resetted on the enemy side to come back and fight a 4 versus 5 because they know Oshifu is not there. To have the mentality to stay focused and stay to win is very important, especially in the best of 3, right? If you win, like if you lose 2 games, it's over.
Mm-hmm. Right, just to give us some of an outlook on Group C. Again, Unity Country and Germany did play each other last weekend, to which Unity Country came up 2-0. If Unity Country wins the set, we'll see at the end of today's broadcast, Belgium versus Germany. Whoever wins that set, again, that's if Belgium loses this next game. Belgium versus Germany. Whoever wins that set will move on to the playoffs starting on Friday. And before we get into the draft, once again, we say goodbye to you once again, Ghatlue. I want to pick your brain on the speedster option for Unity Country, Absol. You don't see it very often, but I know Nouns Esports was playing with another, I would say, unconventional speedster in Zero Aura. What is your opinion on Absol in the metagame, but also just in that team comp that we were looking at?
Coin flip, and if you are good at it, you can make it work. I know that he can make it work, but the way Belgium played against it, it's later in the analysis, but they shut down the Absol the entire early and mid game. But you saw that this Absol got like sneaky kills, right? Out of nowhere, he's in the bush, presses ultimate, amplify X attack, and he one-shots enemies. So Absol can work, but you wanna win the early game basically. If you don't win the early game, you're kind of playing for a losing position. Like you guys said earlier, like Kilosaurus said that Blaziken is a bit more bulky. There's a great CPR. So even if you play from behind, you still have tools to come back.
All right, Ghatlue. Well, we're going to send you back to the desk as you watch this last game. Again, both Ghatlue and I'm sure his members of Team Germany waiting anxiously, Kello, as they see the outcome of this match. Again, if Unity Country wins, it's going to be a straight dog fight between Belgium and Germany, the final set of the evening today. And pretty conservative start here. Hoopa, Blissey, Saralege heading up to the ban slot. Nothing too out of the ordinary. Mamoswine is going to be an interesting one. You don't normally see this character up in the ban slot. What do you think, Kello? Deserving of a ban?
Oh, I feel like it's a little bit of a respect ban here, right?
Yeah.
We did have the switch up a little bit earlier between Apple and Mugi, switching the Umbreon and the Mamoswine role. So I guess Apple was just a little bit too much away. Well, they're actually banning it themselves, knowing that they have the second pick. So yeah, definitely interesting indeed.
The restricteds are coming out to play. Restricteds as in those box legendaries, Zacian and Miraidon, used to be called EX Pokemon, coming out for their first pick options. I don't know if they're warranted as first pick. I know Zacian, we all are maybe a little bit traumatized from pre-Zacian nerf days, but still, you know, possibly a first pick option, definitely for Belgium for this last set. I think one thing about Zacian is that it can be countered fairly well, especially with a really bulky front line that has a lot of crowd control. Remember the times when Zacian used to have a free cleanse and agility gave you a free cleanse? Well, you don't have that anymore. You got to have that full heal, as you can see with that battle item. Umbreon, Pikachu, and Blaziken going to be our 4th and 5th pick option for Belgium. They got one more selection here. They're going to be going with Machamp. What do you think about that, Kello?
That is really interesting. Machamp hasn't really seen much light in the competitive scene besides those niche users, especially in the NA region. But I don't think I've really seen Machamp alongside in the EU. But it did recently receive a buff. So close combat ended up getting buff, along with its Unite move getting a bit of a rework here as well. So really interested to see how it works in the competitive scene, because I mean, most of the time I feel like I end up coming into submission Machamps myself on that ranked ladder in O's.
Submission Machamp is a pretty fun build. I've played it a couple of times. It has an eject button, so it leads me to believe it is going to be maybe a dynamic punch Machamp. So it's really trying to get to that level 13 to get those cross chop stacks. I think cross chop is definitely the more conservative of the two abilities. If you're not super familiar with cross chop at level 13, you get the cross chop plus. Any auto attack on both an enemy Pokemon or a wild Pokemon gets you a small boost in your overall attack damage. I think it's up to 50 attack stacks, a cross chop stack. It's a lot, but if you're able to stack it up to the max number of times at level 13, it could be very impactful. But I've seen some tweets on X from some Machamp players about their criticisms of the so-called buff to its Unite move or its rework. The Fists of Fury, the Barrage Blow that was at the end of the second activation of that Unite move now comes out immediately. So you don't activate the Unite move and then reactivate it to get those punches to come out. And some Machamp players say it was a nerf. I don't know. We'll see.
I guess we'll have to see how well they are able to utilize it here. But Draku, this is our final match between Belgium and Unity Clash. Unity Clash, as we mentioned earlier, already 2-0'd one of the other teams there. So if they secure this win, then they are going to guarantee themselves a spot in stage 4 playoffs.
Belgium on our purple side once again. Unity Country on our orange side this time. Again, loser gets to pick which side they would like to be. So Belgium being the loser that last game. Likes that first pick side. Again, Zacian in the top path was their first pick Pokemon. Let's see how well they're able to maneuver it, especially when there's a water Urshifu on the other side. Actually pretty surprised to not see a couple of other all-rounders not come out to play. Mimikyu, Charizard was still a couple of all-rounders that we haven't seen, but we shall see, Kello.
I mean, there's 5 all-rounders in total on the field currently as those Bubbles and Altara do get soaked up. Buzzwole gets caught on out, knocked on down. Pikachu fighting back with those Electro Balls, but this Sacred Sword is shredded on up. Are they going to be able to survive?
Oh.
No! Both the Urshifu and the Zacian get knocked out at the same time, but this is still going to give Pikachu and Torchic, now a Combuskin, the opportunity to get in some dunks and also give it... it's running attack weight there. So lots of AOS energy to get all of that in.
Yeah, lots of beads in the top path for it to stack up that attack weight. Oh, here comes the beast boosted Buzzwole. They do have access to the superpower, so gotta be very careful if you're that Combuskin. You're still rather frail as a little bit bigger sized bird, but here comes a Miraidon. It's gonna gank that top path. Zacian's gonna come up through that choke point once again. They have an empty pocket at this point. They only have access to 1 enhanced ability, so they have to be very careful. Really nice secure there from the Pikachu. Again, it can flex to a more supportive role, as you can see with that Light Bulb EXP share with this Pikachu. One of the best attackers in the game, can both flex as an attacker or more of a supportive attacker with the Volt Tackle.
Yeah, I guess that's the downside, because they didn't actually end up picking up a traditional supporter this time round. So making sure to get this Blaziken online. Otherwise, that Volt Tackle onto the Urshifu isn't going to be just enough to sustain those hits. It's only Blaziken now up here versing 4 members. Zacian has decided to join the party and try and defend this goal. But it looks like they're needing to give it on up here, Draku.
Yeah, and again, it does make sense. Again, the 2 all-rounders on the side of Unity Country has a better early game relative to the other 3 all-rounders, by the way, on the side of Belgium. Again, that Blaziken needs really level 8 to get the evolution at level 7, Blaze Kick at level 5, and then the Overheat at level 7. But of course, you really want to get that stance change to get access to all 4 of those abilities. I guess you can make that 6 abilities if you include the stance changes. But Urshifu is going to start working on this Reggie Ice in the bottom path. Unfortunately, no one here. Ooh, Electro Ball trying to use that AoE damage to maybe get the secure. Unfortunately, not able to pull that one down. Zacian is going to build up those boosted stacks to get a small dash. They're going to try to defend this tier 1 goal zone. Unity Country has already lost that Eldegoss. A really good defense on the side of Belgium, but Zacian still trying to hold on to the goal zone, but gets sent to the dog pound. As Unity Country really making a strong, aggressive push here. They are going to lose that Urshifu, but they did get the Zacian. That is going to be a good consolation prize.
Yeah, and you have Miraidon needing to utilize their Unite move to finish off that Umbreon that was just being an absolute menace in their faces. And yeah, we were talking about supporters. Umbreon has decided to use that Wish this time round. That way they do at least have some sustain over on their side. But we do have that Machamp online. Does have its Unite move, so I'm really interested to see the moment that it uses it here, Draco, as it lurks in the tall grass. Regieleki is going to get leashed on out, despite, you know, only being chipped away a little bit here.
Yeah, once again, here comes that Unite move. Upon activation, the fists come out, and the one of the two all-rounders on the side of Unity Country is going to be on the receiving end of those 1,000 fists. And Belgium has to recall back over to the left side of the map as the Pikachu really low on HP. Sacred Sword missing their mark there. Urshifu is going to go into that Flowing Fist Unite move. As you can see with those numbers on the top side of its head, but Blaziken able to get the KO there on the deep end of the tier 1 goal zone. Eldegoss, the only one left up here, overheat, followed by that Electro Ball. Not able to get the KO. The Buzzwole is going to get that revenge KO on the Blaziken, but going into that Unite move is the Buzzwole once again. That Electro Ball Volt Tackle, really big nuisance for this Buzzwole player. Doesn't matter anyway because they're able to get the KO streak of 2 for the Zacian.
I can definitely see the play there. Unity Country wanting to break that tier 1 pad, considering it's left on 15 points. But because they were so aggressive in that push, they ended up losing the fight and ended up giving up the Regieleki as well. So no fruition or no gain for them. Instead, they need to retreat on back down into that bottom path because we were fighting so much in the top path. We already have another basement Reggie that has spawned, and it's going to be a Reg Ice.
To give them some global EXP and better passive healing, but they are going to forego this tier 2 goal zone, and that's going to balloon their lead quite significantly, 266 to 88. Umbreon actually doing a really good job at holding on to this goal zone. Wish has been casted upon itself, and they do have enough points to break this. They do break it in time, but the Pikachu coming down, bringing lightning onto the battlefield. 2 members on the side of Unity Country is going to be heading back to the Pokemon Center, but really good team fight engagement for Unity Country. They were able to take down that goal zone with a decent overcap, take down the Pikachu and the Zacian. So level 14 Urshifu on the side of Unity Country. Again, that scoreline doesn't reflect it, but the lead in terms of experience is in favor of our orange side team.
Yeah, and the thing is, if there is going to be another Regieleki spawn, that could be very risky for Unity Country as they're going to push on forward for the second time to try and take care of this tier 1 goal, looking to try and finalize these KOs, but a great defense from that Machamp. Unfortunately, it just isn't enough. We end up getting the 14 and the 5, so not able to utilize the 50 points that Urshifu had in its pockets.
The score lead has definitely come closer than it was in the last few seconds. It's crazy to believe that this is the closest, the furthest like this game has been. If you remember the last 2 games, it was a close game going into the final stretch. And Orange team, Unity Country, heading up to the top path as they are going to try to insulate this Regieleki that could potentially go to their tier 3, but no one on the side of Belgium is here to contest this. They're actually going to take this off of the field. I think it's a very risky play, but I think that Trevenant is getting a ton of vision for their team, so they are going to send that over to that tier 2 with the possibility of taking the lead if they score a full 100 on that goal zone. The fight is going to break down relatively early. Rayquaza already brought down to the Zacian, is going to pull this one away for Belgium, and the race is on to the right side of the map. Urshifu, Eldegoss heading back to the Pokemon Center. Zacian, unfortunately, is going to be heading to the dog pound. They are losing a ton of shields here. I don't even think they have a single shield left here, Kello.
Umbreon may have some sort of shielding here as they ended up rushing on fourth. They do have 34 points, so it's 329 to 219. Reggie and Lecky did end up crashing into that tier 2 pad. However, because they needed to take the fight for that Rayquaza, Unity Country weren't able to capitalize on that. And now, really, all they have to do is collaborate together and make a push for one of these goals with 1 minute remaining. So it's just a scramble to try and get these Unite moves before their last hurrah.
This is a 1 goal zone game, a 110-point lead by Belgium. If they overcap one of these goal zones, followed by a full pocket of 50s, you can see with that Trevenant, they can take the lead here. This is going to be a clean fight on this Tier 2 goal zone. It's going to turn into the battlefield for game number 3. Lightning Storm coming down from the Pikachu. Lots of damage coming in, but Pikachu is going to be the first to fall. This might be the game, everybody. Midnight Prance coming in from the Umbreon. Unite move from the Miraidon is going to take down the Blaziken. Eldegoss is going to be going down here. This is going to be a razor's edge here, but that is going to be a huge KO as the Urshifu is going to be going down on this Tier 2, and a valiant effort by Unity Country, and it looks like Belgium is going to be taking the lead here 2-1 over Unity Country.
Oh, that is a 3 KO streak. A little bit of a celebratory dance party there for the side of Belgium. A great defense coming out from the team, but you've got to say the staggered use of the jump pads there to get the stun to stop those dunks going on in. Peps up so close to having it, but ended up getting interrupted. But you know what? We have got to bring in our analyst, our expert, Ghatlue. What were your thoughts on this third match for Belgium and Unity Country?
It was a very close match. Warprince in the chat said, like, why are we giving up the position against the composition that is so much secure? Well, we have no secure, right? So we pointed it out earlier. It is risky to go for this objective if we can't really score with it, the regular key. So Belgium noticed that they are doing the regular key. If you panel the camera towards the regular key, you can see what kind of abilities are on the regular key. So you know who is on the regular key without actually seeing them. So they took advantage of that feature, and then they just flipped away. They were confident with the secure, and at the end, the best secure in the game, Zacian, just gets it as well.
Best secure in the game.
So that was a great, just great usages of like understanding your composition and understanding the weakness of the enemy composition. So I don't think the flip itself was like bad or just we lose the game, so we need to flip. They actually thought about how to flip it.
No,
So yeah, like this best of 3 was kind of crazy. Like almost every game, I think every game was so close. So that was very insane. We're gonna go to the first game and we're gonna analyze the games, all the 3 games. Hopefully it's not gonna take too long. What surprises me as well is that the chat that is watching, the viewers, also had some good thoughts about the analysis. So at the end of the first game, I'm gonna explain kind of why they actually lost.
Yes,
So
I mean, it was very close between the first 2 sets there. So definitely want to hear your thoughts, I guess, on, well, what went right, what went wrong for either side. Yeah.
So for the draft, if we can pause at the end of the draft, basically they had the crash, right? So the draft was very fast. When you guys mentioned it, I was like, I have never seen a draft so fast before.
It was like a 20-second draft. Like I was finishing like my first thought, and I was like, "Oh, they're done already."
But yeah, pretty much they had a crash, so they just made up the game again. What is interesting to me is in the first 2 games, Unity Country targeted the support player by taking away the Eldegoss. If you don't know, John is a really good Eldegoss player. This is like one of his favorite kind of supports. So we just banned out the Blizzy and picked up the Eldegoss. And because they banned out the Upa, so we decided to staff them on the support. Our idea was to give them Zacian, but not letting them any support. but there's still Umbreon alive, right? So we could have picked Zacian, and then we could have picked Umbreon, but this was their main idea behind this, because they picked Umbreon and then because I think, and then they swapped the positions. So this was their idea. The Venusaur pick, this is what you were talking about, Reiko. Why the Venusaur pick? It could have been a Dragonite. It has a little bit more rip. It does also secure. The main reason you pick Venusaur into compositions like this is basically just punishing them by stacking together. And this is what I really liked about Belgium's game. They didn't stack together at all. Like the entire time they tried to split and engage on the Venusaur on the backline. So the Venusaur was potentially not the best pick. I'm kind of curious why we didn't really have any Amarouche, because I think it's very good into like Doju or Rondas. But I think Venusaur is just a comfort pick, which worked very well in the second game, which we're gonna head out later. So we're gonna go to the early game. What is interesting to me, every time I watch Unity Country, I feel like this is the team that soaks up the games from professional games or like other teams or other regions. They picked up the Umbreon and they are taking the red buff on top lane side to ensure that the Umbreon gets level 4. The red buff did get nerfed, so this strategy is not the greatest anymore, because you don't really get too much XP and you will not guarantee a level 4. But it's a strategy to use to not be bullied by the Zacian, essentially. So what I think was very good for Belgium is they picked up the Pikachu, because the supports was staff. So they decided to go Pikachu Xpecia, which is like useful, right? Pikachu is one of the best attackers in the game. So the reason why they picked Pikachu Xpecia is because the support player also plays carries, and then Pikachu is just one of the best top laners as well, considered one of the best secures in the early game, like pressure wise. So this is for the early game. If we can pause right here, it is very hard for Belgium to secure farm against Blaziken, right? So essentially they have the water bear, and what you want to do with water bear, this is what you pointed out after this Fabulous. I would like to see Belgium being a bit more aggressive against Unity Country. And you're completely right with that point. Like, they have a Venusaur, Blaziken's level 5 power spike is not really the greatest, and we don't want Blaziken to level 7 because it has such a good secure tool, and we want to pressure the early game. So if we keep going, we can see that they play for this Fabulous, and obviously Blaziken is such a nice ability. Blaziken just pushing them away. So the water bear overextended his welcome. And that means just that Unity Country is able to secure some farm. The main thing when you wanna play water bear is do not get low HP, because then you cannot invade. But he quickly realized it, took a berry, the Doji went towards the middle immediately, and looked for the invade. At the moment you said I would like to see Belgium to be a bit more aggressive, they actually did that. So maybe maybe. But deciding to go very aggressive against compositions that have a stronger late game composition is really important. You have to understand that if you play an early game composition, you cannot handshake the farm. You gotta do something and add pressure. So this is what they did. What I like about this play is they realized they're gonna get done by waves in the enemy jungle. So what they're just gonna do is take the middle farm and go towards top inside. Because if you look at the score, he almost got the 30 in, but then the Doju came with the try attack, stopped them from scoring the 30, which was very important because a 30 down gives you so much XP, and it's very scary to give Umbreon a very high level. The reason why you pick Umbreon on the top lane side is to starve the enemy top laner, which is like something that can be used, but if you don't starve the enemy top laner, which is a Zacian, which is very hard to starve, the Umbreon essentially doesn't really have the biggest impact on top lane side. So this is something I think that kind of went wrong in the draft, because Zacian is just a very powerful top laner.
I guess that's where they made the adjustment for the second game. They ended up banning the Zacian, but they ended up, sending up the Swinub to the top path, and then Umbreon went down into the bottom, and that switch up between the players playing the characters, I guess, best utilizing that. And yeah, as you just mentioned, yeah.
If we can pause right here, I would like to know, who do you think has the higher odds of getting the objective on bot lane side? Green.
probably would it be Venusaur coming in and stealing it with a solar beam. I guess that's the downside with Water Urshifu is yeah, Wicked Blow is the better secure there, but didn't they? I think I mean, I guess it'll end up playing on out here, but I think they ended up they were aware of that and they decided to leave the Reg Ice, realizing the threat of the Venusaur and pushing on forward, making sure that they were pushed back onto the tier 1 before going and finishing it off, I believe. Is that
that's a
right?
Yeah, that's a good answer.
I think we're just speaking like comparing ability to ability. Then yeah, like of the 5 characters that we see here, Venusaur definitely Solar Beam. We all know how strong it is as a securing tool. But I think I mentioned it here, but it's difficult for the Mamoswine to defend against both the Urshifu and the Dodrio. As you can see them both pushing forward with the Trevenant standing right next to it. So it kind of needs both that Umbreon and that Mamoswine in front of it to defend or even have any sort of chance to get a secure here. So I think, yeah, it's just difficult for Mamoswine to do it by itself.
Okay, so the reason why I'm asking you is because I want to highlight this. If you post the game right there, if you understand the enemy's team compositions and know how to play early game, when the 7-minute mark is on point, you want to talk at 7:10. What do we want to do? How do we want to play an objective? For the teams that are watching this this analysis, just take notes that if you have a composition that can push out the Venusaur and try to look for the secure, go for it. But then you want to try to have an idea how you want to do it. Belgium just showed it very perfectly, zoning out the Venusaur to make sure they get the secure, but also like not whipping the objective to very low HP so Venusaur can get it. This is something you just want to talk about. Normally when you play Water Bear, it's very hard to decide what do you actually want to do. You don't really have a secure. If you don't have level 9, can you actually fight in the bot lane fight? Because like basically it's just gonna be having a secure at level 8 while you don't have anything at level 8. So this is something you always want to compare. This is what I wanted to highlight. In that specific moment, just take notes to always talk about what you guys want to do at 7:10. Right, so next up, we have the 6:30 mark, where they push towards top lane side. They are breaking the go zone, I believe, in that situation. And they didn't break the go zone, sorry, that was the other game. So essentially what happened is, Unity Country has the idea to rip the objective by using the Solar Beam in combination with the Overheat. But what I really liked about Belgium throughout the entire game, they drafted a composition that works well into the Unity Country's composition and idea of thoughts. They just keep engaging on the enemies, so even though you got the objective and you are happy with it, your entire team gets wiped. So you're getting the objective, but you're losing the XP war, which is something you don't really want to happen with a scaling composition. So there's something very beautiful.
I think one thing, it's not really a counterpoint per se, but like I think this Venusaur was picked after all 3, Urshifu, Zacian, and the Dodrio were picked. So I wouldn't even say it was like on the side of Belgium, the counterpicking the Venusaur. I think the Venusaur somewhat put themselves in that position, if you ask me.
It's more like understanding what you can do against a character like Venusaur. But yeah, the Venusaur was definitely kind of a suspect, but I think it's just comfort pick. He picks Venusaur because he likes it, so he's just gonna go for it. So that was like something you need to keep in mind. At 4:10, you guys mentioned that, I think. If we skip to 4:10, the Eldegoss used the Panic Unite move. And essentially, this Panic Unite move is very, very sus and very hard. Because if you do that, you don't really have pressure. Like now, you have a top lane objective, and you don't really have a supportive Unite move anymore. If the Dodrio tells the team that they did it, it's gonna be very good. But I believe the Dodrio also used Unite move, so it was like a counter Unite move against Dodrio. But now it's gonna be very hard for Unity Country to hold the line, because especially the Dodrio just went towards top lane side and broke the go zone. So this is something you wanna keep in mind. But although that happened, I keep saying this stuff, the Venusaur did manage to get a quadruple. So the position is key on Venusaur Solar Beam, and if you manage to position yourself correctly, nobody is focusing the Venusaur right now, right? He is safe, the teammates are getting focused, Venusaur is just trying to run away, and this entire fight, the Venusaur just played it very well with the Solar Beams, getting a quadruple. This
Was
might
it
be wrong.
this was the Urshifu that got the quadra. It was in the second game that the Vita got the
Oh,
quadra.
yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
I think so. Yeah. Yeah.
So many things happened. I tried to note so many things, but yeah. The Yusa got the quadruple in the previous game, and Urshifu got it in this game. So again, just making great usages of the water bear against the enemy composition. Sorry about that. Now I want to highlight a 310 that it is very important to know what your character can do. This beats the Dojo is essentially just invading the enemy jungle on cooldown. He didn't give the teammates, like Unity Country, any farm. So right now, Unity Country has top lane in DDs, bot lane in DDs, and bot lane Swablus, and bot lane farm. But they don't have any jungle because it keeps getting taken by the Dojo. This is what you want to aim for when you play Dojo. And this is something I always look out for when I watch Dojo players. Do you actually know what your character can do throughout the mid game? And it's very cool. At 250, we talked about this, right? You guys said, why is the Zeshin scoring 50 points? I was kind of scratching my head as well, because you mentioned that Zeshin just scored this 50 points. He wasn't really playing for the objective, but I guess like there were like 45 points on the top lane side. So he just
Yeah.
picked it up.
You can see them running around that Regieleki for what looks like no apparent reason, but you can see that number right next to their name on the minimap slowly starts to go back up to 50. So there must have been a huge team fight earlier on that just left all of that residual AOS energy just laying around.
Okay, so if we can pause to the moment when Mamasman walks to the bush, this is something that Unity Country was doing more often throughout the season, like throughout the games. They try to go on the left, like they are a very aggressive team. They are not waiting for the Rayquaza to get hit. They are always trying to start the objective. So the Mamasman takes the position on the bottom left. The Blaziken is baiting out the Trevenant's Horn Leech, dodging the Horn Leech as well, and essentially the Trevenant is just running into the Mamasman. So these kind of aggressive positioning are risky to take if you're getting punished, but the Mamasman knows it's very hard for him to get punished because they have like Dojo and Pikachu and Urshifu. So if the Dojo or Urshifu runs into the Mamasman, they're just gonna get caught. So Trevenant was forced to use that move, and then this happened. The Trevenant used Punish the moment the Earthquake hit. The Earthquake didn't stun him, and then the Mamasman was forced to eject button. So like there was such a back and forth for Unity Country and Belgium, but as you guys said, Belgium is winning in points. So that's always like a standpoint that is very rough. If you are winning in points, essentially the winning team doesn't really have to do anything. They just have to punish you for walking up and starting the objective and keeping the point lead. And this is something that I noticed. Unity Country always looked for the Rayquaza, but couldn't really finish it because of the pressure that the Trevenant had. So they let the Blaziken hit the objective, but he doesn't really have the best rib. And the moment the Rayquaza gets low, Pikachu instantly uses its Unite move and is trying to force the fight. And something that is very beautiful throughout the entire game. This fight looks very hard for Unity Country, but Eldego's Unite move makes everyone go back to full HP. And it looks like they are winning the fight, but then the water bear is just gonna go into the fight and essentially one force the enemies. Like he has full HP, he has everything ready, try attack on the back line, and the water bear just carries the entire fight. And then what was like kind of strange is even though the water bear won the fight, they kind of lost the fight. So it was such a back and forth. It was very scary to watch because it was so close. But the key factor, the reason why I think Belgium won the game is because the Pikachu was able to kill the Blaziken. Because if you think about it, two defenders have no rip. They don't have any ripping potential. So they keep hitting the Rayquaza on cooldown, but it just didn't die. They had such a long cooldown as well. And it was kind of like weird to watch, a bit nerve-wracking as well. And then this is what this chat said. Why are we not scoring? So
okay, yeah. So in this moment, you think they should have just went straight for either top or bottom instead of trying to rip the Rayquaza, considering there was less than 20 seconds left.
It is a very small timer because the Trevenant just respawned, but I believe that the moment they see two people dead and they react instantly, they will manage to get both scores. Like it's like maybe, right? Because the Trevenant can cancel one score maybe, and then you lose the game. But yet again, this is something the chat noticed. Shout outs to Yamin, who was watching the game, and said, why is no one scoring? So this is for the first game. I believe that the game kind of went to Urshifu and Doju controlled the game. The carry players played very well this game. Keep engaging on the Venusaur, not letting him to play the game. And then in this game, we were questioning why Absol? Is Absol actually a good Pokemon? Does it do anything? Maybe Blaziken is a little bit better, maybe a little bit bulkier. And if we go to the early game and we stop at 9 minutes, essentially what you want to do with Absol is you want to pressure as much as possible, and you want to try to get those like pursuits and just one-shot the enemies like bam. You're one-shotting them and getting such a lead that you can invade, and all of a sudden the game is out of control. So if we can pause the game right there, essentially the Hooper and Buzz won a 3 versus 2, which is very, very bad for the Absol player. Because if this happens, and this just showcases why Buzzball Hooper is one of the best top laners in the game. Like it's very hard for them to punish a Buzzball and Hooper lane with a Blizzy, right? They have Blizzy Mammothsvine, and the Hooper and the Buzzball managed to get a lot of farm on the game, which was very well done, because essentially they were trying to kill the Buzzball with the Absol, but the Absol keep getting stunned by the Hooper and the Buzzball. So throughout the entire game, if we let it play out now, I'm just gonna point out some moments throughout the game. The Absol just didn't manage to get any lead throughout the entire early game, and this is the biggest issue about Absol. If you pick a character like Absol, you really want to extend the early game lead to the mid game, and then let your teammates carry. But there's no carry in the early game, so Absol is gonna have a very, very tough spot. So if we go to the 8-minute mark, the Absol tried to do it again. He went bot lane side, died. Then he goes top lane side, he's trying to kill the enemy. He's getting the enemy. We were like saying, why did the Armourouge go top lane side? It doesn't really make sense. But essentially the Armourouge went top lane side to stop them from scoring and stop the Absol from carrying. They keep shutting down the Absol. Seeing a level 6 Absol at 740 is something you don't want to see. It's a speedster that benefits from getting level 9 earlier with the Psycho card build that he's playing with the Amplifier, and it's just very tough. So at 720, if we move towards there, we didn't really respect the gank from the Absol. This is the one time where the Absol was shining in the game, in the early game. If you don't respect where the enemy jungler is and you don't note it down, it's going to be very tough for you to hold the lead that you got. Because essentially you're playing Hooper, and if you lose the goal zone, it's going to be very weird. I was questioning here why we didn't break the goal zone instantly, but I guess they just had the luxury to take the objective and break the goal zone later, because they wanted to have a bigger overcap. But the Hooper is playing Trick. He's not playing Hyperspace Portal. So Trick is kind of weird, because Trick is good, but Trick can also be bad. We consider, my team considers Trick not being the best. It used to be very good because it was very strong. But Hyperspace Portal just gives you this, the amazing ability to portal from A to B. So if you can utilize the Trick, it can be good. But I think Hyperspace Portal is very good. So here, we didn't manage to get the 20 on the Urshifu. And this was the moment where the Venusaur got the Quadra kill. So it was the same fight, but on top lane side with a different Pokemon. So the Venusaur managed to get the Quadra kill. And this is where I was Draco was questioning the Venusaur pick earlier. And then in this moment, the Venusaur pick actually shines. So this is the reason why Venusaur can be good. It does great secure, and if people don't pay attention, then you can just launch an enemy immediately. Right,
I love
so
the slow-mo.
Yeah.
Slow-mo's so good. Ugh.
Okay, something I
Huge
wanted to highlight for the Absol pick again, if we go to 340, if the Absol has position, so throughout the entire game, it was just a back and forth of getting kills and getting not kills. But what I want to highlight is, throughout the entire game, Belgium played a very good protection. They keep trying to protect the go zones, keep trying to fight. But the main thing that I want to highlight is that when you play this Absol build and you're camping in the bush and someone is face shaking you, you're gonna die instantly. And this is one of the reasons why you always see Absol level 40, which is very powerful. But obviously it's a speedster again, it's squishy. So if you overextend your welcome, you're gonna get punished for it. For the support players, when you play Blizzy, you don't want to use ultimate at 315, because then you won't get it back from Rayquaza. Hoopa can actually use his Ignite move at 315 if he farms it back. So probably the Hoopa player knows that he gets Fablus. So if you check the minimap, the middle Fablus will spawn right now. And then like they're just sharing the farm. The Hoopa is going immediately here. His mindset is, I'm gonna get my Unite move back. We have 2 Gozons broken, so they can't really make a push. So we just gonna use the Unite move to get some comeback XP here and farm our Unite move back. So that's essentially why you can use the Unite move at 315 at some parts of the game. So don't be scared of that timer. Just for the Blizzy, when it's 350, like 330, you don't want to use the Unite move anymore. So something that was very beautiful for this fight, if we pause right there, this is something you guys highlighted, that if you have a Hoopa, you can make a play like this, where you can just score on the top lane side, and then try to bring your teammates towards the middle. It is a bit scary because they have very good flipping potential as well. So if you do that play, keep in mind that you might get flipped on. Unity Country didn't decide to go for the flip, but it decided to try to force the fight. And then what was really nice about Belgium's engage in the beginning of the fight was that Trevenant pushed the enemies towards the right side, and it looked like a very scary fight. And something that Unity Country just does really well is disengaging. So if we let the fight play out, it looks very scary, right? The Mamusman and the Umbreon tries to engage, and then the Trevenant just pushes them next to a wall with an armor cannon from Amarouche. It is a very scary situation for Unity Country, and this shows that the team is very good at disengaging. So currently it looks like a losing fight because the Trevenant just adds so much pressure. Here's the armor cannon next to the Trevenant ultimate and the Trevenant abilities. It looks so scary. Like, I was there that they just lost the game. But then they used the Absolute Unite move to one-shot the front line. And they used the Mamusman Unite. They used basically every Unite move clustered together to one-shot someone. And what is very beautiful about what they are doing right now is they are trying to disengage together as a team, and they are sticking together. They know this person has to be there, this person has to be there. Then they are trying to reset after they get the Urshifu kill. I believe the Urshifu is gonna try to force the fight with the Buzzword, but the Urshifu is getting taken down. And then even after this like entire scary fight, they just stuck together as a team. No one backcalled, no one resetted. We said we need everyone here. And you guys need to keep in mind, they are playing on the enemy side. This is not their side, they are playing on the enemy side. A team fight that they potentially can lose, but they're playing it so well that they just managed to push out the Buzzword away from the team and kill the Urshifu, and then reset, which was very, very important for them. Because the moment they reset it, they know it's a 4 vs 5, we can win the fight. And that was a very great moment for Unity Country. And then essentially, if we skip to the Ray fight, they decided to go for the Ray and then just got it with the Solar Beam. Which is like one of the reasons why you want to play Venusaur with the Solar Beam. So that was very good.
I think with this team comp that that Unity Country put together, I think it's definitely in favor for the Venusaur, considering that the Urshifu went that Dark Bear instead of the Surging Strikes Urshifu. I mean, we saw in game number 1, Urshifu was on top of this Venusaur every second it could be, and so going the dark variant of this Urshifu makes it a lot harder to get a character like Venusaur off the field.
Yeah, I agree. That's a good point. Yeah, they went for the red bear.
Oh, the Blissey secure. Yeah, this is a good slow mo right here. Yeah, it was. Let's see what it was. Here's the egg.
It was the egg bomb. Look at it go. Nice.
The Venusaur actually didn't get it. That was crazy. So yeah, this is like saving Unity Country's game, number 1. And making sure that Belgium is not winning. And then in the game 3, so basically the composition was Zacian, Umbreon, Pikachu, Blaziken, and Machamp. And we were kind of like, why are we picking Machamp here? I was questioning it as well because Globe is a well-known attacker player. Who, like, Amarouche is open. It's fine into Miladon, it's fine into Buzzword, it's fine into Trevenant. So I kind of was questioning it as well. But we decided to go for the Machamp and maybe just go for a potential flip composition, which they were aiming for maybe. And what is interesting about Unity Country's composition is it is very good in the early game, but it's kind of weak in the late game. Both the Water Bear and the Buzzword kind of fall off in the late game. So if you don't manage to get a great early game lead towards mid game towards late game, it's gonna be tough for you to actually punish the early game, like the late game for the right side. But for this game, I think what we're just gonna talk about quickly is gonna be the late game fight. So we're just gonna jump right into the 250. If we could do that, we're just gonna quickly talk about it because we have a match pretty soon. Yeah, 215. So basically, I think Draco already pointed this out. It's very scary to take this regular gear, considering such a good flipping composition. So be aware, guys, that if the enemies have great secure, try to be in position in the middle and don't be greedy on the objective. Because essentially, you don't really have the luxury of the Whooper that can portal you towards the middle. You have an Eldegoss, so always keep that in mind. And what happened in this flip essentially was just the Blaziken and the Zacian got on the Rayquaza for free, while the Pikachu was trying the enemies. And the game from there was kind of, like, it was a flip, but it's more like 70% to Belgium and 30% to Unity Country. And if the odds are higher and you're confident on your secure, there's a small chance that Unity Country can actually get the secure. Because if you look at the compositions, their best secure is a Super Power. And the Meteor from Miradon, essentially. So TB being able to snag it this there. This is basically the analysis. I hope you guys enjoyed it. And we're gonna head to a quick break very shortly. But before we show the break, we're gonna show the merchandise not for the European Cup.
The merchandise? Do you ship to the United States and or Australia?
Yeah, it's available for every country. So if you would like to purchase some merchandise, go to the non-shop and use the code UNITE for 10% off. I personally think that the jersey looks very.
It does look really cool. Yeah. I think the one thing that I have my eyes set on is I don't see it here, but you can see it somewhat represented on that mug. It's those Nouns sunglasses. Gotta get my hands on some of those. There's some pretty fly sunglasses.
We normally see him in the red, but I don't think we've
Yeah.
seen him in the blue. A
Mm.
little Unity European Cup specialty, potentially.
Yeah. Definitely something for everyone here. I know for us in the northern hemisphere, we are going into winter, so those sweaters might come in handy. But if you're in the southern hemisphere, like our friend Kello is, those jerseys pretty flowy for the summertime.
Right, we're gonna head to a quick break now, and then it's gonna be Team Germany versus Team Belgium.
Ooh, Germany and Belgium.
And hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Unity European Cup. If you are just joining us, I'm Callow, top of the morning to you, and we have a Drake here as well. Ghatlue who's sitting in the back lines here because we actually have our 5th match of the day. Switzerland going up against Greece. So I guess, can you tell us a little bit about these two teams here, Draker?
I think we're actually going into Germany and
Oh.
Belgium, Kilo.
Oh,
So
okay, my bad.
Belgium is gonna
That's
be
why Ghatlue isn't here. That
yeah.
makes more
Actually, no,
sense.
we banished Ghatlue because he's terrorized the European team with too much greedent. But we know these players already. Of course, we saw Belgium in the most recent set. Just to reintroduce them: TB, Gpad, Boo, John. F tier supporter. I think they were a pretty good support of that game. And Roxas is going to round out Team Belgium. Again, we saw them in the last game win their set over Unity Country, who are going up against Team Germany, who right now, they quite literally on the chopping block right here. We hate to say that for our host Ghatlue, but let's go ahead and introduce Team Germany. This is Void Venom, our boy Ghatlue, Indigo, GG, Daddy Leon, and I can't see that first letter there. It's Aradius, I believe, is the name of that last player to round out Team Germany. Once again, Germany on the chopping block, number 3 seed going into the Unity European Cup if we're speaking from last year to this year. And they got to win 2-0, Kello, or else they are out of the European Cup, with both teams and their Group C pool winning a set each. They got to win 2-0. Even if they lose one, or even if they win the set but lose one of these games, they are in a tiebreaker against Belgium. You definitely don't want to be in that situation, for me personally.
No, not at all. So it'll be definitely interesting to see how these matches end up panning out. And that's the thing with this group stage. There is the 3 teams per group, but then when you already have Unity Country taken out Team Germany 2-0, and then the previous match that we just watched as well, which was such a nail biter, 2-1 going over to was it Unity Country? Yes, Unity Country. So we'll just have to wait and see here. But we do have Belgium over on the purple side as first pick, Germany on the orange. Leafeon. I feel like we haven't seen a Leafeon ban in a hot minute, Draku. Why do you think they've gone and taken away this speedster?
Yeah, Leafeon, I think, is, before we have conversations about Darkrai, I think it might be one of the best speedsters in the game. Most consistent speedsters, I would say. Again, you have that pressure right out the gate at level 4. If you get that Xatu and you time that red buff at a certain time, you can apply pressure in the top path to prevent any stacking, or maybe even go for a jungle invade on the other side. And also just consistently does really well in competitive Pokemon Unite, similar to what the Absol was doing in game number 2 of in that recent set. Wander around the map. It has that delete button with that Unite move and can consistently apply pressure, and sometimes not really know where the Leafeon is because of the high mobility the character has. So not super surprised, but maybe so much so because we have a very bulky metagame right now.
Yeah, I guess to deal with the bulky metagame is the Mamoswine. We saw it picked a little bit earlier, and it ended up receiving itself a ban there, but it looks like we are going to answer back with a Miraidon, so providing a little bit more range. I'm wondering then if we are actually going to end up seeing the Fire Spin Armarouge being more like that all-rounder type rather than the backliner type that it has with its range. So definitely some flexibility there, but we're actually going to see Absol being selected once again, but it's going to be for Germany this time around.
I've seen 4 games so far, and 4 Venusaur picks from European teams. At least, Belgium was in the last game, but all 3 times was selected by Unity Country. Germany might be trying to take a page out of the book of Unity Country, considering they did lose out 2-0. Ghatlue taking a lot of time with his selection. We do know Ghatlue has quite a diverse pool of Pokemon that he can play, and they're going to be going with a Blastoise. We don't see that they have a stacking specs in their held items, but curious to see what Ghatlue goes here. And it looks like they are going to be placing that Blastoise in the top path, typically with a special specs to increase their special attack damage, but they are more going for a more conservative set with the Muscle Band and Cursed Incense to maybe prevent some of those healing from the Umbreon, Blissey, of course, with the primary healing, and then the pad healing as well.
Yeah, I guess it's, more that all-rounder type of build, considering we already have the 2 experience shares being carried by Eldegoss and Mamoswine there. So, definitely an interesting choice. Going up, I'd say, would be a Blaziken up in that top path, as you mentioned as well. No stacking items, though, on the side of Germany.
Yeah, so I mean that's going to be pretty good. They're going to try to anti-stack against that Blaziken specifically in the top path, but they're definitely going to be losing out on some, I guess, late game damage if you're not going any sort of stacking items, specifically on the Blastoise. But fairly poor early game across both teams. I believe on one side you have Blastoise plus I forget the team composition. But on the other side we have that Blaziken and the Venusaur. Pretty poor early game for both teams. I think one character we're going to watch in the early game again is that Absol. Has a pretty strong early game presence. So let's see how well Germany can lean into that in this early part of the game.
No, we're gonna have a little bit of a pause here as we adjust the camera sensitivity, making sure that the cams are nice and smooth for all of us here watching. And we're actually sending them a ride on into the central lane for this one, and sending the Torchic and the Charcater into lane instead. So interesting choice there. I guess sending the Pokemon that actually need their levels into the lanes instead.
Yeah, not the best early game for both members, in my opinion, in the bottom path. Charcadet and Venusaur, not the best last hitting Pokemon, I would say. Trying to lean into their defenders in the bottom path. That Swinub definitely has a stronger early game relative to the Umbreon down there. In the top path, it's kind of similar thing. I think I kind of leaned into it earlier or commented it, but both teams have a fairly poor early game with the Squirtle and Torchic in the top path. Absol, quick to clear that jungle, is up here with the Miraidon too.
Yes, rotating on up, leaving the ones down bottom that do need to evolve. But you know what? We're talking about the rotation. You can see Absol has actually decided to pivot on down into that bottom path real quick before those Swabbles and Altaria do spawn, and try to gain an advantage in one lane instead of going up against the range of a Miraidon.
Yeah, Absol's going to be put in a bubble. Doesn't even matter. There's a KO streak of 2 for the Speedster, going for a gank in that bottom path. See what Belgium can do here. Unfortunately, they are going to lose out in this 3v2 situation, losing their Blissey, of course. Not a whole lot of experience, but when your jungler goes into the top path, whereas the other jungler goes to the bottom path, you really want to try to win that lane.
Oh, but the aggression coming on out here by Absol to go and just keep the pressure on, diving onto that Miraidon, but they are able to X-speed out of there, grab themselves a berry, but they still end up losing that red buff to that Absol. But nonetheless, still gets taken down and goes over to Umbreon instead.
Yeah, again, Absol kind of struggling in this early game as where it should be excelling in this early game, in my opinion. We saw that with game 2 between Belgium and Unity Country, and Belgium doing, once again, a really good job at defending themselves against this Absol onslaught. Rather lukewarm, in my opinion, but as we head into 30 seconds before the first major objectives, there is a Venusaur online. One important thing to know, most likely going that Solar Beam build, trying to outrange the backline. I do really like the adaptation to bring out this Venusaur. It does outrange both the Miraidon and Armarouge at range.
Yeah, but a huge surf coming out from Ghatlue there to just push back those birds. However, they are going to pay the price as they end up getting sizzled down by the electric of Miraidon, giving him space to go and dunk in some Aeos energy. This bottom pad is left on 6. Absol did make an attempt, however, they want to make sure to take care of Umbreon there before closing this goal zone.
Yeah, and looks like both teams are going to trade pads. Belgium right now in the top path should very easily, slowly take down that Reggie electing the top path. Absol working on that southern Reggie. We'll see what it is in just a second with that notification. It is a Reggie Ice in the bottom path. Gotta quickly move up to the top path, though. Doesn't even matter as Reggie Lecky with the rest of Belgium is going to take that one off of the field. A Verdant Anger is going to land onto multiple characters, but a huge eject button is going to make that a KO streak of 3.
That is wild. The precision from that solar beam to take down two birds, one stone, as they call it. Well, it's two Pokemon, one solar beam here, Draku, today.
A massive play. It's gonna give them the experience lead at level 11, and it's definitely what you want to see. Again, on the side of Belgium, not a whole lot of dive. On the side of their 5 characters they have, again, they did respond to the 2 attackers on the side of Belgium by picking up this Venusaur, and I think it is a very lovely draft decision by Germany.
Yeah, it is definitely working out in their favor. You can just see the levels that as they are scaling. We already have 2 level 11s. They're level 10 over on the side of Germany. The highest level is going to be that Miraidon, but they still only have the single-digit numbers on 4 members of their team so far. We do have Umbreon doing the little sneaky sneak around that bottom path, utilizing the tall grass to get in an extra attack weight stack with their 5 points, but they end up getting sent back to the Pokemon Center. So, was it worth it, Draker?
I guess we'll see in the later part of the game. Again, even though Umbreon is not playing as the physical attack damage carrier, you do get more healing burst from Wish. So definitely trying to play towards the end game. Don't know how successful their early game was, as the camera was paying attention to other parts of the map. But again, once that Umbreon does get multiple stacks on that attack weight, the burst amount of healing with the Blissey right next to it could be pretty significant.
Yeah, and we have both of those objectives on the map. So interesting to see how Germany is going to prioritize the basement Reggie, which is actually going to be a Regirock. Blaziken has been left to deal with the Regieleki up in the top path on its own for Belgium, but it's getting shredded on down, and it's easily going to go over to the side of Germany, as we have all of the Unite moves pretty much being popped on out here. 2 members of Belgium have been taken down, a third being that of the Armor Rouge, and Miraidon is just needing to kite on backwards, knowing that that team has just lost that fight.
Belgium needs to find an answer for this big flower that's on the field. As stubby legs that it has, it is pushing the tempo so rapidly in favor of Germany. And I feel like, again, they don't have an answer for it. They don't have the best dive. They don't have an Electro Drift Miraidon. They don't have the best dive with Blaziken, and maybe in tandem with an eject button type of play. But when you have 2 defenders in front of your Venusaur, it's going to be quite difficult. So I don't know how they're going to be able to find this Venusaur, but they have to find it, or else they're going to be losing at least game number 1 in this best of 3 set.
I think what's interesting here with Germany is Ghatlue was actually put in charge of dealing with the Regieleki. So instead of actually finishing it off, they've allowed it to crush, knowing that they had all eyes on the members down in bottom path. So nobody was actually going to go and make that back cap. But once again, Umbreon just doing the little sneaky sneak, getting in 7 points there. Stacking up those weights for the late game, as we do have Germany just poking out additional damage onto Belgium for those birds.
Definitely playing the long ball game for the Umbreon. I'm actually surprised it's gotten a second small score off like that. I mean, it has a lot of HP, but I think they've been defending that bottom tier 1 goal zone pretty well. The Venusaur's just been hanging out there. The rest of the team members getting a ton of vision. Umbreon now heading up to the top path, as you can see in the top left corner of your screen. There is going to be one more Regieleki and potentially one more Southern Reggie, as you can see down here. Both GG and Indigo with the Absol right behind them is going to take this off the field. Roulette Reggies tend to be sometimes very volatile, but again, this Reggie Ice is going to be rather favorable, especially when you have a bulky front line like this Venusaur loves to have in front of it.
Yeah, but the thing is, we do have Germany having the positional advantage here, considering all of Belgium went to go take down that Regieleki. They don't have a Hooper on their side, so it'll be really interesting to see whether they're going to try and make an attempt at a back cap here, knowing that they are the ones that are behind, as we have the right side team is in the lead. The notification, but look at where the Absol is positioned on this minimap here, Draku.
Yeah, Ghatlue recalls back to the tier 2 by the long way around. I don't know why he recalled that far, but maybe trying to defend that tier 2. But it is the timer for the Regieleki is going to expire. Absol's still waiting at that tier 2. Maybe not making a decision here. There we go. They have now vision on the Absol. Let's see what Belgium decides to do.
Oh, Maridon is going to go in with the shred along with the Blaziken, but they end up getting caught in a surf, pushed up against the wall. Hydro Pub does end up coming on out to try and take him down. Ends up actually going to the side of Belgium here. Maridon has lost their shield, ends up getting taken down. However, Umbreon has also lost their shield here. 100 points ends up going in with a minute left to go here. Look, there's like no shield on this, but like it's like a sliver of shield left for this Blaziken, so they have to be wary because Venusaur is in that bush. Draco.
Yeah, Venusaur's doing a good job at checking these bushes, maybe just shooting those beams and laying down that field of sludge. They gotta be very careful, very nervous. They are by themselves, but Ghatlue, this has turned into a game of sudden death. Pokemon Unite. They got to break this goal zone. They got to deliver that payload to this tier 2. And here comes the rest of Belgium trying to escort their most valuable carrier. This Blaziken has really good mobility. They don't have vision on the Blaziken just yet. They have a lot of vision in this top path. They have vision now. The shield for the Blaziken is still alive. They're going to try to get to the field, and they lose it with the solar beam.
Oh, they lose it as the other members are looking to dunk up in the top part. But we do have a dunk going on in. Is it going to be enough?
Wait, was that enough?
Draco? I don't know. I don't even know how many points went in as it was the 10-second cool. Like, get that. What? How many points? How many points went in?
We're gonna have to go to the game here. Pokemon Unite's gonna tell us now. And Germany, we're gonna need to look at the names really quickly, but I think Germany was able to squeak that one away. Not enough points on the side of Belgium, even though pulling down the Rayquaza.
Wow, that is absolutely insane. 307 to 280. And yeah, there you go. It ended up being Germany that still have the lead there.
Very, very scary. Again, each of these games are so critical for Ghatlue's team, Germany. All right, they need to win every single game in order to win, in order to stay in the tournament. So it's gonna be tough.
Yes. I guess, look, breaking down that match, you called it. Blaziken there, being the most, the VIP, protect the president with that slither of shielding there. I think it was we could see the play there. Try and distract Germany, have all eyes on everybody else but that Blaziken. However, their plan ended up getting, not turning to plan, but considering, yeah, they still had that Venusaur down in that bot path, ready and waiting, knowing that they didn't have eyes on everybody. So definitely great awareness there from the Venusaur. GG. So
yeah,
but well, yeah. Any other words? I guess moving on forward with the second match, Draco.
I think that's the reason why vision is so important in Pokemon Unite, right? Just going around the map, just identifying who still has a shield left. Like, it was a pretty explosive team fight even after the Rayquaza was taken. Lots of shields were taken down. Lots of members for both teams going down. Even if they're on the side of Belgium, even if they didn't lose all of their shields, they still had to protect that one Blaziken, and it was very tough for them to try to approach, especially with the Mamoswine and that Venusaur on the bottom path. They have the vision awareness from the Mamoswine, and then the Venusaur, you have to basically dodge a solar beam in order to get back to that pad.
Yeah, pretty much, and it's a tough task to handle. Being able to have that maneuverability to Legion dodge, but we are going to head into our second game. We have a Leafeon and a Hooper banned for the side of Belgium. No Zacian and no Ceruledge for Germany.
Eldegoss going to be the first pick option for Belgium. I know Jean, I think Ghatlue was saying it earlier that Jean is a very proficient Eldegoss player. They have double attack speed boosting items for the Eldegoss. No X attack, so not the full Gatling Eldegoss with those auto attacks, but really strong start here for Germany. Still on that second pick side. Again, Belgium had the option to switch to that side, but I think just like in set number 1, they really do like this first pick side, Kello.
I guess the benefit with having that second pick is you are able to go and counter, keep your surprise until the last one, right? And that being Ghatlue. So it's going to be interesting to see what Belgium end up picking up here. Once again, their Umbreon ended up getting taken off them this time round, along with the Maridon actually. So a little bit of mind games for this draft.
Yeah. Definitely a really poor early game on the side of Belgium, speaking specifically to that Char Cadet and the Torchic. Even the Urshifu too needs to get to level 5. All those characters need to get to level 5. And I think one thing that may define this game is how well this Maridon and Absol perform in the early game. And we saw earlier Belgium doing a really good job at mitigating or at least limiting this Absol in the early game, despite them having a poor early game composition across the 5 of their Pokemon. And we'll see how well they're able to function in this game. But I think definitely the early game is going to define the rest of the game.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, yeah, you do have that comeback mechanics depending on what ends up happening. But as we have our final preparations underway, we did end up having the Maridon in the last game go into central area for Belgium. So I guess considering they have the Blaziken and the Urshifu and the Armarouge, who do you think they're actually going to end up sending into the central lane this time around?
I think it's going to be the Maridon. Yeah, I think. Are you speaking on Belgium? Sorry.
Urshifu. I think.
Oh,
it would
yes,
be
right.
Urshifu,
I mean,
right? Yeah.
yeah, I think it
Or
would be the
Armarouge.
Urshifu. I mean, if we're thinking specifically about who has the better level 5 gang for Belgium, definitely not the Blaziken. I think it would be the Urshifu. I think the next question after that, we'll find out here in the next couple seconds who's going into the central area, is which lane do they decide to go? Because I mean, both level 5s are really strong, but I would say Armarouge has a better level 5 relative to the Torchic in the top path, but I guess we'll see in the next 50 seconds or so.
Yeah, so Rhydon has decided to opt for that bottom path, going up against Char Cadet and Swinub here, contesting the experience. And we did actually see in the previous match, the Umbreon going and getting the attack weight stack. So Daddy Leon is actually opted for the Eos Cookie stacking item this time around for a little bit more HP bulk if they're able to get in their dunks.
We didn't see it on the cams there, but Jean, again, the Eldegoss player for Belgium, you can see right underneath them that red aura is not from their side of the field. A very bold invade by that Eldegoss to invade one of the fastest jungle clearing Pokemon in the game, that Absol. It's not going to like that one. You can see here they are level 5, but lacking a red aura, that red buff given by the Pokemon.
Yeah, and that is huge for that Eldegoss, who is just trying to stack up the boosted autos. Going up against Squirtle and Chansey is a very scary sight, as Urshifu is going to dive on in and just trying to ward them off. That way they can empty out all of their Eos energy.
Junglers are walking into that speed flux zone. We all know Urshifus love to walk into that speed flux zone like a river past very flowing rocks. And here we go. Absol heading into the central area. Is going to counter invade as Germany is going to try to defend against Belgium's water Urshifu. Almost level 7, so they will have access to liquidation going into the central area fight.
You take my red buff, I will go and take your red buff. And your blue buff as well. However, we do have Belgium getting away with Germany's blue buff anyway. The birds are about to spawn. Two members are here as Ghatlue is making an attempt. I don't actually think they ended up blocking any of the experience for themselves there. And about to get taken down. They do end up getting taken down.
Yeah, we'll see at level 7 what Ghatlue decides to go, but with that Hydro Pump, they can actually go both the Rapid Spin Hydro Pump. I know a lot of the Asia regions love to play, or playing that Surf ability, but it did have a Muscle Band, so every time you get a boosted auto, you get a 1 second cooldown on that Hydro Pump, so potentially trying to get a lot of crowd control with those abilities. They're going to go for an early break on the Tier 1 goal zone. 95 points to 62 is going to give them that positional advantage for the Swablues and eventually this Regieleki that spawns at the top portion of your screen.
Yeah, interesting to see that they actually decided to break that tier 1 earlier on. That is going to give them that advantage up in that top path. So it looks like they're going to actually leave Blaziken there to try and solo it down and pivot on down into the bottom path where we do have a basement Reggie spawning, but with 4 members of Germany here. They're the ones that do have advantage on this Reg Ice.
Leon's going to push on forward with Snarl to make some room for their team. Blaziken is going to 1v1 that Regieleki and win that team fighting, or that engagement between the two. Blastoise and the Blissey there for the defend on that tier 2 goal zone. And it looks like Belgium is pivoting down to this tier 1 goal zone. The Hadron engine is going to boost the healing from that tier 1 goal zone. You can see that electrical field on the ground. Unite move coming from the Absol is going to KO the Armor, who's trying to escape to the tier 1 goal zone. Make that a KO streak of 3 as the Absol on a tear here.
They are trying to rip shreds through them, unable to dodge the KO from the Urshifu, who ends up getting some help from the rest of their members, dunking in 29 points. And now Germany have the lead at 107 to 95. So some great maneuverability from that Absol there.
Uh-oh, Ghatlue gotta be very careful here. Here comes the overheat. Narrowly gets chipped there on the shell, and the Blaziken is going to get a couple more EXP for themselves as they head back over to the left side of the field. And as both teams disengage, and let's go ahead and remind ourselves, Germany has to win both of these games to at least stay in the European Cup. They lose this game to Belgium, they are in a tiebreaker situation. They do not want to be there and let that be out of their control. 107 to 95. Once again, just like set number 1, in game 1 and 2 of that set, a razor's edge leading in favor of Germany as we head into the halfway point of the game.
Yeah, we do have both of those objectives spawning at pretty much the same time as some members are just circling around this central area, considering the mini-map is absolutely wiped clean of yellow dots. A few are spawning down in that bottom path, but we also have that basement Reggie about to come on up here as Germany are taking hold in the tall grass for some vision.
Of course, they have the pleasure to retreat back to their tier 1 goal zone. It gives them that healing, but also positional advantage for any Southern Reggie spawn. It's going to be very difficult for Belgium to push on forward with that goal zone still intact. Reggie Steele, as we all know, you see that global EXP, but that damage boost, especially for games that are so close, could definitely give you the edge. Absol's going to go into a 1v1 against Jean. I think a lot of that experience going over to the Absol. A fight breaking out in the top path. Hydro Typhoon is going to find itself on the map. So another best target. A future bright Meteor Storm going to come down onto the team. Not a whole lot of value out of that one as well. Urshifu is going to be going down 2. KO streak of 2. Make that a KO streak of 3. A hat trick for the Absol. Make that a 4, Pete, for the Absol player. And they're going to start working on this Regieleki. Absol, definitely not the speedster we see most often, but just like Nouns Esports, going to pull out a very unconventional speedster, but get a whole lot of value out of it, Kello.
Yeah, 4 KOs picking up themselves a Regieleki. However, we do have Belgium fighting on back as Urshifu is able to pick up 2 KO streaks with their Unite move. The other members of Germany are going to pivot back, focus on whatever wild Pokemon are on their side, as we can see those yellow dots spawning on up on the minimap.
Can definitely feel the tension of these two teams, playing a lot more conservative in the second half of the game, really leaning into the advantages of the field that they have. Again, Belgium, advantage in the top path for those Regielekis. Germany, positional advantage for the Southern Reggies, and there's going to be one more. If you take a look at the field state right now, 2 level 13s on either side, Absol and the Urshifu on the side of Belgium. The rest of the team just slowly behind. It is a very close game in experience, but also in points. Mamoswine going to get some vision for the team, but again, without that tier 1 goal zone being up and active for them, it's going to be hard for them to press forward with this Miraidon shredding their HP bars with that enhanced charge beam.
Oh, that is absolutely insane. Having that Umbreon on their tail along with the Thunder just chasing them on down. Regirock secured for Germany as they are going to head on into the final stretch. Less than 30 seconds left to go. Looks like they're going to opt for early positioning here.
20 seconds left before the final stretch officially begins, but the teams might opt to emerge with the final stretch a little early. Thunder is going to be chasing down the Mamoswine again, and it is a ground type Pokemon, but it does have some damage on them. And right now, the Armarouge is way on the tier 2 goal zone, maybe preventing the Absol from going for a back cap or trying to get those last levels to get to level 13. Didn't see where their experience bar is at this moment. Right now, both all-rounders, all-rounder Blastoise is going to be heading up to the top path, and Blaziken does have vision on them at this point. Right on working to continue to have that enhanced gauge of the charge beam. And take a look at this. Mamoswine doesn't have super effective damage, but was definitely impactful nonetheless.
Yeah, that is actually huge to just take down their front line. Germany have the advantage here, and Belgium are caught with their legs, the tails between their legs, because they just don't know if they can go in for the push here, trying to find an isolation, but they're just caught out, circling around for the perfect moment.
It's a huge play. The Mamoswine is actually back onto the battlefield. Urshifu is going to take super effective damage as they water-type Pokemon. Mammoth Mash coming out is going to find the Blissey. Not a whole lot of value from that Unite move. Looks like both teams right now just continuing to dance around each other. Bright Future, Meteor, Storm going to be coming down. Armarouge is going to be first on the chopping block, and this might be the game, Kello. 50 seconds left, and with that character down, a huge amount of damage from Belgium is off the field.
Yes, and the Mamoswine was able to escape there into the tall grass, not getting taken on down despite being low HP. They are going to try and take advantage of this tier 1 as Absol was on their tail. However, Rayquaza is super duper low. Blizzard Sisters come on out, and the Hydro Typhoon from Ghatlue comes on out to knock up the members, and Miraidon gets the secure. So Belgium's chance to get the shields and go and make some dunks have just been taken away from them, and that is going to be 2-0 over to the side of Germany.
Yeah, we'll have to go back to the tapes there, but my eyes were specifically on that Blaziken, and I think there might have been a disconnect because they were standing above the Rayquaza, not doing anything, got very easily KO'd by the Blastoise, and I think the Twisters kicked up the Blaziken as well, but we might be able to pull up the tapes here in just a second, but I think we might have had a very, very unfortunate disconnect for the Blaziken. We'll see in just a second, but with that win, 2-0 for Germany, I do believe that means Belgium is out of the race. A 2-0 victory is more valuable than a 2-1 victory. So even though Belgium did win out over Unity Country, which Unity Country went over 2-0 over Germany, a 2-0 victory over Belgium, I think is going to lock in Germany and Unity Country for the finals. We will get confirmation from our production staff, but 11 KOs on the Absol player, definitely your MVP of the game.
Yeah, they ended up getting a 4 KO streak at one point, but you've got to give credit to the Miraidon. GG, also known as Soloni as well, the 95k damage, just keeping the pressure on with their charge beam, and Thunder's just keeping Etuli at bay on the Mamoswine time and time again.
Yeah, Mamoswine is just continuing to emerge as being one of the best all-rounder defenders in the game. I always make this joke that Mamoswine is basically an all-rounder, also just generally round. But 25,000 damage for the Mamoswine, 65 damage taken. It's pretty significant, but unfortunately, maybe a potential disconnect for the Blaziken gave Germany the win here. We all do know that Pokemon Unite it doesn't have the best foundation in the back in terms of its framework, but sometimes, as you saw in this game, could definitely make an impact. But we got one more game, and I think we're going to have a moment to speak with Ghatlue after this break, but we're going to be heading on over to another group. But it looks like Group C, the picture has been painted. Germany, Unity Country, moving on. Belgium is going to be knocked out of the Unity European Cup. We will be back after this moment. We got one more set between Kello and I, and we will be back very shortly. Do not go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to the Unity European Cup, as we did see the conclusion of Group C. And Ghatlue, welcome back to the caster's desk. I'm sure you're very excited to know that you're moving on to the playoffs. And I mean, Belgium, definitely a very strong team. I think if we're looking strictly at the transitive property, right? Unity country beat you, Belgium beat Unity country, so we would think that Belgium would be better than Germany if we're speaking strictly mathematically. But coming out 2-0, you needed exactly that to make sure you didn't have any sort of tiebreakers. I mean, how do you feel, Ghatlue? Moving on to the playoffs 2 years in a row must be feeling pretty good.
It feels very great, honestly, because like if we didn't manage to get the 2-0, that's right. Like you don't want to be in a tiebreaker situation, right?
Yeah.
But like that was pretty rough. I do want to mention that Team Belgium was playing with their sub. They actually weren't playing with Globe, the attacker player. So I think one of the issues they had is that when we played against them, they didn't really have an attacker player. So we just targeted the DL rounder players, essentially.
Yeah, he definitely had a really strong performance that game. I think we had some characters you've used in the past. Top lane Blastoise. Your opinion? What is your opinion with Blastoise coming back into the metagame? We know it's gotten some buffs to level 13 Rapid Spin Plus. I think its defenses got boosted when you use that ability. Blastoise, how are you feeling about that one?
It's just very great. Like I used to play Blastoise in season 1, Blastoise season 2. I stopped playing Blastoise season 3 because of the like recent nerfs and etc. But I feel like the cooldown reduction buff actually was very good on the Hydro Pump itself, because especially for the early game, you can spam the ability so much more, and you can make so many plays. So compared to like Mamoswine, who was able to use so many quakes, now the Blastoise can use so many selves. That's kind of like a shift from defenders being like they were like fine, decent, into being good again. Like Snorlax now. So it's always fun to see that the defenders are always shifting. I'm just wondering, like, what do you think about like Umbreon? It has always been strong and never really fall off. Like, do you think it deserves a nerf, or do you think it should stay like this?
What do you think, Hello?
Oh, look, it's an evolution, so I'm going to be biased.
Yeah, I'll
and I'm
defer
going
to you.
say no. Yeah, it's interesting to whether it needs a nerf. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I guess it has been at the top of the meta game for a reason. So yeah, do you either nerf it or do you just buff all of the other defenders around it, which I guess is what they've done with Blastoise. So yeah, we are well, it's interesting. Even if Mamoswine ended up getting the nerf, that we are still actually seeing it be very prevalent in the metagame still with that. So I don't know. Drakey, what are your thoughts?
I think it's an interesting discussion to have, because I think in terms of variety, I do like when characters tend to be a little bit more fluid with their strict categorization, right? We see this with Pikachu being more of a supporter or an attacker, or with a lot of the defenders, again, flexing to that traditional defender category that they are categorized in, or flexing to a top lane pick. But I think when it starts to become too volatile is when some of these defenders can do a certain role better than some of the actual characters that are in that category, right? So if there's like Blastoise does the all-rounder job better than an all-rounder, or Umbreon does the supporter job better than a supporter, I think that's when you can start to get into the conversation of this thing needs a nerf, because it's doing the job of other things better than what they're supposed to be doing.
Exactly.
So I guess it's what defender, supporter, plus an all-rounder in one, which I guess is sort of the direction that Blastoise is going in. It's the all-rounder and defender and the attacker as well, if you want to go in and run that rapid spin. But we do have our final set of the day, Switzerland up against Greece. So over on Switzerland, we do have Volto, Eternal, Snow-O, Skull, and Dragon Ball. Do we have any information on those? Could you tell us a little bit about this team here, Ghatlue?
So Snow has been the second best team in Europe. He was part of the team that Klaus made with Gekokami, and they performed very well in the European scene. So basically, they made up a team for the regionals finals, and they managed to place second. So definitely looking forward to see how Snow performs. But also Volto is a very good top laner. He has always been performing very well on top lane, and throughout the players, like these players just play a lot of ladder. So I always recommend people, if you want to get better, start playing ladder, grind the ladder, and obviously you can see Switzerland top 2 in the European Cup, top 2 in the European Cup 2023. The difference between this year's Switzerland is that Servas is not part of the Switzerland. He's actually playing in Team Italy. So this Team Switzerland looks a bit different than how it was before.
And correct me if I'm wrong, that second placing team in the regionals for EU, that was Connoisseurs, right? You played against them. Yeah, and I think Gekokami was coming back from somewhat of a small or maybe even long hiatus, so pretty huge turnout for them. But this is not internal, right? It's this different player than Eternal that's on this team.
Yeah.
Right? Internal's on Yellow Bingo. Is that the same player or is that a different player?
It's a different player.
Oh, it is internal. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so they are different players. Okay. And so, so in this set that we're seeing today, Switzerland is going to be going up against Greece. We'll pull up their graphic in just a second. This game, or this set, is a seeding game. Both of these teams have beat out against Turkey. Unfortunately, they are going to be bowing out or losing out as they both lost 2-1 and 2-0 respectively to these two teams. So on the side of Greece, Ghatlue, would you like to introduce this team?
So for Greece, we have Kopiani, Primariani, Soroki, Hupastad, and Mano. Hupastad is a well-known Hoopa player in Sorokyo. He always performs very well on the Hoopa, so shoutouts to him. Todoroki is a very well-known grinder. He has thousands of games in every season, so he's someone to always look out for. He's, I think, playing the central area for this team, so shoutouts to Team Greece for always being on the ladder.
I've got to read out the description here that we have received as well. It's "Let us cook some gyros." So we'll have to wait and see if they are able to cook and whether we're going to see a lot of fire type Pokemon being selected by their team. Because there's actually a lot of fire types in Pokemon Unite currently.
Yeah. And small shout out to My Hero Academia as Todoroki. I think they're in the wrong anime, so maybe a lot of fire type Pokemon, but also a lot of ice type Pokemon. I think Todoroki's quirk or their superpower is hot and cold, has both fire and ice type qualities. But a lot of fire types really good in the game. A lot of ice types really good in the game. I mean, the most recent patch is called the Freezing Waves balance patch, so maybe we'll be seeing some ice type Pokemon.
All right, here we go. Draku, our final set of the day. We do have Greece over on that purple side and Switzerland over on the purple side and Greece over on the orange side. The two bands locking on in Umbreon along with Armor Rouge so far.
Yeah, nothing too out of the ordinary here. So at least for both of these teams, no Armor Rouge. I think Armor Rouge, I don't know if it's worthy of a ban still. It did get quite a significant amount of nerfs. It got like 1 cooldown reduction buff to, I think it's Psyshock, but damage from Armor Cannon. The shielding from Fire Spin was reworked, so no longer do you get a boost to your defenses, but you get a passive shield attached to you. So whether that's going to make a huge impact, we'll see as the metagame starts to develop. But here we go into the first selections of the team. Switzerland is going to be on our first pick side, on our purple side team, and Ceruledge, another a part of the duo. They're actually going to switch on over to Miraidon, and I think that's a pretty strong first pick. I think Miraidon is coming out to be one of the best attackers in the game, Kello.
I think what's really interesting is Slowbro. I don't even think we've... Actually, really interesting there to see what they're going to actually lock on in there. Mamoswine is going to be first pick along with the Leafeon for Team Greece.
Mhm. Yeah, Leafeon is not either a fire type or ice type Pokemon, so not leaning into their name as a hot and cold player. They are a grass type Pokemon, but Volto looking like they're going to be hovering over the Trevenant, still a very consistent defender in the game right now. I do like that they have this Float Stone. I think Float Stone on defenders is a really niche pick for their held items. I know a lot of defenders in North America are playing this Float Stone to make sure they are everywhere on the map, or at least positioning themselves appropriately to get those Horn Leech or those Wood Hammers in appropriate position. But on the other side, Grease is going to pick up this Blaziken. Again, a very consistent all-round to the top path. Really strong early game presence from both the Mamoswine, Leafeon, and the Eldegoss, really trying to support this Blaziken getting to level 7.
Yeah, that is definitely going to be the all important there. Get the Blaziken online, but it looks like we're going to actually have two earlier game all rounders being selected by Switzerland here. Buzzwole to go up into a Torchic. I mean, it's like 10 times its size, but also has that better earlier game along with Seraluge as well. But last pick,
Wow.
Delphox. What do you think about this for Greece here, Draco?
Well, I don't think it's going to be a Mystical Fire Delphox. Both Mystical Fire and Fire Blast got a damage reduction nerf in the most recent balance patch. It's most likely going to be a Fire Spin Delphox, and I guess that does make sense. They want more crowd control going into the other side of the field, but it does leave them to a fairly poor early game. I was talking about having a stronger early game with Mamoswine, Leafeon, Eldegoss, but now you have to decide which of the two paths you want to help support, because a Blaziken in the top path and a Delphox in the bottom path, not very strong on either which way.
No, I guess that's the downside with Delphox. Its early game isn't the greatest, nor is it secure, and it doesn't really get online until that level 6, where it gets its move at level 7, I guess. And I guess it's the same with Blaziken, but you know, Blaziken is running those attack weight stacks, so helping them out in the lane early game. Maybe if they're able to get some KOs, dunk in some points, that could be very beneficial going on later on. But you know what, Draco? Final set of the day. Final set for stage 3. This is going to determine the seeding between Switzerland and Greece. Switzerland on the purple, Greece on the orange side, and Leafeon is headed onto that central area just as you picked it.
Yeah, I guess for the advantage of both of these teams with a new balance patch coming out, and they have some games to lose here because, again, both teams qualified for the playoffs starting later this week. This is more so for seeding, so it's really trying to test out if Delphox is still something that can be played on the field. I think bottom path, Delphox is really the only place that it would slot in with this lineup of 5. You definitely want this Leafeon to be on the field quickly, as a character that is also going to be sent back to the Pokemon Center very quickly is that Buzzwole.
Yeah, I mean, picking up 2 KOs earlier on is so huge. Torchic is able to get in a dunk of their own, along with Leafeon getting 2 attack weight stacks, considering there was nobody there to go and defend the goals just yet.
Seraluge coming up to the top path. Both junglers heading up to the top path for that 850 gang. Miraidon just here a little bit late. It's going to blow up the central area. Swablu's and Altaria. Can't really tell who got most of that farm, but the Leafeon is forced to defend this pad on their own. They are going to forego all this scoring potential to Switzerland, and Leafeon's going to head over to the left side of the field. I don't know if Miraidon got vision of the Leafeon, but it looks like they're not going to be able to defend their jungle.
No, instead, Leafeon is going to soak up all of that experience, as we do have those members actually pivoting on down into the bottom path, as we see on the minimap through the hyperspace highway there. Leafeon looks to get caught out by the Seraluge, but they're needing to back on away as they actually have some backup of their own.
Yeah, they are really low HP. Unfortunately, they faint in the central area as their HP bar expires. Hoopa, Combuskin in the top path, Buzzwole falling slowly behind. A huge team fight breaking out here in the central area. No one going down. Fortunately, that enhanced charge beam doesn't find its mark on the Piloswine, retreating back to its goals. And again, a fairly conservative game. Not a whole lot of team fights. A lot of invading going on. Eldegoss in the earlier part of the game, Leafy onto the left side of the map after those 850 birds. And a very close game between the two teams, 67 to 55. Eldegoss going down in the top path. And lots of members everywhere on the map. No team really allocating a lot of resources to the top or bottom path.
Just evenly spread here as it's a 2v2 still up in that top path. One benefit is Switzerland do have the hyperspace hole. Need they pivot down into that bottom path for the basement Reggie, but instead they're actually going to utilize it to try and get a heal, but Leafeon is going to shut that down. 4 members are up in the top path to go and capitalize and get some dunks in, leaving it on 4 points. Some needed stacks for Blaziken and Leafeon once again as well. So that's huge. But the thing is, they are looking to give up this Reg Ice, as we do have Piloswine just trying to buy some time for this Eldegoss and Delphox to make it on downtown.
They are here to potentially go for a steal. Delphox is going to try to lay down that fire spin, but it's going to be used to try to defend itself, unfortunately. Delphox is going to get chopped down at the bottom path as he Reggie Ice. He gets melted off the battlefield, and now they have their eyes set. Switzerland has their eyes set on the battlefield. Leafeon is going to be able to get a KO on that Trevenant as the Bright Future Meteor Storm is going to come on down the forehead of this Leafeon. And one thing I do want to pay attention to, this Leafeon player, although it did go down in the last team fight, it's been performing those combos to perfection, laying out those Razor Leaves, going into that Unite move, and then recalling those Razor Leaves at the perfect amount of time to get a massive amount of burst damage with that Unite move coming down and the retraction of those Razor Leaves as you see here.
Yeah, and despite them having that early game, though, Draco, I'm seeing 3 level 10s on the side of Switzerland now. Reggie, like, he did end up crashing into that tier 1. Buzzwall is trying to defend as much as they can and get in that 40 dunk. So that is a massive overdunk at 203 to 116 points now.
This is somewhat of the issue with speedsters, right? They're very volatile, tend to be extremely powerful in the earlier stages of the game. They scale early, but with the metagame being so bulky and having 2 all-rounders on the side of Switzerland, our purple side team, speedsters tend to really struggle in the later parts of the game, and even 1 KO and the comeback mechanics in Pokemon Unite is very, very difficult to defend against, especially when you lose a speedster at the middle point of the game.
Oh, but Leafeon is going to dive on in once again with their Emerald 2-step, and they're actually going to back on up and get that 8 points in just to get rid of that tier 1. But we do have the slash and dash coming in from Cerulege, looking to get another KO. Piloswine ends up getting taken down as Leafeon and Eldegoss are trying fast to retreat, but Buzzwole ended up using their Unite. It targets a Leafeon at first, but ends up backing on back into the birds.
Yeah, Super Swole Slam has some very interesting targeting. I play a ton of Buzzwole myself, and sometimes I scratch my head as to where the targeting is actually landing onto. Our Blaziken is here. They do have a Focus Blast, and they get it in!
Whoa.
Able to squeeze that one in there. Really good recognition to maybe the HP bar is too low for a full charge of the over here. The fight is breaking out. Switzerland definitely not liking that one, and 4 minutes left in the game. A really good time to start using that Unite move. The Leafeon is going to hunt down that Miraidon. A Predator on the prowl is going to get a KO streak of 2, making that Magician disappear off the map, making that Ghost type disappear too. A very spooky character for the Halloween season.
Oh, Buzzwole also gets knocked on down. It's only a lone tree left standing, but they end up getting knocked down too. 4 KO streak over to that Leafeon. 50 points ends up going on in. And that is going to bridge the gap ever so slightly, considering Greece are still behind at 180 to 240 here. So, you know what? It's still at least going to give him some levels, but also open up that space down in that bottom path as well. And Leafeon is now at level 13, Draco.
This might be the first time in the game where we're actually seeing a clear divide in the levels. Of course, the rest of the team is fairly underleveled relative to the one Leafeon that is on your team, but it's exactly where you want your speedster player to be. You want them to be ahead in levels, even if it's 1 or 2 levels. You want to be at least 2 levels and get that burst damage. They also have that Registeel buff as well. They have a fairly low cooldown timer with 45 seconds left. There's not a whole lot of yellow dots, but if they want to use their Unite move, I think they can.
I think that was an interesting choice, the way that those members from Switzerland watched the Mamoswine retreat back to base, even though they actually had the opportunity to interrupt it. But I guess they wanted Mamoswine to go on back. That way they have the advantage up in the top path. But Leafeon and Eldegoss just sticking together like two peas in the pod, once again, going and dunking in that tier 2, and now they have the lead with 2 points. 242 to 240. So close match is about to appear on the screen as we reach this final stretch, Draku.
Eldegoss is going to push on forward, try to get some vision for anyone, maybe going for a back cap on that now vulnerable tier 2 goal zone. Hoopa is going to pop into that pixel bush, get vision on the Mamoswine, and everyone is going to start to retreat or at least position themselves here in the central area. Really nice Woodhammer, but it looks like they're not going to be able to capitalize off of it. Earthquake is going to push the Mamoswine themselves, or at least jump into the middle of the screen. They might be caught out here, forced to use that Unite move. Both teams still have every player on the field, but now Grease starting to fall as both the Blaziken and Mamoswine going down. Switzerland right now being pushed way into the bottom portion of the screen. Miraidon, Trevenant, and Buzzwole now close to being on the chopping block, but the Delphox gets taken out.
Oh, I know. It's only the Eldegoss and Leafeon left standing once again. Buzzwole is trying to chase him on down as the Rings Unbound has expired. All of their Unite moves have been utilized. However, Trevenant still has a yellow dot above their head here, Draku.
Yeah, it's definitely a good Unite move to have. Wouldn't say it's the best Unite move across the 5 they have on your side of the field, but I think one thing to pay attention to is that Blaziken, although it does have a yellow dot, doesn't have a formal Unite move. And when the other team has no Unite moves, characters that don't have a Unite move tend to really excel. So even if this is a clean fight, Unite moves in favor of Switzerland by 1. Mamoswine is going to engage once again, able to catch the Cerulege with that Ice Fang. Fanciful Fireworks going to be placed onto the field, and it looks like Grease, pedal to the metal.
Yeah, they're looking at shredded on down, considering there's only 25 seconds left to go. Buzzwole ends up trying to fling some members, and it ends up being Delphos that gets the secure for Greece. But it's 316 to 242, as we did end up having a back cap there. But you know what? Full points on hand. 1 dunk, 2 dunk. Greece are going to take this first match of the set.
Mamoswine definitely having the play of the game, having almost an MVP moment there. I mean, I think they did get KO'd one time around in that final stretch. They came back, earthquaked into the pile once again, but that time finding that Ice Fang on the Cerulege, pulling them into the central area, really pushing the tempo of that end game fight. They got a KO on one of the members of Switzerland, and then really paved the way for the Delphox and Blaziken to take that off of the map. Not the best secure, a little scrappy from both teams. Delphox, of course, getting the secure over the Blaziken. I don't know if they had their secure option available to them at that moment, but nonetheless, Greece coming out 1-0 in this game.
You're talking about, Hooper's dad on the Mamoswine going in with that engage, but I think it was also Justice on the Delphox. Like, it was perfect. The Ice Fang into the Fire Spin. As a player, that must have been so frustrating going into, but you know what? Todoroki on that Leafeon early game, they had their moments getting those early KOs, and then it felt a little bit rocky in that middle game, but once they were able to just buckle down, focus, they actually were able to just wreck house.
Yeah. And this is one of the things with speedsters, right? They're really strong in the early game. You have to be so careful in the middle part of the game as your enemy team starts to scale and get into their 2nd and 3rd tier evolutions, or just get access to those abilities, more importantly. And you got to traverse the map, again, very carefully. And if you even get KO'd once, you can hand over a ton of experience back over to the other team. And that level advantage that you had can very quickly dissipate, right? And if that happens, you start to you're forced to make some very risky plays like they did there, and it paid off, right? They got a 4 KO streak in that bottom path, bleeding into the jungle of Switzerland, and they were level 14 by the 3-minute mark. I mean, that's what you have to do, but those risks sometimes can be very scary to take.
Yes, indeed, especially considering it is quite squishy. You don't want to end up getting caught on out. But I think it was also, yeah, the team fights, but also knowing that they were behind the Eldegoss and the Leafeon. So very risky going and dunking in that T2, especially when the opponents have a jump pad. But I think in that moment they must have had vision on the side of Switzerland. So knowing that they could make that risky maneuver there to take the lead.
Skull is going to be banning out of respect, in my opinion, for Todoroki's Leafeon. So that's going to be heading up to the ban slot. Both evolutions are going to be heading up there too. Ho-Oh and Armor's 2 fire-type Pokemon on the side of Greece. Still a lot of Pokemon to be selected here. Blaziken, still an option to be selected. Lots of supporters, every single supporter able to be selected. Wigglytuff, probably not the best first pick option. Neither is Dragapult, but let's see what they decide to do here. Charizard is a character that has gotten quite a lot of nerfs in the most recent patch, but they are going to be switching on over to Pikachu, one of the best attackers in the game. It's a good first pick, in my opinion.
Yeah, it even ended up dodging the latest patch and not receiving any nerfs of itself, even though it has been pretty much at the top of the meta for last and I think the previous seasons because of those buffs. But you know what? We do have Greece going and counter picking with another electric type Pokemon, that being the Miraidon. So taking that from Snow-O this time round. And you know what? Slowbro was banned, so why not pick that up too?
Trying to prevent any sort of hyper carry on the side of Switzerland is what Slowbro aims to do most parts of the game. Slowbros tend to struggle with an attack heavy comp on the side on the other team, but with it just being a Pikachu, I think it'll be okay. But Slowbro beam or Slow Beam into a Ceruledge definitely is a target that the Slowbro is looking to accomplish. But I think on the Pikachu or the Ceruledge would be pretty good too.
It'll be interesting to see what they're actually going to end up countering back with. Which all-rounder pick are they going to select, considering there are just so many all-rounders to select from? We did have that Gyarados being hovered on over, but Napier Stroke is actually going to lock in that Blaziken once again.
And a couple of more options here. I think, again, these teams have basically the freedom to pick anything they want to. I really like Dodrio as a 10th pick or a 9th pick option for Switzerland. You know, test out some of these new Pokemon. Definitely like that Grease was pulling out the Delphox in that last game to see if it's still a viable Pokemon. Whether it's viable still or not, but I think we still need a couple more games to make that distinction. Not the best secure on their side, but Todoroki, they're going to be locking in the Inteleon. Don't see this one very often anymore. I think some of the best snipe shot players can still perform really well with a snipe shot Inteleon, but there is an argument for it to be liquidation because there is a Dodrio on the other side, and hitting a Dodrio running around you with a snipe shot's a lot easier said than done.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Liquidation, at least that short hit move. But it'll be really interesting to actually see what they lock on down here, considering Leafeon's playstyle is quite different to an Inteleon playstyle there. But I think Dodrio is actually a pretty good counter into that Miraidon. It didn't, you know, I guess it's just trying to get into the backline towards it, and it would play really well into the Inteleon as well if it does end up being that snipe shot trying to get into that backline. But yeah, liquidation could potentially be a bit of a problem for that. So a very interesting draft moving on forward here. As yeah, we have mentioned that this match, these two teams are actually making on forward to stage 4. Both of them being able to defeat Turkey during this group stage. So all for seeding here, and we all know how important seeding can be, especially when going into double elimination bracket.
Game number 2, Switzerland on our purple side, Greece on our orange side. Dodrio heading into the central area. I know EU to love their speedsters. I know Ghatlue themselves is quite a proficient Dodrio player. I know Soryu on Nouns Esports also loves Zorark and some other speedsters as well. I think also Scyther too. So I think in terms of the environments of Europe over their speedster picks, there is a quite a number of players that loves to play the speedster category.
I mean, there isn't really that many speedsters to select from, so I guess I know for me it's probably the role that I struggle with the most. But we do have a Gossifleur chasing on down that Hooper, just trying to chip it away, ward it on off. That way they can allow their Torchic to secure the experience for themselves.
Doduo has grown ahead. Is now pulling out the tri-attack build. Water gun is going to go into the tall grass. I think both junglers have vision on the other jungler there, but a very scary position here by the Inteleon player. Actually missing out on all the tri-attacks. Gets the second iteration of that coming out with a slower cooldown. I think a lot of that experience going over to the side of Switzerland. A very conservative start. Nice Astonish. Dodrio once again still trying to poke with that tri-attack, but you should expect the Dojo to head into the central area. A lot of attackers really struggle at that level 5, and Inteleon is no different.
Gotta give credit to Kopiani here for being aware that Dodrio will make an attempt at invading. So going and protecting that Drizzle, making sure that it's able to secure those buffs for themselves. But we can just see Slowbro evolving, getting that level 4. And instead we have some Dunks going up in the top path, leaving this goal on 24 points, Draku. So 56 to 0, getting some much needed attack weight stacks for that Ceruledge.
Look at this Dodrio. I'm just like watching it run up and down the map. Has not head back into its central area. Looks like the Pikachu took that blue buff, but in Drizzle, really nice eject button through the walls, able to escape on 1 HP before it faints. Eldegoss is going to be going down to the Ceruledge, as you can see the notification on the center part of your screen. That Dodrio was ganking the top path at 850, went down into the central area right after that, went back to the top path again, back to the middle part of the map. This is exactly what Ghatlue was talking about. Dodrio players need to really push the boundaries, the limits of their characters, because Dodrio, best mobility in the game, can do this and apply pressure everywhere on the map.
Yeah, exactly. And then when you pair it up with the Hooper as well, that just allows more maneuverability between the lanes for the team. It's a match made in heaven here. But we do have both objectives spawning in about 5 seconds, as we have Piloswine and Pikachu trying to empty out this Eos energy. But Slowbro is doing a pretty decent job of defending this pad. It's actually opted, is that telekinesis? Did I see?
Bold play. If it is a telekinesis Slowbro, we'll see that when the Slowbro re-enters the field. But, you know, I was talking about a snipe shot being hard to lock down a Dodrio, but telekinesis might be even harder.
This Regirock is already at half HP, and it is actually a liquidation Inteleon. Dodrio does end up using their triple trample to run over the members that have already been knocked on down. Regirock is going to go over to the side of Switzerland, as those members from Greece ended up getting wiped on out, and it's going to provide the opportunity for them to go and dunk in these points. Pikachu, I actually saw in the minimap, Pikachu actually ends up cancelling their 40, but it looks like no, they are going to break it and open up the floodgates.
Yeah, I want to make sure that this three-headed bird continues to stack on that attack weight. It was the Bitter Blade, not actually able to get that one away from Greece, but right now, just like that name, Triple Trample, Switzerland is trampling all over Greece, and it's all made way by this now level 11 Dodrio. Dodrio is such a hard character to lock down. A lot of speedsters tend to be picked towards the later part of the draft because they can be countered by all the crowd control that's in the game. And when you look at Greece, there's not a whole lot of crowd control. Again, there's that slow beam, but telekinesis and even landing that slow beam might be easier said than done.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that we already have 3 double digits over on the side of Switzerland, no double digits as of yet on the side of Greece. They are needing to back on up, try and get the safety of that tier 2 in case needed. But Dodrio is just going to go and do Dodrio things. Dunk in some extra points at the top path because Reggie Alecki ended up crashing on in.
Yeah. Oh, we got to be very careful here. They're going to use that eject button in
Oh
response.
my
Forced to
gosh,
use that.
no
Can they get
way.
away here? Look at that HP bar. Are able to make it back home to that tier 1 goal zone. They were forced to use their triple trample unite move, so they're definitely not going to have it for the next set of objectives, but really good for Todoroki to force the objective there, force them to use that unite move. That's a really valuable resource here. And the Pikachu is going to try to respond, and now Switzerland going to test the defense of Grease, but Grease is going to respond back with a unite move of its own. Wow, take a look at that. Does it continue to follow? Another KO being missed out by that Inteleon. Hoopa saving the Pikachu this time.
That is absolutely wild to just see the liquidation shoot across the map as, yeah, Pikachu utilized the Hooper's Unite move. That is actually wild.
I actually don't know if Liquidation has a fall off. I know there are some abilities that are kind of strange with that because like Icicle Spear from Glaceon, we've seen the videos of it traversing the entirety of the map as a Hoopa sending one of them back. But Dojo, oh wait, here we go. This could be it. But they're able to lock down one of those telekinesis, but no one to follow up on it. So it's kind of a two-pronged thing, right? You want to have to land the telekinesis or slow beam, but you also got to have someone around you to capitalize off of that maneuver.
Yeah, well, you don't really have the backup. I guess those members end up getting away, but Reggie Alecki is already at half HP as Ceruledge is dealing with it on its own. Mamoswine doing a great job of defending with those Icicle Crashes, making sure that Grease cannot push on forward.
And Regieleki now is going to go over to the tier 2. Lots of defense here by Grease. Should be able to take this off of the map. Pikachu's going to take that blue buff, as you can see on their mini-map. Top left corner of your screen. I think they're going to go ahead and just position to take this neutral farm that's leaning into the side of Grease. It's going to take that farm away from that team, forcing to defend this goal zone. Dojo is going to try to once again test the patience of Grease as they're going to try to score on this tier 2 goal zone. Really good recognition by the rest of the team. As we head to 45 seconds left, like I was saying before, triple trample, more like Switzerland's trample over Greece, 337 to 72. Kello, it's not looking good for Grease, but if there's a couple of characters to watch, getting that slow beam, always a very valuable tool, but landing it on the Dodrio specifically is going to be very difficult.
Yeah, but it's a question of, do you land it on the Dodrio? Do you try and lock down the Ceruledge? Both quite big threats going into the final stretch. Interestingly enough, we do have Switzerland putting their energy into the Regirock despite only having 10 seconds left. So it looks like they are actually going to end up giving up their positioning in the tall grass, as we can see Grease going and setting up here. But they do have that Hooper Unite move on hand. Need they teleport the members or to keep the pressure on?
Take the one that's slow beam. Of course, you want to land it on the Dodrio if you can, but the Ceruledge is a very good consolation target as well because that Ceruledge is going to keep Switzerland in the fight. I mean, between the two teams, Switzerland definitely kind of struggles in longer team fight engagements, and the fight is going to start to break out here as Mamoswine going into that Elbush with that Unite move. Revenant Rend finds its way onto 3 characters, and just like that, evaporated off of the field is Grease. And even though it doesn't have a trample Unite move, that Revenant Rend is going to send Grease to their grave, and I think we're going to be looking at another Game 3 in our set number 6 of the day.
Wow, just the team wipe. And you know what? There's not a lot that they could do, so they're actually going to wait the white flag in surrender, knowing that they still have one more match left to go. So it's a GG, let's go next. But before that, we'll need to look at the stats real quick. 337, 272. I mean, it's the point lead, but it's also the level lead that Switzerland actually had during that match as well.
Yeah, I mean, Volto on the Ceruledge only got 5 KOs that game. Fairly conservative in terms of the KOs between the two teams. Only 1 KO for Todoroki on their Inteleon, unfortunately. But Revenant Rend, one of the coolest Unite move animations in the game, but also one of the most devastating. You landed on 3 characters, you get that stun. You don't have any sort of cleanse unless you have a full heal or a Wigglytuff on your side of the field. With a level lead and landing that ability on multiple members, and also the attackers on the side of Grease, those characters just evaporated. I don't think the slow bro, even if it landed that Unite move, the slow beam on the Ceruledge, it had no chance because 2 members being taken out, third member being taken out, even if the Sarah ledge was being locked down, no one to follow up with it like we were talking about before, and then the rest of the team just runs you over.
Yeah, that Dojrio definitely did that time and time again during that match. Not only running him over, but also running away. I mean, Todoroki, they end up having 2 KOs pretty much stolen from them because of their escapes. But I mean, overall, in terms of stats-wise, it was a pretty passive game between the 2 teams. And I mean, looking at the graph there, yeah, just Greece just getting shut down time and time again, and Switzerland keeping presence on the map and locking down each of those objectives. 3 Reggie rocks this round, though.
Yeah, 3 Reggie rocks. You don't see that very often. I don't know what the percentage is on that. It's 0.33 times 3, and that's your percentage of that happening. Or divided by 3 is your percentage of that happening. But yeah, I mean, that's just the power of like Speedster as a last pick, right? Dojrio, Zorark are two very key examples that excel in the later parts of the draft. And when you see a team don't draft a whole lot of crowd control, those Speedsters will shine. And that's exactly what Dojrio did that game.
I guess it's just showing as well. Maybe Inteleon isn't the most optimal choice in terms of an attacker. I can definitely see where they're going with the liquidation, the short hit move, but it just didn't seem to have the oomph that, say, a snipe shot has with the amount of burst. But you know what, Draco, we still have one more match to go before the day is concluded. Before that, we are going to take ourselves a quick break, play some ads, and I hope all of you have a stretch. Make sure you hydrate, and we'll be back very shortly with the final match of the day at the European Unity Cup.
And welcome back, everybody. Unity European Cup stage number 3 is coming to a beautiful end. We got one more game as the final set of stage number 3. Greece and Switzerland once again are going to be facing off against each other for seeding for the playoffs. It looks like our playoff picture is all but completed. We're going to be reviewing that after this game. But yeah, once again, both teams did win out in their set against Turkey in their group, so they will be moving on to the playoffs starting next week. And right now it's just for seeding, and it's been a pretty explosive game. We've seen kind of the power of speedsters and draft in that last game, and I don't know what to really expect here. I really love watching the EU scenes games. The end of draft tend to be really fun. They sometimes pick things like Zorark, Dodrio, even Zero Aura. We saw that announced esports last year at the WCS, or I guess a couple months ago the WCS. So excited to see where they go here. They have games to lose. Of course, they want better seeding, but they are both confirmed to play next week. So hope to see some fun things from them.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. But one thing for sure, it looks like Volto on the Cerulege last game was a little bit too risky to go into, so that is going to get banned out along with its fellow Paldean Knight Armor Rouge.
Yeah, I mean, they're some of my favorite Pokemon in the new region of the main series game. Really love the edginess they bring to the cast, but definitely nothing out of the ordinary here. I think the Leafeon being banned out is the most interesting thing. We very commonly see Armors, Miraidon, Cerulege up there represented. One thing to note, however, is that they have went ahead and switched sides. So Switzerland this time is going to be on our orange side, the right side team. Greece, left side team. Again, we're talking about Volto. They did have that MVP moment that last game. Revenant Rend on 3 characters. We know Snow as that Dodrio player. They do have the option of picking that in their 3rd or 4th pick option here. Maybe even the 10th pick option if they switch spots with Val. And we already saw in the last game, Dodrio, any speedster in that final pick, really, really strong.
Whoa, what is going on here? We have 3 defenders. We see, is it some MYS tech coming on out here with a 5 defender meta in Europe? That would absolutely be wild.
I mean, like I was saying before, like, why not, right? Why not?
Oh, I mean, there's still 2 picks left to go. I was going to say, are we actually going to see Lapras? They weren't sure which defender, a defender for sure, Lapras and then Slowbro, but it looks like they're going to lock in that Ho-Oh, considering it has dodged the bans this time round, and Blaziken being locked on down. I mean, this is just an all-rounder that we see once over and over again, but you're talking about speedsters, right? And variety. Meowscarada is a speedster we don't really see very often, do we, Draco?
You definitely do not. I definitely want to try to pull out the cooldowns of that Pikachu specifically if they're running that Volt Tackle, but I don't know. I can't really justify a Pikachu going Volt Tackle here when you have such a bulky front line. I feel like Thunderbolt's that ability set will do really well. They could do somewhat of a hybrid for Pikachu, play Volt Tackle Thunder, but again, you're splitting your resources. You'd rather, allocate your ability set to one or the other, Thunderbolt or Volt Tackle Electro Ball. So I'm curious to see where Skull decides to go with this. Volto is going to be going with Mimikyu. I'm not super sure about this pick. I think they're going to be playing the Shadow Claw build to really hone their Shadow Claw claws on these defenders, but they are going to be going toe-to-toe with 3 separate defenders, more than likely a Moonblast Gardevoir as well. So hanging out in this short to middle range when you have 3 defenders and a Gardevoir is... I don't know about this pick.
Well, I mean, the thing is, if it's able to utilize its Unite move, play with me either on the Meowscarada or Gardevoir, they're your ideal targets. It could actually be really beneficial for them. But, it all comes down to timing and positioning, and whether they're able to utilize the tall grass to get further into the back line towards them. So only time will tell. Like, I don't think the Mimikyu pick is a bad choice. I am actually liking it, Draco, despite the tanky front line that that Greece do have. But you know what, Draco, Final match of the day. This is for Group B. Greece over on the purple side, Switzerland on the orange side. And as we have said just beforehand, this is all for seeding going into stage 4, which is the final stage, the double elimination bracket, the playoffs. And that is where it gets closer to the prize pool, right?
Yeah, that is right. $600 awaits these teams that make it to that top 8 playoffs, but let's go ahead and head on into the game. Ho-Oh is going to fly over the rainbow. That's over the middle of Thea Sky Ruins, trying to get another color of aura underneath them. Unfortunately, that blue buff is going to stay conserved inside of Greece, but on the other side of the map here, Greece is going to make their presence known here in this top path, getting a lot of stacks for that top lane defender. And we haven't seen this very often, but top lane carry Trevenant is going to be the flavor of choice for their all-rounder, quote-unquote, for Greece.
Yeah, I guess giving the experience share over to the side of that Umbreon as well. Just looking to, I guess, bonk them on their head, do a little bit. Oh, wait, no, they're going Curse here this time round.
I think that's a really good choice. You can build up that curse meter by hanging out or attacking that Blaziken, Mimikyu, Ho-Oh that all stay in that short to medium range. So you can very easily build up that curse to do more damage with the burst at the end, or maybe even resetting your Horn Leech when you do get access to that level 7.
We do still have a Curlier here at 6.5, able to knock down the Pikachu. Ho-Oh is the one that's left all alone, ends up getting stunned and also knocked on out. Mamoswine is going to make an attempt. They do end up getting in that 20 points, despite Hooper teleporting in down into that bottom path.
Really nice Thunder, laying it down to defend that tier 1 goal zone. Unfortunately, there's just too many members of Greece, and they're getting a lot of small scores, right? Slowly whittling away that top path, whittling away this bottom path. Look at this Blaziken, though. Eject button, plus that Fire Punch is going to KO. Actually, not going to KO here, but the Piloswine is going to go down. A really nice engagement by the Blaziken player, put in a mean look, unfortunately, but that is not going to stop Switzerland. They're going to continue moving on forward. Overheat going to find its way onto the double team. They're going to go ahead and disengage back to the right side of the map. 30 seconds left before the first major objectives, and we finally have a Gardevoir close to being on the field. I thought they were going to get the evolution there with that KO on the Pikachu, but just one tick away with some experience.
Yeah, they are now at level 8, going in and getting in some more dunks, leaving this bottom goal on to 19. However, we are going to have Ho-Oh charge on forward, trying to burn down their team. Oh, look with the Blaziken, as we do have a little pivot up into the top path. We know that the objectives are about to spawn, but Switzerland aren't going to delay. They're going to try and shred down this Regirock as the Piloswine is making an attempt to just delay some time. But you know what? We do say Blaziken is one of the best securers in the game. They do end up doing that for Team Switzerland.
Oh, Blaziken is continuing to hunt down this Gardevoir deep into the Speed Flux zone, or I guess adjacent to the Speed Flux zone. It's actually able to make it back home. Rest of the team there to support their retreat, and I don't think it was the Overheat that got the objective. It was a little bit of a tense moment there for Switzerland, as it looks like all members of the team stopped hitting that bottom Reggie. Maybe a little bit nervous for the secure there, but here comes the rest of the team. A nice Fairy Singularity onto that tier 1 goal zone, only getting the Pikachu Blaziken. Very healthy in the bottom path. Hoopa is going to port itself down to this bottom path. Here comes a Floral Flourish, and that Play With Me Unite move is going to lock them down, put a blanket over their eyes, and send them back to the Pokemon Center.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The Unite move to shut down those squishier Pokemon in that backline is so beneficial. And because they were able to get these KOs, they're able to go and break this tier 1 goal zone. So bridging that gap in points ever closer. It's now 117 to 140, so they've taken over the lead.
Looking really good here as we head into the halfway point of the game. Let's take a look at the field state. Hoopa again has the fully intact Hoopa Hyperspace Highway with the Hoopa Hyperspace Hole with the tier 1 goal zones. Level 11s for all rounders on the side of Switzerland. No level 11s for Greece, so definitely at a level deficit at this point, especially with that last team fight engagement. But with that Gardevoir back on the field with that Unite move, they're going to head back up to the top path. Even if Switzerland gets this Regieleki off the field, they got to be very careful with that Gardevoir Unite move. But they are still in the bottom path. They are now finally starting to traverse through that top lane, but they might be here a little too late as the Hoopa goes into that unbound state.
Yeah, and we still have a Ho-Oh Unite move on hand if Switzerland do end up getting taken on down, but some more Unite moves are getting utilized here as Mimikyu is trying to take down the backline. Trevenant is really low, ends up getting punched by that Hooper. Pavement ult from the Gardevoir, not able to get anybody in their black hole, and Tier 1 is now depleted and gone.
Fortunately, the Fairy Singularity did not land on a single target, or at least a single KO for themselves. And that Unite move can be devastating if placed correctly. Of course, that Rekindling Flame does a really good job at bringing anyone back if they are KO'd by that black hole, quite literally bringing them back from the grave. Blaziken is going to start working on that bottom objective. A lot of vision being handed over to Greece. They do know that a lot of Switzerland hanging out in their central area, now pivoting down to take those neutral Swablu and Altaria. And just like in game number 2, Switzerland really trampling over Greece. That Registeel is going to make that a lot easier for a middle game team fight. 3:45 on the field. Meowscarada is going to get roughly played on as they get KO'd there in the top path.
Absolutely no way that Volto ends up making it out of that, getting in the dunks and making a quick escape. But yeah, Switzerland are just able to dominate the field, soak up even more experience and taking that away from Greece so they're not able to catch on up. I mean, the highest level so far they have is that Meowscarada. 15 seconds left to go until the Regieleki. Be interesting to see whether the teams are going to go and prioritize that. I mean, both tier 1s are gone for either side, so
yeah, not gonna get a whole lot of value. Hoopa is gonna be the first up to the top path to get some vision for the team. Probably gonna walk on forward to see if anyone. What are they doing here? They're gonna go into the unbound state. This is a bold move, Cotton. See if it plays out for them.
yeah, 3 minutes. That is really risky considering Hooper likely will not have that at the beginning of the final stretch. I mean, both tier 1s are down, so they're definitely going to have to try and farm on up as much experience as possible. But currently, I mean, there's only one wild Pokemon that's over on their side. Another one ends up spawning up in the top half as the rest of the members are just going to try and fight it out.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure on the decision call for that one. Maybe they fat-fingered a button, but Meowscarada going down. Umbreon will be back in time for the final stretch. I think one interesting thing here is that Ho-Oh has that Unite move. They could potentially purposely int to get 10% more and then be revived by that Rekindling Flame Unite move, but I'm only speculating here, Kello.
I mean, the benefit is Switzerland do have the advantage here. Blaziken ends up getting locked out by the Ice Bag and then followed up by the mean look, so they end up getting wiped on down. Ho-Oh still is up, but they keep on getting stunned and stunned again. Nonetheless, they're able to get the revival, going in for the second fight, looking to take down the defenders that are still left standing here.
Trevenant is going to be going down to the Mimikyu. Hoopa, a little late to the party. Ho-Oh is going to be sent back to their grave, unfortunately unable to revive itself with that Unite move, and a clean fight between the two teams. Play With Me in the tall grass is going to find its way on to the Meowscarada, and unfortunately another character going down for the side of Greece. And with that Meowscarada going down, Gardevoir going down as well, it's going to pave the way for Switzerland to pull this one off the map.
Oh, I don't know if Trevenant is even going to try and get in here. They go in with the Horn Leech and the curse.
No way, dude.
Absolutely no way. But
no way.
They
It doesn't
end up
matter.
getting knocked on out. The shield doesn't end up going on the Meowscarada either because they've only just spawned on in. I mean, 40 seconds left to go. All members of Switzerland are still left standing up. Greece, they need to make a move. Do they realize that they're the ones that are behind in points right now?
I mean, I think they
They're not
should,
pushing
right?
forward.
They should know that they're behind in points at this point in time. They did get the notification at the 1 minute mark that they were down by a small margin. Not a close game, but a small margin, less than 100 points. Then Miaskarada going down was able to use that Unite move, but nonetheless, Switzerland's lead built up in the first
Ah.
8 minutes of the game. Just too difficult to come back from. And Kello, I hate to say it, when there's a Ray, not always a way to come back into this one.
No, not when all of your team are completely wiped out and you end up getting obliterated straight after. So, congratulations to Switzerland for holding their ground, 223 to 169 points. Oh, Ghatlue with a
And
little
welcome on
clap.
back, Ghatlue.
It was crazy fight. I also thought they're gonna play 5 defenders because I saw like the triple defender composition. But I guess they just wanted to pick up the Umbreon and the Mamas away from Team Switzerland. Trevenant getting the secure was kind of peak, but it was certainly not enough because we didn't try to make a endgame push. So
Yeah, there was no one on the field with the shield, I think, at that point, too. So it was just a fun play. It's a fun little clip to post, but no
one
value
benefit
out of that
is-
one.
One benefit
I
is
don't
That's
both
great,
of them
Flo.
make them to next day anyway, so they still progress on through. So that's always an upside, right?
And
my
with this
highlight
win,
camera for this
Switzerland.
game- Oh, sorry. You can.
Oh, I was just going to say Switzerland is going to secure a higher seed relative to Greece. But again, like Hello was saying, moving on forward. I think one thing, I guess some analysis, we're not going to do a whole analysis segment here, but I think one thing about God of War is it has a fairly devastating Unite move, but you kind of have to hit something with it. I think that's where the downfall is. It was definitely a protect the president composition. I feel like Meowscarada just got united by the Mimikyu the entire game. I think we saw at least 2 or 3 instances of that, and Gardevoir could be a character to bring them back in. But again, with that Ho-Oh being on the other side, if you're not even able to KO the Ho-Oh will just bring everyone back on it.
Yeah, exactly. Like when the Mamas one catch the Blaziken, there was the moment where Greece was starting to win, but then the Ho just revived the Blaziken. And then on top of that, Ho revived Blaziken, and Hoopa reset Blaziken. So Blaziken is coming full HP back to the because of it. It's ridiculous.
Absolute
All
combination.
right. And so that is going to complete stage 3 of the Unity European Cup. So, Ghatlue, correct me if I'm wrong. We can see it here with the graphic. 8 teams have moved on forward through stage 3. We'll see the bracket being pulled out here once again. France, Greece, Italy, Germany, Switzerland, the United Kingdom, Unity Country, and Portugal will be our stage 4 teams. And this is going to be a really good one. Wow, Greece and France is going to be a good one. Again, France is our winner of last year's European Cup, so definitely a favorite to move on forward. Italy, Germany, Ghatlue, how are you feeling about that matchup as your fifth round matchup?
So for this matchup, basically, if Team Germany is able to get the win, they can get the confidence boost, right? So if you beat the strong teams, considered being the strong teams earlier, you will have you will build up a confidence boost throughout the tournament. So I'm definitely looking forward to play against Italy and France, the former champions for the Unity European Cup. And again, Germany has to prove themselves, right? We got top 3 2 times, so we're gonna try to break out.
Yeah, I would say if we're comparing the two sides of the bracket, the upper 4 and the lower 4, I think definitely the upper 4 is a scarier part of the bracket. But I mean, Team Germany is not uncomfortable to being a part of the bracket and or group of death. I think that definitely the upper part is gonna be the bracket side of death, in my opinion.
Yeah, and you can see that Team France, Italy, Switzerland, and Unity Country are all the first seed from their groups. And this is how the groups gonna be played out because again, France was the champion, so they're gonna be the first seed for this tournament.
And Kello, asking that same question to you. Any of these first round sets that you think are going to be sets to watch? I think we're going to be streaming each of these sets, if I'm not mistaken, starting next week. So, any set you're excited to see, Kello?
Look, I've got to say, our host is right here. I'm excited to see Germany go up against Italy.
Yeah, that's yeah.
But no, all of them, and yeah, the fact that we get to see each of these sets as well, beginning next week. After all, like this is the final stage that we have for the Unity European Cup, and it's all for that $600 prize pool as well. So this is actually going to be played out over multiple days. So, I mean, it's been a month long of events, each weekend being packed to the brim with lots of competition.
Mhm. All right, and so that once again is going to be the end of stage number 3. I don't know if we have a broadcast schedule graphic, but the first broadcast of stage 4, the playoffs of the European Cup, will be on the 25th, so on Friday, most likely Friday evening. So you can expect Ghatlue and the Unity Clash folks to be on production day for that. But of course, none of this is possible without our lovely sponsors, Renowned Esports. So again, a huge thank you to them. And of course, they got some cool merch, huh? Let's go ahead and take a look at some of their items once again. Like I was saying earlier on the broadcast, whether you're in the Northern Hemisphere or in the Southern Hemisphere, so you got some stuff for you. If you're like from the Northern Hemisphere like me and Ghatlue, winter is coming, get yourself a sweater. If summer is coming and you're in the Southern Hemisphere like Kello is, might get a flowy jersey on the left-hand corner. But if you just like some tea, for example, we got some mugs here. So if you guys want to take a look at that, use Unite as your code to get 10% off to get some of these merch. And again, they ship everywhere in the world, including Antarctica, I've heard. Okay, maybe not that. Don't quote me
Really?
on that.
Wow.
Okay, don't quote me on that one.
Shipping might be quite expensive to ship to Antarctica, but hey, I mean, if you want to keep warm with that jacket.
I'm definitely gonna keep in mind the hoodie. I feel like it turned out very well. So I'm definitely gonna get some merch from that. Getting 10% off using the code Unite. Unite. I hope you guys enjoyed the tournament. Thank you so much, Kilo and Draco. And huge thanks to Shivam and the production crew being in a 6-hour shift. And I believe it's like 4 a.m. for you. So it's a huge shout out to Shivam as well. And thank you to you guys as well for being here early in the morning.
Of course, I think it's a little bit earlier for Kello, but we'll be getting used to casting the EU scene very soon. But I hope you guys had a wonderful broadcast. I think you're going to be seeing me next Sunday for a part of the playoffs, so it's going to be very exciting. Grassroots very much alive here in EU, and Ghatlue, I'll let you kick this one off.
Sorry, my brain is not working right now.
Thank you, everybody. That's pretty much it. Just thank you, everybody. Thank you for tuning in to the Unity European Cup. And there's the duo. Wave it. Oh, well, I'm an Eevee.
This is what Ghatlue looks like when he's invading your jungle at. Alrighty, everybody. I hope you had a wonderful time at the broadcast. We will see you on Friday for the start of Stage 4 of the Unity European Cup. We'll see you guys very soon.